Alex, you did this. You made it happen. Together. Yes, Alex. Can you feel the evil? It's starting to panic. It's like running. Yes, that's something. All right.
Awesome.
Alex,
bless you guys.
appreciate
you guys.
Appreciate you guys. God bless you. God bless you guys.
Can you guys sing again? Can you guys sing again?
All right, folks, welcome to the show. This one's going to be pretty explosive. I have been, I've been silently watching the alt-right for quite some time, and the game is up. I'm done. I am going to come out and slam the alt-right and the frauds, the Zionists who are part of this operation. The biggest deception is not the Obama deception. The biggest deception right now is the Trump deception and the Zionists who are involved and the alt-right, which has totally been set up over the past year and a half or so. Many of these characters in the alt-right are frauds. Make no mistake, they're frauds. And we're going to take a really good look at a few of them. One in particular today, who has had enough. I mean, I've had enough of David Seaman. I'm done. David Seaman is a fraud. He's a charlatan. He's a Zionist shill, most likely. And he is a dishonest person. He has profited like no one else from Pizzagate. He has come out time and time again and accused the Podestas, in particular John Podesta, of being an outright pedophile over and over again. Now, if you understand legalities and slander and stuff like that, you know that there are severe consequences, and probably the worst thing that you can call somebody is a pedophile. So something's going on big time with David Seaman. Now the latest, of course, and David Seaman, since day one, since the moment he showed up on the Pizzagate train and commandeered it and used the viral Pizzagate meme to push himself to ridiculous popularity, to make tons of money selling his Bitcoin, asking for Patreon donations, to constantly claim that he's a victim over and over again. Now, I have been on this scene for 5 years, and I've exposed a lot of frauds within this so-called truth movement. And I'm telling you right now, these people, these alt-right people, for the most part, are frauds, and they should never be trusted. And they're here for a specific reason, and that is to take you down the wrong path and to make money, of course, at the same time. And I've had enough. I have freaking, today was finally, it's like, okay, I've seen this asshole come on YouTube over and over again with his stupid fucking face, looking at the camera, saying he's a victim, I'm a victim, Pizzagate, Pizzagate, pedophile, pedophile, Pizzagate this, Pizzagate that. Nary has he contributed one iota of research to Pizzagate, not even once. I have never seen him uncover anything. He doesn't do research. So isn't it ironic that all the people that are doing the research over on Vote are all claiming that David Seaman is a total fraud for the most part? Isn't it interesting that all the people that actually did the research on Pizzagate, none of them are making money, none of them are all over the media, none of them are creating websites or, selling their Bitcoin or anything like that. But the guy that's done absolutely nothing other than scream Pizzagate and put up Pizzagate after Pizzagate after Pizzagate video is the one that's making most of the money off this. And when money is involved, that's when you really have to pay attention. When somebody is constantly claiming to be a victim, constantly claiming of being censored, and then asking you to contribute, to pay, you really have to pay attention to what's going on. Now, there will be people in the chat that will be shills. There will be Zionist shills working in the chat. And one thing that you will see over and over again with the alt-right, the so-called alt-right, is they'll never, ever, ever talk about Zionism. Ever. Never. Like Mr. Jonestown here. Do you drink the Jonestown Kool-Aid? Dancing with 5 Israelis? Do you buy Jonestown, who is married to a Jew or just recently divorced a Jew, who almost universally every product on his InfoHorse website are Jewish products? And this guy, of course, who you know, in the infamous sort of David Duke interview, screamed about Jew, Jew, Jew. All I ever hear is Jews. I think it's really the Catholics. It's really, you know, what people tell me, it's the Vatican. So 20 years plus on the scene, and Jones, or we're led to believe that Jones hasn't figured out who's really pulling the strings. Mark Dice is another total fucking fraud. These people are frauds. That's why they're celebrities. That's why they're on The View. That's why they're all over the media. Now, David Seaman was somebody, when he first appeared on the Pizzagate scene, I was supportive of. And I offered him an opportunity to come on the show. I tried to write him several times. Nary a response. Nobody ever got a response. Anybody that's legit, nobody ever got a response from this guy. But yet, certain people in the Pizzagate scene, the Chernoviches, the Brittany Pettibones, and all them, all seem to be really hammy together and supporting one another. And yet they didn't want anything to do with actual Pizzagate researchers. Nothing at all did they want to do with that. So we're going to get into all of this. I'm going to just try and send out an invite here because I got a friend that wants to come in. Let's see if it works here. And this is a really big deal. Okay? It's a really big deal, what's going on here. So, Call, I sent you invite via... Oh, he is here. You did get in, after all.
Hey, truth seekers. Good people of the world.
What's happening? So you and I have talked about...
Welcome back.
We've talked about the Seaman here. And what
we
he's been up to.
We have.
And let's just say, okay, this is a call for an uprising in case you folks aren't familiar.
Well,
what are your impressions on this Seaman character?
Well, before I get to my impressions, I just want to throw this in there because I was looking at the name of the video, David Seaman's Pizzagate Scam, and I wanted people to know I actually used my masterful top-of-the-line gematria skills once again to connect some dots here. So David Seaman is 885. Okay, in gematria and Jewish gematria. So is the word envelope. Crazy, right? Pizzagate Scam, 882 in English gematria. So is Freddy Krueger, right? Crazy. Buzzfeed, 570. Peter Pan, 570. So those are things that might blow people's minds. I didn't want to totally, you know, I don't want people to catch fire. But gematria is on fire right now. I am the master of gematria, as all of you know. So let's get to Seaman. I apologize. I wanted to get that out there first.
Yeah, let's get to Seaman. What are you?
Okay, so, you know, my take on Seaman, we've talked about it many times. There's a lot of sketchy things about the guy. Obviously, his connection with Huffington Post is an immediate red flag, I should say. But I think what's even bigger, Jeff, is what we talked about, I think in private a couple weeks ago, is, you know, people are, I didn't want to go after him because he is bringing attention to Pizzagate, but I was warning people who messaged me privately to be careful because this is kind of like a bait and hook thing where he's bringing people in, and he's going, you know, listen, I'm talking about Pizzagate. So then when he brings other topics up, you know, people are going to trust in him because he's talking about pedophilia, which is dangerous. So he bursts on the scene with this, and then out of nowhere, with no, you know, then he's jumping into flat Earth and Mandela effect within like 3 days of, you know, out of nowhere. He just, boom, he's into Mandela effect. He's
touching
into
all the bases that are,
and that's dangerous. You know, listen, whatever your take is on flat Earth, everybody's allowed to have an opinion. I know yours. I know Russian Vids. Everybody can go back and forth. He throws a video out there with no evidence of nothing, you know, slandering people who believe in flat Earth. You can't do that unless you actually research it and have, you know, can make a debate about it. You can't just say it because you're stupid and I went to school and you didn't. And with the Mandela effect, I mean, you got to be kidding me, right?
Yeah, I think the Mandela effect is a massive red flag.
He was
Another
pro
one,
Mandela effect.
another one that has recently put out Mandela effect bullshit is Mike Adams from Health News. So we have to, everyone. I mean, if you see people putting out Mandela effect videos, your warning sign should go off, because unless you're a complete fucking moron, there's no way that you should believe in that type of bullshit. So I believe the Mandela effect is some sort of Zionist operation to discredit the credibility of the truth movement, to make us look totally insane, totally ridiculous. And I've been exposing that particular psyop. Unfortunately, I don't like to waste any time with that. So as soon as David Seaman comes out and says, yeah, this is real, there's something serious is going on here. You know, I could have come after Seaman months ago. In fact, I did go after him years back. I can't even remember what it was over. I thought maybe it was Sandy Hook, but I remember I covered him. Of course, he did write for the Huffington Post, amongst other outlets, and he is a fraud, folks. This guy is a complete fraud. Look at the amount of views he's getting. Once again, always claiming to be the victim. Now, this is an older video we're going to get into, dealing with who David Seaman really is and what he is really up to, because David Seaman is Jewish, and he is pro-Zionist, pro-Israel. And it's very, very, very important for you people to understand this.
That's all anyone should need to know. I mean, right there.
Yeah, I mean, right away, you got to watch out for these people that are pro-Zionist or who are Jewish, who claim to be truthers, because all you have to do is look at 9/11 to understand who the #1 culprit for 9/11 is. And if you are supporting these people and you think that these people are actually here to expose the New World Order, you're a fucking fool. And you need to wake up right frickin' now, because this has gone far enough. And if we could look at David Seaman here off his Social Blade, and we'll see, and there's a lot of different things going on here with David Seaman, but let's just take a look at his popularity here, Call, as you see, Dan.
Yeah, well, that is the thing. You know, I don't care about stuff like that, but because I've been subjected to the same kind of criticism, despite the fact that I make, you know, 2, 3, 4 videos a day, but I know that my channel blew up pretty fast. So it's hard for me to, you know, go after somebody because their channel blows up. However, the things that were huge red flags with me were the fact that the people who were doing research, which I'm not even including myself in that, even though I did a lot of research. A lot of people who just follow my channel were sending me stuff. It started really on Reddit, you know, before I took a little break, and obviously it moved to Vote. Titus Frost is another guy who did unbelievable work, still is. None of these guys, you know, he doesn't credit anyone for anything. Like, he acts like he's, you know, it's just, there's so many red flags. Like, he's in Hollywood. His last video, he said he was at some mansion party. And these are all things that you should raise your eyebrows. Like, he's starting a new channel. You know, he went from fired at the Huffington Post to, you know, having, I mean, he literally grew what, 100,000 subs overnight.
Well, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know, I grew 150,000 over a year.
Nothing going on.
800 videos. I mean, he literally went
until Pizzagate. So, like, you might say that you're relatively new. You've been on the scene for over a year, but you have covered umpteen different things, and you didn't make your name off Pizzagate. It was just one of the latest things that you've been covering. This guy was nowhere on the map until Pizzagate took off, and then all of a sudden he was everywhere. And as you see, the total subs per month, I mean, he's getting 78, 28, negative 29, 5, 6, you know, I mean, and then all of a sudden 38 point, nearly 40,000 subs, you know.
And you know what's funny too is he was claiming that a major arrest was going to happen in Pizzagate, and he took credit for the Sandusky arrest, which is not connected. It's like saying, you know, I reported on, you know, the California bus and then some over in the UK that have happened. They're, you know, lower level, obviously to take attention off the elites. He reported that the Sandusky one was related to Pizzagate. He was like, I told you a major one was coming. It's connect. It's like, what?
Totally.
No, it's not connected. You know, Sandusky wasn't, you know, if they didn't find him in DuPont Circle, he wasn't underground there. They, you know.
Yeah. And
he obviously already has ties with his father.
So any sort of Pizzagate or any sort of pedo bust that's happened, they'll come in and they'll swoop in. And think about this, to put out videos saying that there's going to be a major bust, and then some bust that has nothing to do with actual Pizzagate itself, and then claiming and then making money at the same time, selling your Bitcoin, selling your Patreon and your Gab and all this shit that he's involved in at the same time. It's unbelievable. He's a charlatan. Right? He is
inside FBI informant who is giving him this information.
Yeah, I mean who's that? The Pizzagate researchers themselves think he's a total shill.
They finally got into it, and you know, and started buying it, which is good.
I think
realizing they've been buying it for so long. They're like, oh, look what Seaman said. Look what Seaman. I'm like, how are people not seeing through this?
Well, I think what happened. First of all, a lot of people, you know, Pizzagate was an awakening for them. So, you know, like they jump on the Pizzagate. They don't realize that, you know, the truth movement really stemmed from 9/11. And then, you know, other subsequent events, Aurora, Sandy Hook, you know, all the bombings, ISIS, all these things over the past 5-6 years have really built a truth movement here on YouTube, which is exposing the Zionism, which is exposing, and I want to make it clear because I never want people to think I'm talking about Jews when I'm talking about Zionists. There's a lot of Jews that are 110% against Zionism. There's a lot of Hasidic Jews that absolutely detest the Zionists that run Israel. So this is not at all about Jewish people whatsoever.
And Zionism is a political movement, and people don't even understand that. It just means Jews. It's a political movement.
And they're using the Jews as much as they're using everyone else. And that's what a lot of Jews understand. So it's always important to make that distinction. But, you know, anyone that's in support of Zionism is somebody you should cross off your credibility list forever, including Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump is the biggest, you know, pro-Israel president probably in the history of presidents. And this is something that the alt-right will not ever touch. Now, there are legitimate researchers, people like James Corbett, that actually are aware of what's going on and try to inform people about that. And then you have all your gatekeeper shills like Alex Jones, like Mark Dice, Paul Josephine Watson, so many others that are involved. And of course, David Seaman. And so we're going to go through.
And Haven, right? Isn't Haven one?
Yeah, Lisa Haven. Oh, it's just awful.
She's your favorite. I wanted to bring it up.
Well, I mean, you know, they're
Don't you have a T-shirt of hers, like with her face on it?
I got the T. Yeah, they're always selling something, and you know, I'm not at all against people that are going to make money off their YouTube channel. That's you're working hard. It's your right. All right. But if you're posting bullshit and you're doing the pump and jump, as I call it, where you pump something like crazy and then you jump to the next thing and pretend that you never even talked about what you just pumped before, you'll have no respect from me. And that's why I come down hard on the people I believe are charlatans within this truth movement that are not here at all to really expose what's going on, that are just here to fill you up with all kinds of nonsense and fear and then sell you products.
Yeah.
And David Seaman's worse, though, because David Seaman is pro-Israel, pro-Zionism.
Pro-Israel, pro-Zion, yeah. He's pushing all different agendas now that he has you know, an audience that flew in because they wanted Pizzagate info. And he wasn't, you know, giving credit out to people who were, you know, finding the work and doing, you know, all of the stuff, the dirty work. So another thing too, which is interesting, I think you mentioned before I jumped on, is I reached out to him too, because I was looking to do a Pizzagate show with a bunch of people who like Titus Frost, yourself, me, people who, you know, are known, I guess, in this, you know, on here for talking about it. I actually have more subs than Seaman, which is, it doesn't mean anything to me, but I'm saying, you know, I messaged him and he even wouldn't get back to me. I said, you know, I want you to come on to talk about this, you know, with some people who are, because I feel like the reason he didn't is obviously because I think I feel in my gut that he's an agent or he's,
he's claiming too. He has claimed several times that people don't want to debate him now.
But he can't come on.
Let me just finish here for a sec, Carl, because I just want to make this point. I have sent David Seaman an invitation to come on the show and defend his sorry frickin' Zionist ass. And if you think he's going to show up, and if he does, he'll be welcome, and he'll be given the opportunity to explain his shenanigans. But we haven't even cracked the surface here about what this guy has been up to. And I think most people are going to be blown away when they see that this guy is a total fucking fraud. And it's about time, because look, like when I'm talking about Pizzagate, there is definitely pedo rinks that are happening. We've talked about it a lot. You know, we talked about McManus, the Franklin cover-up, the Presidio, Jimmy Seville, Jerry Sandusky. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. The Satanists that are involved, what's his name there from the FBI, of course, Ted Gunderson and all his investigations. So there's no doubt that this stuff is going on. But there are people that are not here to expose the hierarchy that is really controlling this country, or United States and the world, the New World Order themselves. These people are here to take you down the wrong path. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say most of the alt-right are not legit. I repeat, most of the alt-right. It doesn't mean everyone that identifies as alt-right is a fraud, but I have been watching a number of these characters, and I'm telling you, I can tell right away these people are not legit. So you should be very, very concerned. And this is coming from somebody who has 5 years of experience on YouTube exposing things like Sandy Hook, like Aurora, like the Boston bombing, like the Ebola psyop, 9/11, all these things. I have a massive history. They took down my channel, which had 1,200 videos, Free Radio Revolution, because of what I was exposing. So, you know, when I see these Johnny-come-latelys show up on the scene, all of a sudden getting, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of subs, pushing just one or two things, never touching anything about the New World Order, acting like the New World Order doesn't exist. Yeah, I'm going to call them out, and I'm going to expose their games. And if they're MI6 or they're, working for the Zionists, if they're Mossad intelligence, they're going to get called out. It's quite simple. Enough is enough. And we're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to wake up people if the people that everybody are tuning into are the biggest frauds of all. If the people that everybody's subbing to and supporting and donating to Patreon are actually working directly for the fucking New World Order. And that's what we get with David Seaman. We get somebody here who is clearly a Zionist. And don't take it from my words. Let's take it from the Seaman himself here.
The Seaman.
Let's so I'm going to play this here. And I want folks to listen in. And there's a lot of good people that have been exposing David Seaman. All right. So I'm not going to, if I do mention names, I know I'll forget some. So this is, I just want to say thank you to everybody out there. Obviously, there's a lot of anonymous people on VOAT and other forums that are involved. There are people here on YouTube that have been wise to his game and are trying to expose him and have gotten nearly no views whatsoever. So we're going to try to give those people a little bit more attention and some accolades. But let's get into not a psyop here. And I got a couple videos here. Actually, maybe I should show this one first on David Seaman being pro-Israel here. Mm-hmm.
So as one of my smartest friends put it, if you mute everything Obama says, and if you instead just look at what Obama has done, if you look at what he's done over the last 8 years, if you chart those dots of public policy and domestic policy actions over the last 8 years, you get a more accurate picture of who Obama is. His recent stuff with the Israel UN resolution and abstaining from that vote is truly outrageous. I was reading that in more than 36 years of close foreign policy ties with Israel, nothing has been done like this before. Israel is the only Western democracy in that part of the world, the only representative Western democracy, capitalist society, free speech, elected officials. It's the only one. They're surrounded by Arab powers in the Middle East, and the United States has had Israel's back pretty much since the start of Israel. So who is Obama that in his final weeks in office, he stabs the Israeli people in the back? Who is this man who over the last 8 years, even though millions of Americans have asked him to take it seriously, who is this man who has kept cannabis Schedule 1? I've heard from so many veterans who have had their lives just turned upside down, just being eaten alive by PTSD. And the fact that they can't access this legally, the fact that they can't even get seen by the VA for months or years for painkillers or for anti-anxiety medications, the fact that the NSA under Obama...
All right, so here he's playing to, of course, the veterans, trying to appeal to them. You know, look at what this evil anti-Israel, and Obama is not anti-Israel, but he's not nearly as pro-Israel as Trump is. So very important.
Has been used to spy on the American people, as Edward Snowden came out with several years ago. The fact that if you look at the U.S. economy, are your average American people better off today than they were 8 years ago? Has Obama increased the economic stability of America, or has he decreased it? Has he increased the safety and stability of the Western world, or has he decreased it? What is Obama doing with this UN resolution? What is John Kerry, his lapdog? What are these people doing to suddenly switch so anti-Israel? Is Obama an anti-Semite? I'm starting to wonder if all the crazy stuff that our Tea Party grandparents told us about Obama, I'm starting to wonder if some of that stuff is not true. You know, does this guy actually hate freedom in America? How is this still illegal heading into the year 2017? How are friends and contacts and colleagues who are veterans? How are cancer patients in incredible amounts of physical pain every single morning they wake up? How has Obama managed to keep this Schedule 1? How has Obama managed to destroy these?
One thing that everyone has to realize is that this guy is a trained manipulator. This is his specialty. He's actually released books. I'll show you one of them here. Dirty Little Secrets: How to Attract Massive Attention for Your Business, Your Product, and Yourself, by the Seaman, David Seaman. This is what this guy does. He is a salesman. He's a con artist. He's a snake oil salesman. That's what he is.
Security standing and our relations with Israel, one of our longest allies in that region. What is Obama doing? Look through everything he's done over the past 8 years. Has it been done out of a love for America, or has it been done in an attempt to deprecate and destroy the American middle class and to destroy the West? Israel is the canary in the coal mine. If they're not allowed to maintain their own sovereignty and to maintain their own country in the Middle East, if they're just consumed by the powers all around them, that is not good. Again, what is Obama doing the past 8 years? Are you better off today than you were 8 years ago? If you were to step back in your time machine and ask an American 8 years ago, what do you think of ISIS? They would have no opinion, because 8 years ago, ISIS was an obscure Egyptian god. And take away the liberal trappings around Obama, how he pretends to be progressive. Take away the liberal attack dogs in the media like Rachel Maddow, who tirelessly defend him on everything and make his every action and word appear to be in support of women and children, even though I don't think that supporting the wrong side in Syria, the side murdering kids every day and stacking up piles of dead bodies, I don't think backing those rebel groups was the right move. Again, look at everything Obama's done over the last 8 years. The private prisons, keeping weed illegal, keeping the VA from modernizing and giving our veterans the treatment and medicines they need. The whole thing has been a horror show. When you look at it objectively, the way that our free press has just turned into a bunch of sycophants and liars and minstrels for the Obama administration, singing and dancing and lying to the rest of us, propagandizing the rest of us, destroying our relations with Israel. What good is the UN if it no longer respects the wishes of Israel or the United States? Who are these nations in the UN to tell Israel?
Of course. How many UN violations does the state of Israel have? In fact, it has the most in the world. The last time I heard it was like 130 something. Direct violations of the United Nations. So he's complaining about the United Nations here not being enough pro-Israel.
The human rights violator. When these nations require that their women wear body bags with little slits for the eyes, they wear body bags or they get beaten to death. They're not allowed to vote, or they get beaten to death if they try. They get stoned to death. Who are these people to tell Israel or to tell the United States how to conduct our business? And what happens to these people if the United States, under Donald Trump, decides to simply withdraw from the UN and decides to simply suspend our payments to the UN? What happens to this out-of-date skyscraper by the East River in New York if we decide to withdraw our funding, which I believe the United States should? We don't need to be lectured by vicious Middle Eastern dictatorships about civil rights.
No, instead, we need to be dictated by Israel and the Zionists who are in control. Let's get to the next video here, in which the Seaman here talks about who he really is.
Growing number of YouTube comments from some of you, and even YouTube videos from a couple of people, and some blog posts accusing me of being a shill. I'm not sure what I'm a shill for.
Israel. You're a shill for Israel. Is that clear, Seaman? Or should I call you Jism? You're a shill. You're a liar. You're a charlatan. You're a fraud. And you're making a lot of money off fooling people and pushing the New World Order. You're behind this shit, and you're a completely dishonest person.
Not sure who I'm a shill for. There's not an enormous amount of money in being an anti-central bank, pro-gold.
You're not anti-central bank at all. How can you be anti-central bank when you're 100% pro-Israel? It's fucking joke. That's you placating to the truthers that you're trying to fucking, Pied Piper into your fucking bullshit. Right? You sing the songs that you think are going to get you the ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching that you have here. Dirty little secrets of buzz. How to attract mass attention to your business, your product, yourself. Who is the author? David Seaman. And this is the same David Seaman. 2008 here, he came out with this book. He's got a few others too. There's another one, Michael Chernovich. It's funny how those people all seem to work together and are in the same circles, right? And you can go and check this out yourself if you don't believe it. There's plenty of reviews here that get into what the Seaman is up to. But I'm telling you, these people are frauds, and you should never trust anything they're saying.
Bitcoin, pro-cryptocurrency, anti-Clinton corruption, shill. Just not a lot of money or access in the world of anti-Clinton Foundation, anti-child trafficking.
See, so he's been called the shill, and he's got to say all the things that he identifies as: anti-Clinton Foundation, anti-child trafficking, anti-this. You're full of shit, man. The number one thing is you are 100% pro-Israel, pro-Zionism. You're a fraud. And you're trying to defend yourself here, what is completely indefensible. And which will become abundantly apparent as this video plays on, exactly who you're working for.
Well, let me chime in here real quick.
Yep.
I want to say, for people out there who are wondering about Zionism, and, obviously the first thing people think of is anti-Semitism. That's because the seeds have been planted for this whole massive psyop with anti-Semitism so they can get away with this stuff. But for those of you that don't know, I even have a video on it. The Talmud is one of the books that is in every single temple in this country. You don't have to necessarily claim to be a Zionist, but the majority of these people are Zionists. That book openly discusses pedophilia. That book openly talks about how rabbis and Jewish people are allowed to molest children of the age of 3 years old. That is truth. That's in their books, in their temple. If this was in the Bible, and this, and this would never stand. I mean, Christians would be thrown out of this world, out of this country. This is what they teach. The Zionists and these people are the ones behind these child pedo rings. They are truly Satanists. They are the synagogue of Satan that the Bible speaks of. Okay, that's what people need to understand. They hear that and they say, Jew. These are the fake Jews. These are really Satanists. And people like Seaman, if they're covering up for Zionism, and they're trying to push Pizzagate, and they're not telling you that if the Zionist Jews are really Satanists and they're really people who practice the teachings of the Talmud. Yes. The Talmud goes back to the Babylonian Talmud, which openly talks about the raping and molesting of children. Yes. So the connections are all there for those of you that don't know. It's very important to know that. So when people aren't talking about Zionism and linking it to Pizzagate and linking, Crawley's teachings as well, because it connects, because there's different branches of the Babylon, of how the teachings of the mystery religions, right? But the Jews specifically who followed the Talmud followed this and believed in it. And if people are covering up for it and promoting Zionism, then they're promoting that, in my opinion.
Exactly. 100%. Very well said. All right, so let's continue here because we're going to get to the juicy parts here. And David, if you try to come after me and hit me with a copyright strike, there'll be no end to it. I mean, we'll fucking bury you. So don't even think about it at all.
Pro sound money chills. If telling people the truth about topics that I find personally fascinating and that I've spent years of my life studying and researching and digging into, if that's being a shill, then yeah, I guess I am. But that's not the traditional definition as I know it and as many others know it. And so no, I am not a shill. I am not a psyop. Very interesting that really one of the only times in my career as a reporter and commentator that I'm being accused of being a psyop come in the wake of me saying that a scandal which emerged from John Podesta's WikiLeaks, me saying that that scandal is real, which it is, and which the law enforcement community is well aware of, and in my view, will be taking some action on after January 20th. So that's where I stand on all this stuff. Who am I a shill for? I'm certainly not ideologically aligned with the CIA. Be a much more interesting argument to say that I'm an NSA shill, but nobody has even explored that angle, which is probably a good thing. So no, I'm not a shill. I think that's probably a disinformation campaign, or it's people who are bored, or it's idiots. But I'm definitely not a shill because I'm going against the things that are the establishment, the things that the shills are supporting. So enough of that. But what I think is a real shill job, since we're pointing fingers here at who's a shill, I think what is an absolute honest-to-God shill job are some of these comments, both on my YouTube channel and elsewhere on YouTube and all over the internet, all over the social media spectrum. These comments that are wildly anti-Semitic and anti-Jew and anti-Israel, coming from people that are trying to represent themselves as being over-the-top alt-right Trump supporters. I think that's a scam. I think it's a kind of disinformation campaign or a psyop campaign or astroturfing by some bitter losers of the most recent campaign, either people who donated money to Hillary Clinton. I believe there's something going on here. I believe it's very real. And I believe it's designed in part to discredit the alt-right, which is this powerful emerging new political group, this new political affiliation. Many of them are millennials, not all of them. But the alt-right is a very real force, and it helped get Trump elected. And I can't be classified as alt-right myself because I hold too many liberal views in too many areas, and my past as a Huffington Post contributor and liberal-leaning media outlets. I'm just not somebody you could accurately label as alt-right. But there's a lot of stuff in that movement that I find to be admirable. They're in favor of limited government. They're in favor of responsible cannabis use. At the very least, medical rights for those who need it, and respecting the state's rights of those that have already enacted laws enabling cannabis use. But it's much more than that. It's not just the weed and the limited government stuff that I find appealing. It's this movement away from these stale, dirty party talking points on both sides. Why, if you're a Democrat, do you have to believe A, B, and C about our foreign policy? Why, if you're a Republican, do you have to believe D, E, and F? You know, why can't you just pick and choose? I feel like the alt-right is an emergence of a party that is more in tune with what the internet savvy masses actually feel about taxes and about weed use and about foreign policy, as opposed to what the mainstream media is telling us that people seem to want, that people are just these hardcore Republicans or these ultra blue union member Democrats. And that's just not the reality. The reality is more gray than it is black and white. And I think that the alt-right, in many respects, is trying to serve that gray area of those people who do have complex views and are informed. And I think that to discredit this new powerful movement, which is largely outside the clutches of the establishment right and left, outside the clutches of the establishment beltway players.
Hilarious.
They want to discredit the alt-right as quickly as possible, and they can't do it the same way they discredited the Tea Party, because to be perfectly honest, the alt-right is just less crazy than the Tea Party. They say things that are less crazy. So to poison the well and to destroy the alt-right, I thoroughly believe that the alt-right's batshit crazy wing of anti-Semitic, anti-Jew, anti-Israel people are so much louder than they are actually represented by the numbers. And I believe there's actually a disinformation element at play here, an attempt
That's for sure.
by accounts that are not genuine to make it seem like there are Trump supporters who are just batshit crazy anti-Semites. And is it true that, you know, a very small percentage of the population holds anti-Semitic views? Sure, that's true. And, you know, in a population that voted by the electoral vote, voted predominantly for Trump, certainly some of those supporters are going to be people who don't like Jews. But what's happening is totally not proportional, which is the sign of a disinformation campaign. Bunch of little sock puppets, bunch of little Muppets trying to deceive the rest of us on the internet. And it's not going to work. And I know people have speculated about my own religious views and leanings. I'm an American first and foremost. I put being an American ahead of my own ethnicity and ahead of my own religion. I do find that it's important to support Israel, and I do find myself to be Jewish and to be Judeo-Christian in terms of many of my moral views.
How interesting. There it is.
You like the way that he put that too? How he put
and he's referencing God too in his videos, and I'm like, he's not referencing Jesus. He's not talking about Jesus Christ, that's for sure.
No. And so the way that he phrases it is that people have speculated about my ethnicity and my religion and all that, but I actually see myself as an American first, and I put my Americanism before my ethnicity and my religion. And then, of course, I am actually a Jew. Let's just play this again for people here. And look, again, to be clear, there's a massive difference between Jewish people and Zionists, okay? So I always have to make that clear because, of course, I'll be called an anti-Semite. The reason why they brought anti-Semite legislation into Canada, United States, and everywhere else, and they are toxifying the media with this idea that if you say anything anti-Israel, you're an anti-Semite, it's because you're exposing exactly who is behind this massive pyramid. If you start to criticize Zionism, they want to be able to throw down the anti-Semite rule on you, sort of thing, and prosecute you and silence you with fear of repercussions. They don't want you to talk about anything negative dealing with Israel. So this is why they bring in this anti-Semitism, anti-Semite type of vocabulary to frighten people into compliance and to stop people from speaking out against the Zionists themselves. So the Zionists are the ones who brought in the whole anti-Semite thing. And that's something I'll get into more in the future, sort of thing. This is where the censorship really comes down. And this is where people get incarcerated. There's many people around the world that have been incarcerated for up to a decade for being Holocaust deniers. I'm not joking about this. In places like Australia, they'll throw you in prison for a good long time if you come out and you question the Holocaust, or you claim that it didn't happen the way that the Hollywood movies tell you over and over again.
Hey, yo, can I throw something in there? I forgot. I was going to do a video on it, but I didn't. 2 days ago, I got a let me see here. I got a YouTube notification. I'll read it. I have a video up about the Jewish Talmud exposing it, showing some clips and talking about the quotes about Jesus burning in hell and feces, how they hate Christians, how their goal is to destroy Christianity, all this stuff. And I have a YouTube summary. We have received a legal complaint regarding your video, Jewish Talmud Exposed. It has been blocked from viewing from in these countries: Austria, Switzerland, Czech Republic, Germany, France, a whole bunch, Israel, Italy. I thought that was pretty interesting. YouTube didn't take it down in America, but it says legal. It's not, you know, copyright infringement or anything like that. Legal.
They've taken down, Mossad agents have taken down my videos before I've shown this. They've taken down whole podcasts that I've done, coming into the chat saying, we're going to take you down. We're going to shut you down. And then sure enough, next thing you know, Scroogle notifying that you've got another community guideline strike and your channel is suspended and all that. And that has happened more times than I can count. I mean,
are they trying to hire you at the next news network or?
No, no, no.
They haven't sent you an offer or contract over?
No, they sent you?
No, I don't think so.
I know Gary French.
I don't think Seaman would ever, and I think the last two people he would ever talk to on a show would probably be the two of us, even if it was separate on my channel by myself or you by yourself.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be able to handle himself.
And I
wouldn't kill him.
I'm still waiting to hear back from the Seaman. I sent him a tweet, you know, saying, hey, if you have balls and you want to come and defend your fucking porous, you know, awful freaking pro-Zionist bullshit and your self-promotion and your whole Pizzagate, I'm going to make as much money as possible and claim I'm the victim at every fucking turn. If you want to come on with your sorry little ass and try to defend, you're more than welcome. I'll be glad to tell you exactly what I think. And I have no respect. I want to reemphasize, I have been doing this work for 5 fucking years. I have exposed so many, and I'm not the only one. I mean, I've been involved in exposing some of the biggest psyops: Sandy Hook, the Boston bombing, the Ebola, the LGBT agenda, all these things. These people have done zero, and yet they are raking in ka-ching, 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 and all they're doing, one trick pony here, all Pizzagate. I'm the victim. I'm being censored. Twitter censored me. YouTube censored me. All this bullshit. And I have been censored probably more than just about anybody out there when it comes to social media. I've been booted off Facebook. I've had full YouTube channels with 1,200 videos pulled down. So I have no respect for these alt-right, you know, Johnny-come-latelys who are clearly working for the Zionists, who are clearly here to push everything pro-Trump, to push the false dichotomy, the left-right paradigm, which they love. I mean, well, the answer. Oh, you're on the left. Well, the answer is to go to the right. You know, I mean, like, that's it. They want to keep you in this bubble of idiocy where you never see who really the puppet masters are, who's really pulling the strings of the New World Order. These people never talk about 9/11 truth. They never expose the Zionist involved. They never expose that Trump is a massive Zionist himself.
And I haven't heard Seaman talk about, you know, some of the other cover-ups, like the Franklin cover-up, McMartin, Hampstead. The list goes on and on over the decades. He doesn't talk about that. He doesn't talk, you know, he casually mentions Satanism, but he doesn't. This is my issue. I'm not going after the guy. I'm not attacking the guy. I don't know the guy.
I am.
I'm just giving. Yeah, you're allowed to. I mean, it's just how I am. I don't. Without talking to somebody, I can't really form anything based off his videos. To be honest with you,
I can.
I could see why he's a writer and not a speaker. I can't really sit through any of his videos. Like, I was sitting here the whole time quiet because I'm pretty much have my head in my face in my hands. But nonetheless, you know, with Crawley, when he brings up Satanism, like you just know he doesn't even know anything about it. Like almost as if it's, well, they're into this weird satanic kind of cult thing. You know, we're talking about the core of it is the mystery religions and Satanism and the human sacrifice and the dismemberment of these children and the rape of these children. And all that stuff. And it's not something to just brush under the rug and be like, Donald Trump's going to go after John Podesta. Like, that's not the core of it, because Trump is obviously You know,
Trump is
at
going
least
to
in
do
my opinion, he's one of them.
against
Talk
Podesta.
about Crowley. Talk about his teaching.
Nothing.
Enlighten your audience about that stuff.
You think?
My point is that he doesn't even know about that stuff.
Of course he
So
doesn't
he
know.
shouldn't
It's
be
talking
teaching him. He
points.
shouldn't be like, he's like, I'm a journalist.
He's
I'm
a
like, "You're not a
salesman.
journalist."
He peruses the Pizzagate forums, looks for the catchwords, finds anything that he can throw out there that will make these claims. There's going to be a massive arrest here. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Support me. Buy Bitcoin. Pay my Patreon here. And there's going to be a massive bust somewhere dealing with Pizzagate. And then somebody gets arrested for pedophilia, which is completely unrelated. And then he'll come out and claim, I told you this was going to happen. You're full of shit. You're a liar. You are a complete liar. This guy is one of the biggest frauds I have ever seen. I mean, there's a lot of them in the alt-right, by the way. And I will be exposing more of these characters. We're going to focus on David Seaman here. But there are several other ones that have just shown up out of nowhere, jumped on the Pizzagate gravy train, and now all of a sudden have established themselves and are interviewing all these players in the alt-right media. And they just came out of nowhere. It just came out of nowhere. Well, we're going to find out where these people come from, and we're going to expose
the news network or whatever it is. Like, who's behind it? What is it?
the next news. Is that
Yeah.
what we're talking about?
Yeah. Like, what's the details on this? I mean, I know it's some huge secret project out with rubbing shoulders with LA's finest. I mean, there's so many red flags.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
I'll have to
Out in L- like, why do you need to be out in LA to do it if it's a YouTube show or something like that? You don't need to be in LA. You can do it in your own you do it in your parents' basement. Most of these characters who have channels do it in their parents' basement anyway.
You have to be careful. I'm not saying you, but I'm saying to the folks that are listening here, where you get your information from and who you put your trust in. Anyone closely associated with the Jonestown Kool-Aid is totally untrustworthy. That starts with people like Mark Dice. And
what do you mean the Jonestown Kool-Aid?
Well, Alex Jones.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always think of actual Jonestown.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean.
If you're
drinking the Alex Jonestown Kool-Aid, and that's why I started off the video with Alex Jones and the Dancing Israelis, where he's dancing with 5 Israelis, of course, and anybody that is familiar with 9/11 knows that one of the biggest cover-ups in the history of 9/11 is the 5 dancing Israeli Mossad agents that were arrested because they were taking photo. They were up on a building dancing as the first plane crashed into the World Trade Center, and they were arrested. And they were found to be Mossad agents, and they were kept for 7 months or so, but the whole thing was whitewashed and swept under a rug, and these guys were sent back to Israel. So one of the most telling pieces of evidence that Israel not only had foreknowledge of the event that was going to happen, but was definitely involved in carrying it out. And that is just massive. That's why the whole 9/11 thing is a complete fraud. You can't trust anyone. Like any established media, none of it is trustworthy. The dumb turds, are you kidding me? I mean, Chunk Yogurt? I mean, these guys are the most untrustworthy scumbags in the world. I mean, they get up and they lie on a daily basis. This is the reality. I mean, you got to turn. I hate to say it. I would like to have think, and I gave people like Jones the benefit of the doubt. I gave people the benefit of the doubt until it was proven to me over and over again that these people are liars. And these people are complete liars. They have managed to jump on the Trump gravy train and the Pizzagate gravy train to ride themselves into massive amounts of popularity and success, and becoming major players.
The common theme is the linking all of us who expose these conspiracy theories, and which aren't really theories, with Trump, right? So they come in and they go, well, I'm exposing Pizzagate, but Donald Trump's going to save the day.
Yeah,
that's it. And all these people are coming in are going to, and I try to give the benefit of the doubt too, and say, well, God can work through him, and something can happen to change, Trump's mind or whatever. I'm trying to be as objective as possible without, shoving things down people's throats, but. People, I understand. I see people commenting a lot about Seaman. I'm not, personally attacking the guy. All I know is that I've tried to contact him to talk, and whatever. Maybe he's busy, maybe he doesn't want to. But
no.
The red flags are so massive, and the fact that it's not even that he blew up overnight. It's the fact that he's worked for mainstream media. Okay, you're going to be hard pressed to find anyone that can get a job in the Huffington Post. You might be like, oh, I know somebody who I went to college with. Well, how do you know, the Masonic ties that they might have, their parents and who they are and all that stuff? It's very hard to be, when you're writing for a liberal Huffington Post, and then you're coming out and all of a sudden you're, you got fired from there, and now all of a sudden overnight you get 100,000 subs, jumping on a topic which he was kind of late to the party, right? In a sense. Mm-hmm. Like he had a video or two, and then it became a boom, 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 like every day, his opinions on it. But it was never, it wasn't a lot of detail or anything like that. Like I said, I have some really good videos on it. Titus Frost has great videos on it. A lot of people have done amazing work talking about it. There's nothing really there, which is scary because it makes me think to myself, especially when I look at, the guy has a book, right, talking about marketing, and he doesn't even know how to use thumbnails, right? He uses the thumbnail of his face, which is, if you know anything about YouTube, it's like, you're not going to get a high click ratio doing that.
Well, he's
got 150,000 subs. He's getting 60,000. There's a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, so, he's got a formula that obviously is working, and a lot of people are being funneled into his videos, and a lot of other big time alt-right Johnny-come-latelys that have just shown up on the scene and have massive amounts of following, often have very pretty faces, are all of a sudden front and center, and they are commandeering this whole, or they're attempting to commandeer the truth movement. None of them will ever talk about the New World Order. None of them will ever talk about Zionism. They just won't. They'll just tell you the left, right, left, right, left, right. Look at what the left is doing. Look at the left. The left is crazy. Oh my God, they're insane. Look at the left. Oh, they're so silly. Look at the left. Look at the Pizzagate. The left. Look at the left. That's the game. It's all bullshit. These people are frauds. There's nothing there for you. If you're listening to this and you think that you're going to sub these people and you're going to get something, get the fuck out of here. You're going to get bullshit. You're going to get taken down the bullshit road. Just like Jones and Mark Dice and co. They're here to keep you. They're here to gatekeep you. That's the term that.
Did you hear Jones's video? My friend Liam Xmail, he's in the chat. He posted a video. Jones actually addressed Pizzagate, I believe it was today or last night, and talked about why he fired the guy and all this stuff. I'm pretty sure it's a new video, but he was pretty much saying that it was, people were telling him to talk about it, and he knew it was bait to get fired, that, or for a lawsuit, for a lawsuit. So he's saying, it's a huge distraction. It's not true, the pizza parlor and all that, and that the whole purpose behind it was to get Jones to talk about Pizzagate so that they can sue Alex Jones for slander and defamation and get get InfoWars taken down. That's what he was saying. So if you want to check out the video, I'll send you the link. It's
no, the Alex Jones I've exposed so many times.
No, I know. It's just another thing, though. I always talk about him with Pizzagate. People are like, he spoke out against Pizzagate. It's like, come on,
Yeah.
Why? Because he went on Joe Rogan's show and he it was like back and forth without actually getting into it and saying it was real. It was more like because they were pandering to their audience because they didn't want to lose followers.
There's a tremendous amount of disinfo in the Pizzagate that has been pushed all over the internet. This is something that everyone has to be aware of. There are people that have put out absolute garbage dealing with Pizzagate that have no basis in facts. So people have to be aware of this. David Seaman, all he does is he peruses the latest gossip and news on Pizzagate and then puts up videos, gets all the views, collects the ka-ching, sells his Bitcoin, promotes his Patreon, and, of course, gatekeeps for Zionist, and that's where it is. I couldn't be less of a fan of David Seaman. If I saw him right now, I'd just come up to him and say it right to his face. Of course, he is an infinite beta male, so he would cower away in fear and probably run to the police or something. But these people are frauds, and I don't mind calling them out. I have held back on exposing David Seaman for quite some time, mostly because there's been so many more important things going on. But it gets to a point where it's like, okay, this is enough. This guy every single day is making up videos saying he's a victim, Pizzagate is 100% real, John Podesta is a pedophile, all this shit. Just talking points, never provides any information, never does any research, but gets all the views dealing with it. Also hobnobs with a bunch of other people who came out of nowhere in the alt-right and are the darlings of the alt-right now. And everyone should be extremely suspicious of all these people. that have just shown up over the last year, that jumped on the Trump bandwagon, that have pretty faces and stuff like that, and are hosting regular podcasts. You better start to put your thinking cap on when you're following these people. Are they exposing Zionism? Are they exposing the New World Order? Are they talking about Trump's ties to Israel, which he is the biggest pro-Israel president ever, folks? That's not debatable. So if you're here and you think Trump is somehow going to deliver you from the New World Order, you're fucking dreaming in rainbow technicolor, because he is working for them. And this is all a big sophisticated plot to destabilize the United States. They want to drive the wedge between the left and the right. They want you to identify only as one or the other. And then they want to just rip you apart. And this is what's going on. These people, these Milo Yiannopoulos type characters, are here to trigger you and to push these agendas. Trust me. They are. Okay, so we're going to show this. But anyways, I just want to play this again for people that might have just tuned in here. What is David Seaman? Let's listen here.
I put being an American ahead of my own ethnicity and ahead of my own religion. I do find that it's important to support Israel, and I do find myself to be Jewish and to be Judeo-Christian in terms of many of my moral views. But I'm an American first and foremost. And this anti-Semitism is very interesting because it's designed to taint the alt-right, this new emerging powerful party or organization. It's not a formal party yet, but this new emerging organization that is very powerful and that helped get Trump elected. There are elements of the establishment that want to chop that thing's knees off as soon as possible. And so they're trying to poison the well by making some of you folks seem like anti-Semitic crazy people. And that's too bad. And, you know, on the conspiracy side of things, I know that some of that anti-Semitism springs from a dislike of the Rothschild banking family. I am no fan of the Rothschilds. If you've been following along here on YouTube, also, it's not so much.
Look at that. Nice big cut right then. I'm no fan of the Rothschilds. No, you work for them. You work for them. Whether directly or indirectly, you work for them. And that's what's going on, folks. And this needs to be called out. I mean, people have to start picking sides here. You got to start realizing who these people are and what's going on with them and what they are really up to, because they are not here to deliver you the truth about what's really going on.
Yeah, and for people who are talking about you know, him bringing attention to it, I totally agree. It's good that he brings attention to it, and I've had that standpoint since he's burst onto the scene. It's not. I don't care how many views he gets. I don't look at stuff like that. It means nothing to me. But what I'm fearful for is what comes after this, because when you build the respect of your audience, and these people go to you and they trust you, now he can, you know, a lot of people do. They actually look at him as the face of Pizzagate, which is really a joke, but I'm not I could care less. You know, I don't want to be that. I would think somebody like Titus Frost, who's done so much more work, or you know, many other people have, you know, deserve more attention for the work that they've done. And I think that would be fair, but it's not a fair work.
He's done no work.
No, he's done none. But what I want to say is what I'm fearful for, and I'm not here bashing the guy. I mean, does the guy entertain me? No. Do I find his stuff interesting? No. Do I feel like he rambles about? Yeah, I think he's pretty bad. But I mean, some people say the same stuff about me. So that's just my opinion. But what comes from this when he builds people's trust by talking about Pizzagate is that now that people are trusting in him, he can take something like Bitcoin or Mandela effect or who knows what is to come in the future, some false flag event. You know, we could have a false flag nuclear attack that he'll be pushing as real, and he'll be taking his audience down the wrong path. That's what I'm fearful for, because he did jump in at this time. He built this audience. He built quote unquote credibility and a following, and you could see it from the thumbs down and what people say. And I understand people like the guy. You know, people hate me, and then you know when people bash me, I see people.
I don't understand.
I get that.
Like the guy, I think you're dumb if you do. I think you're.
I know. Well,
look, you know, like I'm not here. The gloves are off, man. All right, I have been watching this guy for. I covered this guy years ago. He was a fraud then. He's a bigger fraud now.
You said that he was. Wasn't he pushing Sandy Hook as real?
I can't remember which event it was, but they brought him out, and he was here to bash. So I wasn't able to uncover that, but this is something that will go on. This guy is a fraud. He is working for Israel. That's it. I mean, you need to know this. Now, Buzzfeed comes out and attacks him, and we haven't even got to this yet, which is his latest video here. claiming once again to be the victim. Oh, poor me. I'm here exposing Pizzagate, and look what happens. Buzzfeed is Zionist New World Order propaganda. That's what it is. They're programming. Now, if you think about what the Zionists are up to, nobody's bigger in pushing the LGBTQ and SWXYZ than the banks themselves. They're first and foremost in pushing it. I have shown this for years on my channel. Now, just recently, they had all the banks in Canada, Toronto Dominion, Royal Bank of Canada, Bank of Scotia, you know, all of them promoting all over their websites lesbianism, homosexuality, all these things. This is what these Zionists are trying to do. They want to depopulate your fucking asses from the planet. That is why they are so big behind these agendas. And people got to realize, I mean, you cannot trust people that are defending Israel in this day and age. I mean, it's indefensible what Israel's been up to, what Benjamin Netanyahu and co are involved with. This is not about Jewish people at all, because most Jewish people would be outraged if they knew what the Zionists were up to, and a lot of them do. There's a lot of Jews that are 100% against Zionism, but I'll guarantee you, David Seaman here is definitely not one of them, and he is here to push bullshit. So look at some of his videos here, and you can see the formula that is used. He's actually figured out your thumbnail thing here, Call. BuzzFeed attacks Pizzagate journalists. Again, playing the victim, right? Playing the victim. Now, I don't know how many articles I've been attacked in the corporate media, probably dozens, if not even over 100, and all different events that I've covered. But, you know, I don't come out and play the victim and say all this shit and, you know, oh my God, you know, they're out to get me. Please support me. Buy me Bitcoin. You know, you've got to be really, really concerned about these characters. So I'm going to take a look at this video here, which is one that he put up today, dealing with himself being attacked by BuzzFeed. And then we'll take a look at the article itself here. As I put it back. And I apologize if it freeze up here. My computer can get a little bit.
Hey friends, just wanted to give you a quick update here. So last night, BuzzFeed on their homepage published an article, if you want to call it that, by Joe Bernstein out of their New York office. It was a hit piece on me. Very unfortunate that BuzzFeed chose to do this. Pretty nasty hit piece. Since then, some of their readers, I presume their readers, have been wishing death upon me and have been smearing me in ways that I'm not even going to address because I don't care and my record stands for itself.
Your record stands for yourself. What record? You have no record. You're a bullshit artist. You have done nothing. You have exposed nothing at all. Least of all Pizzagate. He has done nothing exposing Pizzagate. All he does is get on, talk about Pizzagate is real, John Podesta is a pedophile, and you're going to see some, you know, massive arrests happening. Of course, it never does. And if anybody gets arrested for pedophilia anywhere in the world, all of a sudden, I told you so. Make sure to buy my Bitcoin, support me, you know, on PayPal, all this bullshit. You've done nothing. Your record speaks for yourself. What record? Working for the Huffington Post, the corporate media? You have no record. You have no credibility. You're a fraud.
Every word of my Pizzagate reporting here on YouTube and elsewhere. Pizzagate is entirely real. I'm a journalist and internet marketing guru.
So he's a journalist and internet marketing guru. You don't believe me? Take a look at some of his work here. He's got a book called Dirty Little Secrets of Buzz. Not to be confused with BuzzFeed. How to attract massive attention to your business, your product, or yourself. This is what this guy is about. That, and of course, being a gatekeeper for Zionism. Without a doubt. You know, and I'll take the gloves off. I have bitch slapped a lot. You know, if people are like, oh, I can't believe you're going to... Fuck you. I can't believe you're dumb. I can't believe you buy this guy's bullshit. That's your fault. It's your fault that you're dumb enough to fall for this guy. It's your fault that you can't see through him. Now, maybe you're just new and you've just stumbled upon the truth movement and you think, well, David Seaman seems good. He's going after the Pizzagate. I'm telling you, John Podesta will never be arrested. Donald Trump will never have, Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton or John Podesta or Tony Podesta or any of these guys or James Allen. None of them will be arrested. I guarantee you that.
Right. That's why they're
guaranteed
now. That's why they're taking the attention off of the elites, and that's why Ashton Kutcher and all these morons are coming forward trying to talk about trafficking. And they're taking attention away from the elites. They're going to put it in different areas and they go, look, we're addressing the trafficking. And then people like Seaman are going to kind of link it to Pizzagate. I know that's what's going to come. So
exactly. And that's the whole thing. He has to be given the green light. You think he can come out over and over again and outright say that John Podesta is a pedophile? Now, what evidence do we have that John Podesta is a pedophile? From the emails, which mostly are taken out of context. Yes, that's something that some of the Pizzagate researchers won't show you, is that they take often these Pizzagate, these alleged sort of pedophile texts that were sent in emails, but they don't give you the context. They don't show you the messages that were sent before and after. They don't show you the context. They just take it out and they say, well, it says walnut sauce. That must be really weird. But they don't show you anything else.
Well, I disagree to the sense. I mean, Podesta, I haven't seen many people more guilty, at least warranting an investigation. However, getting away with kind of what he's saying as somebody who's quote unquote in the mainstream in a sense with his channel and how many views he gets, and saying flat out, this man is a pedophile, this and that, he should, you would think he'd be getting sued. I kind of talk around it and I don't say it, but I say, how about we address this? What are you talking about, John? What are you talking about?
How you can't do that. If I were to come out and I was to say, and say, I said, call your real name. And I came out and I said, this guy is 100% a pedo, and I put out a video and then I put out several other videos. You would legitimately be able to come after me and sue me for slander, because there's nothing worse that you can accuse somebody of. You can even accuse them of being a murderer. And that's not even as bad as being a pedo. So it is a very serious accusation based on what? Now, I'm not saying that John Podesta and Tony Podesta aren't the creepiest motherfuckers that have ever walked the planet. Obviously,
I think they have guilt written all over them.
Yeah, I mean, they're creepy motherfuckers. And are they pedophiles? Probably. But
I think the reason that Seaman's saying it in a sense is because it makes him look legit. And then to go, people have to understand when you jump out there and you go, my Twitter's been deleted, my subs are being taken away, and all this stuff. Like, especially with YouTube, everybody's subs, go in a weird motion. Their algorithm is not proper. It's not 100% legit. First of all, so people go, oh my Twitter thing got hacked or it got frozen. I mean, this is common, what I would call shill tactics, right?
Yeah,
because you build up sympathy. You say they wouldn't be attacking me if I wasn't telling the truth, and then people in an alpha state of mind just listen to that and they go, "Oh, okay, yeah, they wouldn't be blocked. His Twitter account's taken down. He's got to be telling the truth."
If you're a journalist, if you claim to be a journalist and you went to journalism school, you would know right away that you cannot throw those types of accusations out repeatedly without the risk of being roasted, without the risk of having massive lawsuits launched against you. And John Podesta might be the creepiest motherfucker on the planet, but he would have every right to go after David Seaman and legitimately. And so why isn't he?
Well, they can't be.
And then why
that's the thing, though. They're not going to bring any more attention onto it because if it warrants an investigation, they're going to be found guilty. That's why Ali Fontes can't do anything. That's why they need this fake news.
How are the most powerful people within government? They're so above the law. If you think that somehow Trump is going to turn against them, when he went and hired all the most pro-Zionist people to fill his administration, the most people directly from the swamp, directly from Goldman Sachs itself, Donald Trump coming out so many times saying that Israel's his number one ally, and there's no more country more important than Israel to the United States. You got to realize, it begins, it really starts with 9/11. If you don't know who directly is responsible for 9/11, and you don't understand who was in power and who made this whole thing happen, who brought about this entire New World Order that we're all dealing with. So, if these people come into the truth movement and they refuse to talk about Zionism, they refuse to talk about 9/11, they refuse to talk about the New World Order, they refuse to talk about anything that would expose the Zionists within the American government, the Federal Reserve itself, And, you know, and then they come out and they say, well, this person's evil, this person's a pedophile, and they say it over and over again. So he says, John Podesta is a pedophile, John Podesta is a pedophile. How is he able to say this over and over again? My suspicion is this, is that he is a total fraud, and he knows that he can get away with this, that they gave him explicit instructions about how to conduct himself and how to gatekeep and how to position himself within this truth movement, and that he must have some sort of insight or inside knowledge, knowing that they're not going to come after him, because otherwise you're going on camera with your face and you're outright repeatedly accusing some of the most powerful people in the American government of being outright pedophiles based on emails. I mean, emails and some artwork. That's basically what you've got against the Podestas. The emails, of course, if you take a look at the actual ones that they claim are the most toxic and most 100% pedo evidence, they're taken completely out of context. They don't show you the emails that were sent in response, or the ones that were sent prior, or who he was responding to, what they were discussing.
He wants pizza by the hour. I mean, there's, you know, let's not get into a debate about that. Let's keep it on.
Well, we're not
Seaman and not
pizza. Yeah, but that's the whole thing.
Well, what about the fact that, you know, this guy all of a sudden is in LA, and he even mentioned that he was at some mansion party the other day, and people are coming up to him and they're saying, "Oh, thank you for your work," and that's very suspectable as well. I mean, listen, my channel blew up pretty fast. I'm not in LA. I mean, I'm the furthest possible place from that nightmare of a town.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, he's out there. He's in LA. He's at mansion parties with who? What? How is he getting it? You know, why is he there for starters? Who's he rubbing shoulders with? And what is this news network that all of a sudden is going to launch? Is he going to be leading? You know, these people who are. He has a very obsessive following, because I get people all the time. They're like, you got to check out Seamans' work. I'm like, Seamans watching my work. He's watching Titus. He's taking everybody else's work.
What work?
You know what I mean? Like, people were telling me when I'm gone, like, you got to see David Seaman. I'm like, who is this? I go there and he's talking about stuff. You know, he's talking about Obama and hot dogs and stuff I did like 6 weeks prior. And I'm like, all right, maybe he probably didn't see it. I'm not saying he stole work, but let's relax with getting on this. I don't understand the appeal as far as this obsession and you know, this cult following he kind of has. But it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I just worry about the people that follow.
If you scream pedo the loudest, people, and if you have this business,
I scream it pretty loud.
If you describe yourself as an internet marketing guru, which is what he says, where is it? He says it right here. I'm an internet marketing guru. Listen in, folks. This is how he describes himself. A journalist. And if he was a journalist,
YouTube and elsewhere.
All right, if he was a journalist, he went to journalism school, and he did. All right, I'm sure, I don't know what his credentials are, but he worked for Huffington Post. He worked for a few other publications. We'll get into that too. By the way, the people that he worked for say he's the biggest scumbag there is. So, you know, there's a lot more that we haven't even had a chance to touch on.
He seems like a scumbag. He's very, he always is defending him. Like, it's like I get comments every day bashing me and all that stuff.
Well, he deserves them.
I don't do a video going, you know, they're calling me. The only time they'll go after someone if they harass me, like Hubbard or someone else, you know, when they just deserve it because they won't shut up. Yeah. They won't stop talking about you. It's just like, all right, you want your medicine? You're asking for it. Here it is. But, yeah, it's very – he comes across very obnoxious.
Well, let's just listen.
To why, I guess so. I don't know.
Let's listen to how he described himself.
Pizzagate reporting here on YouTube and elsewhere. Pizzagate is entirely real. I'm a journalist and internet marketing guru.
I'm a journalist and internet marketing guru. And that's part of his work here, is this dirty little secrets of buzz and how to attract massive attention to your business, product, or yourself. This is a formula, folks. This guy is a snake oil salesman.
I'm surprised you're not showing this Mandela stuff that he started.
Well, we're going to get to that. I haven't had a chance because we can't even get through. I mean, this guy is so full of shit that every sentence that comes out of his mouth is worthy of ridicule and exposure. I mean, it's ludicrous. He's claiming to be the victim. He's done zero, folks. That's zero. A big fucking goose egg amount of research on Pizzagate. Nothing. He's never done anything. He doesn't give credit to anyone else. He doesn't actually correspond with any actual Pizzagate researchers. I've talked to all the top Pizzagate researchers. We've had several of them on the shows. None of them have ever had any correspondence with David Seaman. In fact, one thing that they all have in common, Titus Frost, Press Reset, Call for an Uprising, and you know, so many others that are out there, really graceful others, David Seaman has never responded to them ever. in any way, shape, or form. So if the top Pizzagate researchers on YouTube are saying that this guy has never once responded to any inquiry, any email, or any message that's been sent to him, I mean, what does that tell you about that guy?
Yeah, I mean, if he came on a live show and even was trying to talk, you know, like obviously I'm on the same side. I believe Pizzagate's real. Titus Frost does. You know, if he came on and talked, he would. I think he knows he would come across as the biggest idiot in the conversation because he doesn't really know that much about it. He doesn't know much about the occult. He knows nothing about the occult and Satanism, and he won't address Zionism or Israel. He defends it. So what's he going to do? Is other than go, John Podesta should be put in jail? It's like, well, it's bigger than John Podesta. You know, it's bigger than that. I mean, we're talking about, you know, to me, you know, it's way bigger than.
Well, that's why I say drop the Pizzagate thing, drop the Comet Ping Pong. It's such a small little thing, anyways. Focus on the pedo rings themselves. I pulled out of researching and exposing Pizzagate. There's a lot of disinfo. There's a lot of good info. And there are good people that have done good research and have been you know, presenting their case very well, dealing with Pizzagate. There is definitely a lot of very, very suspicious things about James Alefantis, David Brock, Comet Ping Pong, the establishment itself. But there's also a huge amount of suspicion about the characters involved. In fact, I'll just show you something here that was just sent to me via Lee Stewie here, and I would
bet my life that Alefantis is guilty. That's how confident I am. I would bet my life on that.
You will, yeah, but he's guilty of what?
That he's a part of these rings. That he's a pedophile. Well, you know, I'm gonna get myself indicted, but
yeah, the thing is that everyone deserves their
read
day
between the lines. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, everyone deserves their day in court, and if it's something as serious as pedophilia, there needs to be the law involved.
They control the court system, so it's really useless at this point anyway. But to me, the most important thing is bringing awareness to it, because when people start realizing about these rings and about Satanism, they start realizing that this is real, that Bible prophecy is real. What's going on here was foretold, that, you know, these people in high power, this starts an awakening. Not, you know, it's like people are like, well, flat earth woke me up. To me, you know, these pedo rings is what woke me up. And I think it would help a lot. It helps a lot of people go, oh my goodness, what is going on here? I need to dig deeper. Then they start finding out all this other stuff. So
I'll say personally that Pizzagate is not even anywhere near what people should be focused on in terms of waking up to what's going on. You really should start with 9/11. You should really start.
Well, everybody knows 9/11. I mean,
no, they don't. A lot of them don't, and that's the whole thing. All of these guys, all these alt-right guys, have the same thing in common. None of them talk about Zionism. None of them talk about 9/11. None of them talk about the New World Order.
Well, 9/11 is 16 years ago. I mean, I get asked why, and I'm like, well, what am I going to do a video on? I mean, everybody should already know the truth about it. You know, it's been 16
years.
But
I'm saying that if you're coming into the truth movement and you think that Pizzagate is the most important thing, you know, that's the tip of the iceberg.
No, I'm not saying it's the most important thing. I'm saying right now, what's current, this is something that'll wake people up right now to what's going on. I mean, you know, you got Mandela and all these other things, which lead people into thinking we're all insane. But then you have Pizzagate, which is, you know, people go, wait, we're talking about kids getting raped and molested. You get talking about cover-ups, and you could bring in McMartin, Franklin cover-up, Hampstead, all these things that have been covered up over time.
I agree, and all those are what's really important. There's no doubt about it. So what you see on the screen here, right, you see these three characters who a couple of them were massively involved in Pizzagate. You've got Chernovich here at the top giving the 666. You've got Milo Yiannopoulos giving the 666, and then you got the Posobiec guy here giving the 666. They're all doing this. I'm going to show you.
Okay.
Well, these are the major people.
I'm not very hip. Yeah, I know who Milo is only because the Bill Maher.
Well, I'm going to show you some more here. I'm going to show you some more. These are all the darlings of the alt-right. Okay, I'm gonna.
I thought, is it Milo gay? How could he be in the alt-right?
Yeah, that's it. Well, Blair White is a transgender, and she's one of the major players in the alt-right.
The alt-right in general. I wouldn't. If somebody was like, "You're alt-right," I'd say, "No, I'm not." I mean, I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
You know?
So
let me just say that I'm a Christian who has good discernment. That's all I would say about myself.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, you're somebody that you know, is here because of your passion and you know, how you've come into this. I'm going to try to show this all in one screen, so I'm going to take a screenshot here.
Oh, and Jeff, before you say this, I want to say one other thing too, because I know you get killed for this, and I get killed for it too. And I just want to say it because there's 200 people listening, because it's one of the things, like, it raised my blood pressure tremendously. Every day somebody asks, they go, "Why don't you show your face? You're a shill because you don't show your face." And I'm like, how dumb. It's the total opposite. The people who are showing, and I'm not saying every person who shows their face, okay, but the people who are showing their face, they want attention, they want fame, they want to be, you know, go from YouTube to something bigger. I don't want crap, okay? I don't like any of the attention. I don't even like people complimenting me. I'm not comfortable with it. So for people to say, people like me and Jeff, I heard Hubbard and all his cronies saying, "Oh, show your face." What does that mean? What do you think? I'm a robot behind here? That it's really George Clooney, or it's really some, you know, it's really Donald Trump's henchman behind? I mean, what does it matter? Other than the fact that these people want attention, they're attention-seeking whore. So Milo is somebody who's an attention-seeking whore.
It doesn't matter to me at all, because you know, unlike David Seaman, my track record does speak for itself. I've been on for 5 years, and I've exposed so much shit, including the frauds like Alex Jones and Mark Dice, and the latest ones. Now, take a look at this.
Truth seeker.
Take a look at this. Look at what you got on the screen. Your darlings of the alt-right, all making the 666 explicitly. These are our Instagram posts.
I don't know who these broads are, but
they're the Pettybones.
Oh, right, you were telling me about them. Okay.
All right. So
and these people are getting, like, credited as standing up against Pizzagate. Are they also saying they're getting attacked and getting shut down?
Well, they're the main people that were on Twitter, at least, exposing the whole or pushing the whole Pizzagate meme.
Did you try to get Titus in here, by the way?
Yeah, I sent him an invite. So if Titus is listening, is he in the chat?
I don't know.
I'll see if. Yeah, and yeah, I have invited.
Right, so why that's what people ask. Just what you're saying, Jeff. Why is this close niche community? Because it's like, people might go, well, a call for an uprising, and Jeff, they're like, you know, we talked to many people, like, you know, like we talked about Russian business. We're not going to get into that, but, you know, like, he's somebody I would consider a friend. You guys have different views. There's a lot of people who, you know, you might be an enemy with someone, I might be a friend with somebody. It doesn't, you know, it's not a big thing. This close knit group is you can't even contact them. And then you go, well, where's their sources? Where are they getting their information from? And you know they're getting it from stealing it from the people who are working, and then they're becoming the face for this. And that's why I said it's dangerous, because people are going to follow the Milos, whoever these broads are, who they're sending out there, and the Seamans, who are going to go, okay, at the next event that happens, and they're going to point the finger in the wrong direction, and everyone's going to be duped.
Yeah, the thing is that all these characters are appearing together over and over again, and they're all supporting each other. Now, you know, people ask about the Pettybones. I really don't know, but I mean, they're pretty girls that just showed up on the scene out of nowhere. 100% Trump and 100% Pizzagate. So the first thing that Britney is known for is Pizzagate, showing Pizzagate. Of course, she never responded to anything that I sent her, never retweeted anything I sent her, and has been one of these people that's impossible for just ordinary researchers, people that actually do the research on Pizzagate, to reach. Yet, of course, David Seaman is constantly promoted by them. Chernovich, constantly promoted by them. Milo Stewart, or Milo, sorry, Yiannopoulos, of course, all over the media. Posabek here, another guy massively involved in Pizzagate. Now, how is it that Posabek is the guy that did the Periscope on Pizzagate, and then also ends up happening to be right at the scene when the fake shooting went down to actually videotape it? You know, it's just really bizarre. And they're all appearing together, and they were all at the deplorables, the deplorable there for Trump. They were all at the Trump inauguration. Now, the speculation could be that they're all working for, I mean, I think that's almost a no-brainer that they're all working for the Trump administration. That probably, you know, that's probably the tip of the iceberg when it comes to it. But as we've seen here, clearly David Seaman himself works for Israel. I don't think there's any doubt whatsoever that he is a Zionist. He is working, and he can go out and call you know, John Podesta a pedophile over and over again. Well, why can't I call him a Zionist, you know? And of course, probably try to flag this for anti-Semitism. These people are dangerous. If this is the case, we have to be very, very, very concerned about what the alt-right are up to, and how they're misleading people, and how they're gatekeeping people. And I'm telling you, I've been watching these people amongst others, and there's a bunch of them that have just exploded on the scene. A very typical thing on the alt-right is to have very attractive looking female type characters to be the mouthpieces and to be on all the shows. The Pettybones are appearing over and over again on Alex Jones's network. Again and again. All the time. I mean, they're constantly being interviewed. They're like darlings. Alex Jones is 100% a fraud. Alex Jones works for Israel. All right. So, I mean, come on. You think that's why they'll never bring on people like myself or a call for an uprising or anybody that's really exposing this crap, because we are diametrically opposed to what they're up to.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever even go on with them because I'm not interested in any extra attention anyway. I'm pretty happy with, some base I have. I mean, like my goal isn't to, like, if Alex Jones asked me to go on, like, I would probably grill him about not talking about the Jews, and I would talk about Jesus Christ and then talk about the pedo rings, but he doesn't talk about really. Well, he does, but I mean,
can we just talk about what this symbol means? Can you tell people what this symbol means?
What,
since you're a Christian?
Yeah, it's 666. That's what it means.
Okay.
It doesn't mean A-OK.
That doesn't mean anything else, right? It's the 6.
It's supposed to mean A-OK, but just like, all of their symbols have dual meanings. They want to indoctrinate people with these symbols. This is the 666 symbol. It's 3 sixes. That's what it is. So, this is how they operate. This is how the Masons operate. The Satanists, they operate the same. They show this stuff in plain sight. They communicate by code and by signaling to each other, and that's why they do it. So they know who's in bed. They can make sure if Milo doesn't know David Seaman personally, well, now he knows that, they're one and the same, that they're part of the same society. Because maybe Milo was like, oh, who's this David Seaman on YouTube? Well, now he sees he's communicating with him by showing the symbol. So.
Yeah, so like if you're in the alt-right and you know anything about Satanism, the New World Order, you would never display this symbol.
No.
Because you know that you would be promoting 666 Satanism. So, that the fact that these people are actually posting Instagrams with themselves over and over again, clearly showing this symbolism.
Yep. And Jeff, it's another thing too people have to be careful about is because I've attacked some guys who have channels who just, if somebody's picking their nose, they say they're doing devil horns, which is ridiculous because your hands can go in any motion when you're wiping your butt or picking your nose, or whatever. But the fact that when you deliberately pose for a photograph, okay, and then you post it online, like say I was playing softball and I held up the 2 fingers and I was like 2 outs. Say I was playing second base, right? I was like, baseball, you hold up 2 fingers, say 2 outs. Like you hold the peace sign, you hold up 2.
Oh, are you still
I wouldn't post it on my Instagram because I'd be like, somebody's going to say I'm doing devil horns, I'm saying 2 outs baseball. These people are deliberately making these poses. That's what's going on.
They're completely controlled. Somebody in the chat just mentioned Tommy Laren. There's another perfect example.
Who's that? Tommy Laren?
Tommy Laren? She's like, okay.
It's Tommy Lasorda.
No, Tommy Laren is one of the smoking hot babes that they've got for the alt-right. She works for Glenn Beck, who is one of the biggest Zionists in the United States. He's a Christian Zionist, or not even a Christian, a fake Christian Zionist. But you can't trust anything off the Blaze. I mean, you'd be an absolute fucking fool if you think the Blaze is legitimate. It's Israeli. That's what it is. So I'm going to try to bring up Tommy Laren here on the screen. They know how to control you. They know that, these are the people that you're going to look at. You're going to want to see these people because they're very attractive. So if you have a very attractive person, and we just have a very attractive person that just jumped in the room here. Hi, Grace.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hey, I'm great. How are y'all? I couldn't just stay in the chat. I had to jump on.
I thought you were talking about me, Jeff. I was like, what? Come on, Jeff. I thought we were anti-homosexuality.
Grace, now you are a legitimate Pizzagate researcher, and you've come across a lot of the disinfo. Can you give us your opinion on what we've been talking about here, dealing with David Seaman and the alt-right itself?
I think you're dead on. I think these people are placed here. I mean, they're placed on both the right and the left. And I've noticed a lot of disinformation being spread through David Seaman, but mainly what I have noticed and what I'm concerned with is like people tweeting me, all my followers tweeting me, and they're really upset whenever David Seaman disables his Twitter account or there's some kind of drama going on, and they're like, what happened to him? Is he dead? Like, did they kill him? And what he's done is just disable his Twitter account for a buzz.
Yes, that's it. I mean, it's like you disable your Twitter account, then you you make the claim that Twitter disabled your account, right? And then everybody's like, well, okay. Then you promote his other website there called Gab and get everybody to go over there. Of course, that brings ka-ching, ka-ching. You know, you play the victim, and this is what David Seaman has done repeatedly over and over again. He does no research. He just constantly comes up, says Pizzagate's 100% real. You're gonna, you know, these high-profile arrests are gonna come. I'm a victim. You know, I've been attacked. I'm a real journalist. David Podesta or Tony Podesta are pedophiles. You know, it's like the same formula rehashed.
That's such a steep accusation to make as a journalist. That
it is.
Podesta is 100% pedophile. Unless you have seen him in the act, we have no conclusive evidence. Here,
Yeah.
like right now, we don't have it. We have circumstantial evidence and a call for an investigation. But beyond that, no, you cannot make those claims. And if you make those claims, you can expect to be sued. And I'm surprised that he has not.
That's the whole thing. I mean, it's like, how could he be making these claims over and over again, outright saying that John Podesta is a pedophile? You've got no evidence. I mean, what, emails, right? I mean, get the fuck out of here.
Well, I've said it before. I fully believe that he is guilty, but you know, I beat around the bush as far as saying, you know, why don't you address this, address that? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. When you flat out say it the way that he does, you would think you would get, you know, something going on.
If you're a trained journalist, you know that there is a very fine line that you cannot come out and make those type of accusations being a journalist and expect to not have any serious repercussions.
Yeah, see, I don't claim to be a journalist. I'm just a guy with an opinion that.
But you're not. None of us are journalists. We're not.
And he shouldn't be claiming to be one either.
Independent bloggers, you know. I mean,
I'm a ranter, I would say.
Yeah, you're.
I'm just a guy who
online Christian ranter. But yeah, I mean, for David Seaman to do this over and over again, you have to think that somehow he has been told that he can do this, because otherwise, I mean, what, you're messing with some of the most powerful people in government, and you're accusing them of the most despicable, diabolical types of crimes, and you expect somehow that's never going to come back to you, that those people aren't going to do something. That is really bizarre. So
yeah, I think there are two possibilities with him. He is either what he says he is, and he just does not have a thick skin. He has not built up a thick skin.
No self-awareness, I'd say.
Right. And he cannot take criticism, thus he disables his Twitter every week. Or he is a shill, like you're saying. I think there are two possibilities.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask the two of you this real quick, because this is my take, at least when all this stuff started. I thought to myself, it's very weird to go from, you know, a kind of a mediocre Twitter account where all he was doing was focusing on Twitter, then to jump over. So you're going from someone who types, who writes. Okay, everybody knows for the most part, like, I'm not a really good writer at all. I'm a pretty good talker, but he's going from being a writer. He jumps into YouTube. I know he's had a channel, but I mean, he wasn't active. He wasn't doing so much stuff all the time. And to me, that's what I think really happened, is that they, you know, the powers that be kind of tapped him on the shoulder and said, jump into this community. We'll push you as the face of this. You can take it by the horns. You'll lead attention away from Israel, away from Zionism. You won't talk about Crawley or the real satanic teachings. You'll kind of, you know, like Jones does, just go, oh, Satanism, you know, these Satanists, screw back, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yes. And the best way to control the opposition is to run it ourselves.
Yeah. So he's jumped into the boat with all of us. And, I never bought it from day one, but I like to give my audience and people listening the benefit of, you know, to let them make their own opinions on it. But I just warn people that the point that, you know, like I said 50 times already, but I'll say it one last time, that they gain credibility through something like exposing pedophilia, even though they don't, you know, they're not the ones doing the work and stuff. That doesn't even matter to me, really. You know, you could steal people's work, whatever. But he's gaining people's credibility. Or he's gaining credibility, actually gaining people's trust. And then the question is, for what? What is to come next, where he's going to lead people in a direction that I'm worried about, because these guys like him who, you know, are now talking Mandela effect being real. You're like, what? What is going on? He's talking about Pizzagate the next day. Then he's doing flat earth. And it's like, even though you and him agree on flat earth, like, did you listen to the guy's flat earth thing? Like, he makes it seem ridiculous. Like, he's an idiot.
It's simple. You cash in and you touch on the most popular subjects that are viral within, say, the truth movement, Flat Earth PSYOP and the Mandela PSYOP, both coming out of Israel, both here to poison the truth movement and to make us all look like retards. And that's exactly what those PSYOPs are all about. And that's why anybody that is posting positive information or is complying with the Mandela effect is somebody that you should instantly distrust. In fact, I mean, it's hilarious. The Mandela effect here, and I'll put David Seaman. I mean, it's unbelievable. You have to be just really dumb to believe in the Mandela effect. And I'm glad if you're insulted by that, because quite frankly, you don't deserve to be subscribed to my channel if you're that stupid. If you don't realize how idiotic the Mandela effect is. And yet here is David Seaman coming out, you know, just a day or two after bashing the flat earth. And what's he doing? He's promoting the Mandela effect. We'll just play a little bit of this so folks can hear once it loads. I apologize if my computer gets, it's just too much. Can't handle it, man. All right, here it goes.
Is that what I'm about to discuss would never be talked about on CNN or MSNBC or Fox, not only because it's totally hair-raising weird, it'll send a chill down your spine, not only because of the weirdness, but because I think the people on TV genuinely do not want to think about this. It's too bizarre. But it's called the Mandela effect. It's named after Nelson Mandela. There are a number of videos on YouTube that will explain it to you in greater depth than this video does, but I just want to make you aware of it so that you can check it out, do your research, and then let me know what you find. Let me know in the comment section. Are you somebody who notices these inconsistencies, or do you not notice them? So the Mandela effect was named after Nelson Mandela, and the idea here is that a number of people seem to think that Nelson Mandela died a long time ago, back in the 80s or early 90s. If you ask people, they think that's the case. But in reality, Nelson Mandela died only recently, only a couple of years ago. So that's where this phenomenon comes from. It is not to be confused with, I was arguing on Twitter with somebody about this, definitely not to be confused with simple memory recall problems. So if I were to ask you, what did you have for breakfast yesterday? You would probably be able to tell me, right? You say, oh, I went to McDonald's, I went to Denny's, or I made a cereal. You'd probably be able to recall that memory. But if I said to you, what did you have for breakfast 2 Sundays ago? You probably can't tell me. You probably don't remember what you had 2 weeks ago for breakfast. And if you do give me an answer, you might be lying to yourself. You might be basically manufacturing it. You might be saying, oh, I had eggs. But if we were to move back in time, we would see that you actually had a cereal bar. And your mind just doesn't do a good job of remembering things that are routine and repetitive and things that are considered low level. So, you know, eating a cereal bar one day, 2 weeks ago is not something that your mind needs to hold for all time, which is why our memory recall is bad about mundane things in our past like that. Whereas things that induce stress or excitement or pleasure, we tend to remember better. You can probably remember the first name of the last person you had sex with. You can probably remember going back even
somehow I think it's a guy's name for Dave.
You can probably remember if you've ever been bitten by an animal.
You better remember
a poisonous animal, or if you've ever been attacked by an animal. You probably remember that vividly every second of that experience. The same with the car accident and so on. When it's something that our mind considers to be important, we do a better job of encoding it, if you will, and storing it for the future. Now, the Mandela effect is not simply people with shitty memories. It is specific mass cultural moments that when we look back at them, some of us actually remember a different reality and some of us don't. So in other words, some of us might be exactly where we're supposed to be, and those people think the Mandela effect is crazy or is just a case of memory recall problems. But those of us who test positive, if you will, to enough of the Mandela effect questions, it's troubling and at the same time kind of exciting stuff, because I'll give you a couple examples. there's a mass cultural moment in movies. You know, if you talk about certain famous movies from the 90s or the 2000s, many people remember what you're talking about. So the most famous example is Forrest Gump. There's a line in that movie, life was like a box of chocolates. If you look it up on IMDb, or if you actually watch the movie, he said life was like a box of chocolates. Now, I always remembered him saying life is like a box of chocolates, and I think that one actually makes more sense. And somebody,
it's
is he, you know, and this is something, let me just say this and then you guys could go.
Yeah.
You know, this is the main thing I see people talking about with Mandela is these movies. And I've said it before, Field of Dreams is one of my favorite movies. And when I was growing up, you know, if they build it, he will come. I heard people talking about it's they, it's he. When you watch movies, just like when you watch television, you are in an alpha state of mind. You are not critically thinking, okay? You're in an alpha state of mind. So you're not technically awake unless you're really somebody who sits there and watches everything in the backdrop and sees the signals and the signs they're trying to point out. But it's unbelievable, like how that's a mass cultural thing. Like you couldn't happen to mistake was for is. I mean,
oh yeah, it's like sex in the city or Sex and the City. The interview with the vampire or Interview with a Vampire. It's the most retarded thing. What is the
what did they change more than that?
What is the more likely outcome? That the universe has altered and that we're experiencing alternative universes and CERN has opened up these portals and there's time travel, or you just got it wrong.
Right. If I wake up tomorrow and I look at my DVD for Field of Dreams and it says Field of Poop, then I'll believe in the Mandela effect. Otherwise, you know what I mean?
If you poop it, he will come.
Right.
Actually,
come on.
If you poop it, they will come. That's the message of the Mandela effect is the biggest piece of bullshit ever unleashed. And you know, like I'll give a pass to the people that fall for the flat Earth because you can fall for. I don't want to touch that. I know a lot of people in the chat think that the Earth is flat. That's okay. That's cool. Whatever. I'm not going to touch that. But I'll tell you 110%, there is nothing factual to the Mandela effect. It's the biggest pile of bullshit ever unleashed. And anybody that's promoting it is somebody that you should cross off your credibility list forever. Because there's no way anybody with intelligence could approach the Mandela effect and actually entertain it. Because as soon as you look at it and as soon as you realize what is being claimed, you realize it's totally bullshit. There's no truth whatsoever. And I've done 40, 50, I don't know how many videos debunking every single one of their claims, whether it be Luke, I'm your father, or the Flintstones, you know, just the dumbest things ever. And most of the people that do fall for the Mandela effect are just people with low IQs. That's a fact. There are people that don't read, that are poorly educated, and that have a common sort of theme that they misremember things and they want to feel like they're part of something. So if the Mandela effect comes directly out of, you know, it could be a lot of, I mean, we don't know exactly where it germinates from, but it's most likely something like the Tavistock Institute or Cass Sunstein operation, where it's all about we're going to infiltrate, and like one of their methodologies for discrediting the truth movement is to float, and this is what Cass Sunstein put in his 2005 book on conspiracy theories, all the ways that they were going to infiltrate the truth movement. So back then it was the 9/11 truth movement that was growing really fast, and of course the internet, YouTube started I think in 2005. So right around that time they were extremely concerned about 9/11 truthers. And so they came up with strategies. The information czar for the Obama administration, Cass Sunstein himself, came out and said that these people should be locked up. They should be publicly humiliated. They should be, you know, all these awful things should be done to them. And then he got put on the spot. Of course, Luke Radowski, We Are Change, went after him, and they were exposing what he had put up in his books. He had also claimed in his books that he was that one of their strategies. So this is the guy, if you're not familiar, Cass Sunstein was the guy that was in charge of the internet and security for the internet during the Obama administration. That means it's like a modern day Joseph Goebbels, right? Somebody that was going to be there to program people and to stop any flow of disinformation. So he's going to be nominated for, or he was likely to be a member of the Supreme Court. So Cass Sunstein actually actively said that they would infiltrate truth movement groups to push ridiculous conspiracies in order to make people within the truth movement look like retards, so that they would have a knee-jerk reaction when you tried to bring up 9/11 or Building 7, say at a dinner or something like that. All of a sudden you get the knee-jerk reaction of the people who have been conditioned by CNN, by the dumb turds, by BBC and everything else out there to immediately be offended and react to it negatively and say, well, you're one of those people that believes that CERN opened portals and you're living in an alternative universe. So this is what the Mandela effect does. So it is an extremely effective way of making people look like retards. And so the fact that David Seaman himself put out this video, I've exposed a number of the biggest YouTube channels, from Jenna Marbles to Shane Dawson to Tana Mongeau. The Mandela effect is a serious operation. It really
They all cover it. All the big channels cover it. Even BuzzFeed News covers it. Over Christmas, me and my family were sitting at the table and they were referencing this BuzzFeed article about the Mandela effect and like kind of going around the table to see what we all thought of it. And it's so interesting because, of course, BuzzFeed launched this article about David Seaman today too. So there's the connection.
Exactly.
But it's almost like, when a therapist suggests, therapists are never supposed to suggest to a patient that they've been abused or they've endured this and that and the other, because you can plant an idea in someone's mind and it can grow henceforth. And it's kind of like the Mandela effect, since it's so psychological. If you plant an idea that you should question what you know, that something you've only seen once, sure, people are going to question it and form their own memories from that. So just based on that, it's like phase 2 of the conspiracy theorist, this whole movement to paint anybody who questions history as a conspiracy theorist, like you were saying with Joseph Goebbels and this Cass Sunstein guy. It's like phase 2 with Mandela effect and maybe flat Earth as well. Exactly.
That's exactly what's going on. And it's the fact that so many, so if you look up here, and hopefully my I know it's not running well here, and I
Jeff,
apologize.
Another reason these guys are shills too, like Seaman, is that they're not talking about gematria at all. And when you don't talk about the true truths of gematria, you are not telling any truth. And listen, I talk about gematria all the time, so I am the most credible channel out there because I'm talking about the real truth. Thank you.
All right. So as you see a quick sort of search for the Mandela effect, and you get some of the major culprits that have been pushing this, including Shane Dawson, and probably the most infamous or famous now liar on internet here, Tana Mongeau. And they have repeatedly put out these videos, and it has become, probably the biggest popular conspiracy possibly ever. I don't know. I mean, like 9/11 never went, like you'll never see Tana Mongeau, you'll never see Shane Dawson, you'll never see Jenna Marbles or even PewDiePie or anybody talk about 9/11 conspiracy. There's no way they would touch that with a 100-foot pole. But they're more than ready and willing to put out idiocy, which is the Mandela effect. And so you have to, when you look at the alt-right, see here if we can find some of the characters that are involved. I mean, you got obvious idiots like Moneybags here, who does this every single day. They're the most idiotic videos.
Who are these?
They're the dumbest videos ever. And yet, look, 7,000, 8,000 views for, Mandela effect and Donald Trump. These people are 100% frauds. Here's another guy. He's the guy, I think he pushes flat Earth as well. And they, every week, but one that maybe didn't surprise me so much was Mike Adams. Did you guys see that? I don't know if I'll maybe have to look under his YouTube channel to find it, but he actually came out with a video, the Health Ranger here. What is the Mandela effect here? Mike Adams, who a lot of people put their trust in, he's supposed to be the Health Ranger and all this shit. He put out a video saying that the Mandela effect is really happening And it's not that people that believe it are stupid. It's the opposite. The people that believe it are the people with the highest IQs. That's what he says in this video. So right away, Mike Adams, I mean, you fucking lost a whole lot of credibility with me. And not that you had a lot to begin with working with Alex Jones and co. But this is something that people really have to pay attention to. When people push obvious, I mean, you got to be dumb. You only like. There's only two things. You're either a shill or you're dumb. That's it. I have no sympathy for Mandela effect sufferers or believers. You're just dumb. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate to break it to you. Put away the television, open up some books, and stop pushing idiocy, because there's not one thing about the Mandela effect that has any truth whatsoever. It's all bullshit. Mandela did not die in the 1980s. No way did he die. How could he die in the 1980s when he was leader of South Africa, was the president of South Africa in the 1990s? It's impossible. And if you believe in the Mandela effect, understand that the person that believes in the Mandela effect, or that came up with it, which was, of course, Fiona Broom, has a website called Fairy Magic, in which she actually she claims that she believes in fairies, and she thinks that fairies are real, and they actually exist. So this woman here, coming out of MIT, so another major outlet for, you know, conditioning people, another New World Order sort of operative, is Fiona Broom for sure. And I have no sympathy for that. So the fact that David Seaman, once again, pushing total idiocy, total bullshit, and the Mandela effect, you know, it's just ridiculous. Nobody should ever fall for this stuff. So let's get to Grace and Carl. Let's talk about this article that he did today. It's very interesting. So David Seaman is Jewish. He considers himself a Zionist. He has come out, said he practices the Jewish religion. So we can put that to rest. We know that that's what David Seaman is. Well, look at Buzzfeed, of course. Buzzfeed is Zionist media. Buzzfeed is the worst of the worst. I say it over and over again. A small tactical nuke takes out Buzzfeed. I'll cheer. I don't condone murder, but what they're doing to people is beyond evil. It is the worst website, I think, in the history of websites. And look who wrote this article. Joseph Bernstein. Not Bernstein, by the way. Bernstein.
It's like Mandela effect in itself. Bernstein Bears.
Exactly. So BuzzFeed themselves are promoting the Mandela effect idiocy, and they got a hit piece, or a alleged hit piece, on a fellow Zionist here, David Seaman, who is being called the king of Pizzagate here.
Oh,
The Pizzagate king of the internet. So on Twitter, Seaman posts dozens of messages a day to his 66, you don't say, followers, often about secret cabal, including Rothschild, Satanists, and other nabobs of the New World Order. I don't know. I mean, I don't follow him on Twitter.
New World Order? I haven't seen any of that.
He's trying to jump in now and talk, because he's gone from working in the mainstream. Then he's covered Pizzagate. He saw his audience.
He doesn't cover this though. He doesn't. Even when he talked about
a video on Rothschild, it's actually kind of funny. It's like almost like the ABCs of, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's like, we know, Rothschild, the gig is up. But I'm like, what? What do you? Yeah, we all know. Like, what are you talking to? A crowd of 3-year-olds? You know, like, he's the one who needs to learn. He's like, Rothschilds, we're on to you, and what's going on. It's like he's pandering to his audience to try to say, look, I know about the New World Order. I know about the Rothschilds. It's like
he doesn't know anything about Satanism. You have explicitly stated that you're someone that covers Satanism regularly.
He knows nothing about it.
Absolutely
they
nothing.
All cover for Satanism.
So we showed the video where he talked about knowing about the Rothschilds and kind of saying, you know, yeah, I'm kind of against that, right. You know,
pandering to his audience.
Yeah. So that he has a video that was just released a few days ago, specifically on the Rothschilds, which you say is just a total, you know, placating piece of bullshit.
I turned it off. It was like a 2-year-old kind of a context.
Yeah, okay. So think about this.
If he was just trying to say, I'm against the Rothschilds. That's pretty much what it was.
Yeah. So if David Seaman is a Zionist, we know that Buzzfeed are Zionist and that they're promoting the worst of the worst agendas, including the LGBT agenda, programming. I mean, they have gazillions of articles on how to have anal sex and how awesome it is to be trans.
They have everything. They have all the porn, like all the porn videos, people watching porn videos with porn stars, watch porn, a month without porn, gender, porn.
And so the porn agenda is extremely evil, and it is really messing up, especially straight white men is their major target. So if you were working for the same team and you were using David Seaman to be your fall guy for your conspiracy theories, and to say this is your New World Order believer, even though he never ever talks about the New World Order whatsoever, knows little to nothing about Satanism, and has only done one video on the Rothschilds, and that's just a matter of being able to say, yeah, I know about the elite bankers, but I still think that most people are anti-Semites or whatever.
He still lives in the mainstream. Let's be realistic. I mean, he's trying to pander to everybody out there who's a conspiracy theorist or a truth or whatever you want to call any of us.
He's a shill.
Yeah. He doesn't know anything about any of this stuff. He still believes that Trump is a hero. He still believes in our government. He still believes in it. It's a joke. It really is.
He's a shill.
Well, he needs an accelerated history if he's going to go into these subjects. Like, I didn't know anything before Pizzagate. You think I knew anything? The other day when we were on our
that was your
live
awakening?
stream, yes,
That's good, though.
and you showed some clip of the Matrix the other day, Jeff.
Yeah.
And I had never seen the Matrix. I know, it's crazy. So I went and watched it, and then I got an accelerated history on the Rothschilds and their connection to the Civil War and all the world wars and everything. Like, you have to beef up on this knowledge. You can't just be like,
I agree 100%.
The Rothschilds are bad.
But he's somebody who's been in the mainstream media working for the Huffington Post and all that stuff. He's never touched on these subjects. And I find it hard to believe that he was unaware of all this stuff.
He's a shill.
I see Israel. I saw you have a video on Operation Paperclip. Like, that's a great video. I have a video on that too. Let's see Seaman talk about stuff like Operation Paperclip.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about how they brought these people over. Let's talk about MK Ultra. Let's talk about that stuff. He's just using these. He's using trigger words. Rothschild's a trigger word. Satanism is a trigger word. These are New World Order is a trigger word. So when people listen, that they go, oh, he's one of these guys. And he's not really, because he doesn't know anything. That's why he won't come on and talk to anybody who has any credibility or anybody who at least has knowledge of this stuff.
Yeah, but it's more than him just being a profiteer. It's more than that. This guy,
I agree. I feel
guy is a shill. And I really I'm really glad to hear Grace say that, because that's why I like Grace, because she's a very intelligent person, but she is not like, she doesn't know all the things that about the New World Order. She doesn't have years and years of experience, but yet she's delving into it and realizing, this is really real. This stuff is really going on. And so that's a perfect sort of person to help, not indoctrinate, but help, teach the youth that are coming out and wanting to learn about stuff, giving them a stepping stone to kind of come in and learn about actual conspiracies and what is really going on. Whereas so many other people are getting caught up with the gatekeepers, and they're falling into the alt-right sort of left-right paradigm, not realizing that, these people will only give you half-truths or three-quarter truths. They'll never give you the whole truth. They'll keep the most important things hidden, and they'll never come out and call out who are really behind what's going on. And Alex Jones is the best example. Alex Jones is consistently defended the Zionists, consistently defended Israel, has at every time that he's been called out, has tried to bend over backwards to say that, he's not anti-Semite, and, the Jews are actually good. It's not the Jews, of course, it's the Zionists, but, these are the gatekeepers. They won't touch what's going on. They won't tell you about who's really responsible for 9/11. They won't expose what's going on. So it's very important for people like Grace to be on the scene, so that people that are just starting to learn this stuff can actually go to a channel like Really Graceful. And everybody that's listening, please make sure you're subbed to her. I'll make sure to post both these fine folks' channels in the description after the show is uploaded. But we need people like you that are learning this stuff at the same time helping educate. The old phrase there, teach to learn and learn to teach, or sort of thing, where you're teaching folks about what's going on, but at the same time you're learning more about the subjects themselves. And this is what we need. This is why it's very dangerous about all the gatekeepers that are here, especially the ones that have surfaced over the last year or so, that have identified themselves completely with the alt-right and are not talking about the New World Order, not talking, not exposing the left-right paradigm, not exposing Zionism, not exposing 9/11, completely, just focusing on specific little things, playing the paradigm and continuing to gatekeep people. And that's the big danger, is that people get emotionally attached to these folks and then they think that they're actually legit, and they're not. David Seaman is 100% not legit. He is a fraud. So,
and that's why mind control too is a topic that's important to talk about. Not many people talk about it because a lot of people are too prideful and they don't think it's real. But this all goes down to mind control, because people don't realize that every decision that they're making is a manipulated decision. If there's somebody who lives, inside of the matrix, a 9-to-5 job, the television they get their news from, their phone, Facebook, they're being manipulated around the clock. And people like Seaman, he comes across, he's a journalist, he brings stuff like this up. If you don't have a background in some of this stuff, like Grace just said, she's new to this. She might see him at first and say, well, maybe he's legit. He's talking about the Rothschild. He's talking about the New World Order. He's a truther. But, I'll tell you right now, Grace, and Jeff, you definitely know this. This guy's been around for a long time. He's aware of Sandy Hook. Trust me, he's looked into it being a hoax or not, and all of this stuff. He's well aware of Ross. He's well aware of all of this stuff. He's talking about it now because he's now pandering to a new audience. He's no longer been assigned to the Huffington Post. He's been assigned to this community. Okay, exactly. So he's pandering to people and bringing them into his club, and then he's pushing them towards the Trump agenda, that Trump is holier than thou and all this stuff. And listen,
what people have to understand is this. The corporate media is falling. All right, I don't think there's anything that could stop the people because there's just too many alternatives available. So people, like the corporate media has lied for so many times. I mean, there's just an unbelievable history of outright manufacturing of the news and complete lies. So organizations like CNN and Fox and Co, BBC, they're losing their grip. And they know this. They know this very, very well. So this is something that's why they unleashed the fake news thing, because they're like, we've got to stop this. We've got to try. But now it's completely backfired. So the fake news now is being used against the corporate media. So one of the things that they are definitely intent on doing is controlling other outlets of media. And one of the big ones, obviously, is YouTube. Obviously, Facebook as well. But YouTube is one of the big outlets that they're very concerned about. And this is where the truth movement has a very big presence, even though we don't get the views anywhere near the PewDiePies and the, even the Blair Whites do. But we're still a force to be reckoned with because we have real information. We're really exposing what's going on. So they have to establish people within these areas to act as gatekeepers and to be So this is what is very essential for people to understand. And that's why people that come from the media and all of a sudden, another thing, Grace, I don't know if you're familiar, what happened with, is there been any update dealing with Ben Swann? You know about
I have no idea. I'm from Atlanta, so Ben Swann is hometown. I haven't heard anything about him. And what's the deal with that? He gave a really balanced presentation, I felt. He didn't say Podesta is 100% pedophile, hang Podesta, like some.
I think it was more of a fear tactic kind of thing. I think they knew it would turn into he's disappeared, where'd he go? And it's to try to poke at people who are talking about it, to kind of be afraid, saying, wow, if somebody's going to bring this up on the news and they're going to disappear, we should all be concerned because he might be one of them too, because he's on the news. He might be even a part of them, and he might be a Mason or whatever and reveal this information. So I think it was to scare people to get them to stop talking about it. That's my personal opinion on it. So.
And I think David Seaman's channel really functions as that as well, because, it's all scare tactics. It's I'm telling this truth and I'm getting this kind of repercussions for telling this truth, in quotes. But, we all get, I think all of us probably get death threats or threats in general, but how do they really reach us and how do they affect us? And I think it also needs to be said, if you're going to build a platform for yourself and market yourself, a scandal about child abuse probably isn't the best way to do it. And that's really my problem with David Seaman as far as him marketing himself. Any other kind of scandal or cause, okay, go ahead. But a scandal about child abuse and Satanism, I can't see past it. And all the alt-right figures that who have pioneered and championed Pizzagate.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's crazy how it blew up, you know. And Jeff is
Check
someone
this
who's
out,
called,
though. Call and Grace, meet Ben Swan, the Republican Pizzagate truther hosting, and then CBS imbecile just fanned the Pizzagate flames for no reason, and they've got him here with the tinfoil hat on him and the pizza slices in the background.
Right.
The last article here is the CBS anchor who defended Pizzagate conspiracy is shut down. Now, I was like, when Ben Swan came out with this, a part of me was like, yeah, okay, but I've known about Ben Swan for a very long time. So I've always been suspicious of Ben Swan. I think in a way he, you know, and I remember him now, I'm not sure about Sandy Hook. I think Ben Swan was on the fence with Sandy Hook. In fact, I think I remember him coming out and putting out videos way back when Sandy Hook happened saying, you know, this needs to be investigated. There's a lot of suspicious things. So he's kind of done this before. Does that mean that I mean, like the name itself too is, you know, Swan, you know, I mean, now everyone that's listening, almost nobody in media actually uses their real names. All right. So if you think that, you know, Tommy Lahren is really Tommy Lahren or Ben Swan is really Ben Swan, you're not right.
or Zachary Hubbard's really Zachary Hubbard.
Well, please don't mention him. Yeah. So, you know,
Greenblatt.
He came out with this and then mysteriously had a blackout, you know, where he said, I'm going to black out whatever. And, you know, and then he just disappeared from the scene. And what, is he not working for CBS anymore? I mean,
well, like, I've seen him in follow-up kind of. He runs the news weekday nights. So he had something on the riots after his Pizzagate coverage, but I haven't been keeping up with him aside from that.
Yeah, it just seems, and I would agree with Call here, where if it was a tactic where they wanted to shut people up and stop them to look into it, why not use an anchor and then have the media come out and slam him and then have him go into hiding like it's something extremely dangerous that he's done?
Yeah.
And then just
Jeff too, all these people become the face of this entire thing. That's kind of what Seaman, you know, became, and then this guy became one. And I had all people who listened to my channel since the beginning. And Jeff, you were one of the first people to listen to my channel,
right?
You know, I remember you commenting when I had 1,000 subscribers or close to that. Yeah, and I was talking about the pedo rings then. I've always talked about it. I've talked about, you know, McMahon. I've talked about the core Satanism and all that stuff. What they're doing, in my opinion, is that they're creating new faces for this to kind of step on other people who are touching into occultism, Satanism, the Bible, talking about, you know, Baal sacrifice and all that. And what they did is they made him a face for it. So people who were subbed to my channel from the beginning were going, you got to talk about this guy. This guy's a hero. He's a pioneer. And I'm saying, I'm like, I'm not talking about it. They're like, why won't you talk about it? I say, because there's something fishy about it. Because he's on the main, they already know. Somebody approved this who was a high up producer, you know, at whatever affiliate this is. I don't know. Is he in Washington? Where does anyone know where he is?
He's in Atlanta. He's CBS Atlanta.
Yeah, and that's a big market. You know, it's not like we're talking about Idaho. So he's got a big market for an affiliate network, or, you know, a small, what is CBS affiliate or whatever it is. And he suddenly jumped in too and became the face. So everybody was talking about him, and they were talking about, oh, they're silencing him. And all he did was tell stuff that everybody already told. He didn't go deeper. He didn't talk about Satanism. He didn't talk about the occult. Didn't talk about Israel.
He used to be with Fox too. And he had I'm almost certain way back when Sandy Hook happened, he had a show called Reality Check that was on a Fox affiliate. And then he was on RT, Russia Today. So, I mean, it's really bizarre the way that these guys move around. Now, Ben has that kind of, like, back in the day, a lot of people really, like, I remember he had a Fund Me sort of campaign that went around, and he was supposed to create some new form of media way back in 2013.
Well, didn't he have another one where he was going to do an ISIS documentary, and that got blacked out as well? He refunded everyone after the Pizzagate coverage.
Yeah, I don't recall that, but yeah, he did this way back, Grace, in 2013, and it was like, you know, we're going to create a new form of media, but now he's still working. He's still working for CBS, and it's like, well, you know, you had the show called Reality Check that was, I'm almost 100% certain it was used to be on Fox, and now it's on CBS. And you worked in between. You worked for Art Russia Today. I mean, it's just so bizarre.
Jeff, maybe you'll pop up on the New News Network or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
That would
What's it called? The New News Network.
yeah, and
Okay, yeah.
let's
He'll
get
probably
into-
be there. We'll see him pop up.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about some of the posts here that were on, you know, David Seaman here dealing with what is it called? Vote here. There's a lot of posts on David Seaman here, and as you see some of these messages here, asking about where are the high-level arrests, cut the BS. Why don't you tell at DHS Gov and FBI yourself? You've done an enormous amount to the community. And then David Seaman, I don't have any information. If law enforcement is as rigged as our media, and he's coming directly from it, that's just one more thing to make great again. And then you've got these messages here. So frankly, there should have been arrest by now. Look at Tony Podesta's eyes, look at the family and all this. Okay, so he has done nothing for the community, nothing for the research. These are people that are, you know, actively contributing to the vote thread. He has contributed zero research. He gave us twice breaking alerts. Insiders info tells him arrests to be made within days, hours. Now he has done enormous amounts for the community. He is a total joke, and he needs to be shunned by the research community and Pizzagate followers. False alarms and hogging the spotlight for something he has no contribution to, just as we were saying. I mean, this is what the people are saying on these forums who are actually actively involved regularly in researching this stuff. And I would often, and I know Grace and Call, you would often mention Vote and where we would get our information from when we're posting our videos. But this guy does none of that. He just says, you know, I don't do any of the research, but, you know, I'll take all the credit. And then he plays himself as the victim because he's like the crusader that is out there as the public eye, calling John Podesta over and over again an outright pedophile, you know, and then, you know, claiming that he's being censored on Twitter, on YouTube. They're taking down his videos. There's a lot of fishy stuff going on with these characters. So just bringing up the most basic facts we knew months ago and talking about these things he read. The guy is pathetic. Unsubscribe from his YouTube or anything else he does, and don't send him money. He does no research. So, you know, he's playing the victim card over and over again. And this is what people are saying about these guys. Here's an article here off Jezebel. And I think,
Yes.
Did you see this?
Yes, it's a great article.
Yeah, so this is from back in 2007. So we're talking 9 years ago here. And you see he's like a little kid here. Man, he looks super Jewish. But yeah, we know he is. I think I have a decent judgment about guys, but this was my bad. A few months ago, I heard a nerdy little fuck named David Seaman for the preposterously well-remunerated position of Jezebel intern. And no sooner did that happen, was I forced to fire him. In her defense, Anna did not like him. But in my defense, David seemed to me ambitious in a familiar way, like most alumni from college from which I dropped out, which also happens to be the alma mater of Donald Trump and Melissa Rivers. So there you fucking go. So like I said, it was my bad. I was very busy. Also in my defense, it's not like I would have slept with him, my word, especially when I bestowed upon him the nickname D Splooge. And he immediately commenced signing all his emails D Splooge, only to ask at our first ever intern meeting, totally earnestly, so where did I get that nickname? It sounds like Seaman. That's so hilarious. When I finally fired D Splooge after he responded to a lengthy email we sent him reminding him that this job is about hard work, not self-promotion for all of us, and by staging a free Paris Hilton protest outside company.
Free Paris Hilton protest?
What? See, I didn't see this before. So he actually Paris Hilton. No, it's not up there anymore.
Paris Hilton? What?
Yeah, the Hiltons. Interesting. Now he's pitching a book about self-promotion, and let's see if this is the same book that I showed before.
This is embarrassing.
The book says here in the bottom, it's Gawker, and Gawker's taken down the article. Shame is the new fame. How to be a publicity whore author underqualified, and it's been taken down, but this was off of Gawker. Let's see if this one is still around. And that this is going back years, so yeah, these articles are not around, but some of his books are still available on Amazon. So you know, there's a bunch of. Did you read these, Grace? His responses and stuff.
I didn't read his responses, but I have a book out, and I was looking on him if his book was self-published or if it was through a legitimate publisher or like a vanity press, and it was definitely a vanity press. But he says it's no longer in circulation anymore.
It's not.
That's what.
It's not this one. Dirty Little Secrets of Buzz. How to attract.
That one he says is no longer being printed any longer, and that he only receives 76 cents per copy sold.
76 cents.
Rebuttal for the book.
It says in stock March 4th.
Yeah.
Well, he's not exactly. Yeah.
He also said he doesn't monetize his videos, but I turned off my ad blocker, and my ad blocker
He monetizes.
would definitely disagree with that.
Yeah, he does for sure. Yeah. So, yeah, Dirty Little Secrets: How to Attract Massive Attention for Yourself, Your Business, and your product yourself. I mean, this is exactly what he is. He knows the game. He's been in the game for a very long time, and he knows how to make himself, you know, how to promote himself, how to get himself, make himself viral, sort of thing. And that's why he wrote a book way back in, when was this written? 2008 here, about how to do it. And there's so much more. I mean, some people have really ripped into this guy and have, here's another one. The Real Meaning of Life. Is that him as well? I'm going to click on his name here. See if he's got any newer books or other ones similar themed out. But this one says a lot. I think there's some interesting comments here. In fact, there was one that I wanted to show, because I think there's one that kind of summarized. Whoop, I didn't mean to push on that one, actually. I wanted to see all the comments here, but maybe it's because I'm in, no, it's Amazon.com. Okay, hang on a second here.
Mandela effect.
it's my crappy computer effect.
Oh, okay.
When I've got too many windows open, everything just goes to a snail pace here. So I'm going to try to free up some memory here. And he's got another book here, U.S. Democracy Promotion, The Case of Cuba. So I guess that's...
Hey, it's $30.
$30. Though, of course, he'll probably claim to make only 30 cents off it. But yeah, I mean, that particular book there, this one here, which is just, wow. I mean, it just says exactly what he is. Total charlatan, somebody who is completely dishonest, that is here to profit and push, pump and jump, as I call it. And a lot of really awful people within the truth movement do the same thing, where they'll pump things and then they'll just jump to the next thing right away. Now, where did I have it here? Maybe it's off of BZ's video here. Now, I got to give credit to BZ for really, he has a, yeah, I know Call probably doesn't like BZ too much, but he had a pretty good, he has some really good videos here exposing David Seaman here. And this was done back, and he doesn't, now the difference with BZ is he doesn't believe Pizzagate at all. Like, he thinks it's...
BZ was in the chat earlier. Maybe he's still there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I invited him to come on, but he says he's sick, so... but he doesn't usually do these types of shows anyways. He tends to just be off on his own. But he had one comment here that really summed up the whole book, and I couldn't find it there in the comment section, but I was thinking maybe it's here. We'll play a little bit of BZ's video here. I know he won't mind.
So in this, we have the kind of embarrassing story David wrote that got him the job of Why He Likes Fashion to write for Jezebel. And that's why he got in the door. And they were wanting him to do what's called hard work. That's what she highlighted, and not about self-promotion. And that she wanted him to get the point. And, you know, he was kind of pissing people off by going after someone at lunch. So seriously, it's indulgent and counterproductive to think otherwise about giving a shit about the interns from high school. Writing them is hard work. As an intern, your job is not to write about yourself, David Seaman. You have to understand this. Anna was taken aback by her aggressiveness. So I'm not saying that it's the worst thing in the world, but Seaman is already getting off to a rocking start of self-absorption and not being a team player. And doing the freeing Paris Hilton thing, having some micro success, leads him to his next endeavor in 2008, which is writing of the book, Dirty Little Secrets of the Buzz, How to Attract Massive Attention for Your Business, Your Product, or Yourself. All of which he is doing with Pizzagate right now. His product is Pizzagate. The product is sole purpose to benefit himself and his business. And just some quick bullet points that they highlight here. Enemies are more important than friends. So when you stage these kind of fake things like, oh, my PayPal's under attack. Oh, YouTube's trying to shut me down. And I'm getting attacked by all these people that are naysayers about Pizzagate, and they're coming after me. They're the enemies are more important than friends angle. You can play off of these enemy narratives using your little buzz book, and it gets you attention. It gets you sympathy because you're creating a PR stunt. You're a stunt planner. Veteran promotional stunt planner David Seaman. Put MySpace, Facebook. This is kind of an old book, but put the social network revolution to work for you. YouTube right now is his current endeavor to put it to work for him. And Dirty Little Secrets of the Buzz. And, you get different kinds of reviews, so let's read one. Never fulfills its promises, so people really don't think his buzz book is really worth anything. Here's one, not complete trash. Whore is a whore, even if it's the buzz one. And guess what we find out here from the book? That he loves Bill Maher and Michael Moore. Really sound a whole lot of right-wing to me that he kind of pretends to now with this, like a pro-constitution, pro-rights, anarcho-capitalist, Bitcoin-y stuff. Maybe he's changed. He hates Ann Coulter, one of the big Trump supporters, and Bill O'Reilly. Who cares about Bill O'Reilly?
Get to here.
But
that's what I was looking for.
How to get on television, which he's done a few times.
So the 12 chapters here. Choose your own adventure. The rules of effective public whoring. This is what I was looking for.
His how to get on television. Do you remember his whole stunt with The Daily Show? Twice over. They invited him onto The Daily Show to speak on Pizzagate, but they canceled twice or something happened.
Yes.
So I was asked to go on The Daily Show as well. And I don't know under what kind of mental gymnastics you have to do to think that's a good idea.
Yeah. I would tell you no.
To be like, yes, I absolutely want to go on The Daily Show. They are going to portray me in the most accurate and honest way. And they're not going to make me look.
I wish they'd asked me to go on there. I'd bury him.
You totally should.
They
would never ask me or someone like Jeff because we verbally would assault them. I'd verbally assault any of those guys.
Yeah.
They were not going to film live.
Is it funny you're into raping kids? Why don't you talk about your buddy Stephen Colbert and his kid?
But what the corporate media does is that first of all, they'll edit everything, so nothing goes live. So if you go up, they're going to look for your sound bites. They're going to portray you exactly how they want to. And this is what we got when Tom and I were approached by, I think it was the Daily Beast, I believe it was, and this was dealing with the WBJ7 hoax, the reporter shooting that happened there in I can't remember where it was, somewhere North Carolina or South Carolina or something like that, and they had a fake shooting of a reporter. They came after us and they tried to get me to go on. I don't know if Tom was here, and I know I did send him an invite. So Tom, if you're listening, jump in anytime. They sent us, like, the editor for the Daily Beast was trying to contact me over and over again, and we started corresponding in email. and he talked to Tom on the phone. So they got Tom in the interview. They tried to get me, and I said, okay, I'll do Google Hangouts or I'll do Skype. And the editor, and I have the email so I can show this. The editor was saying to me, and was it Daily Beast? They're saying, oh yeah, our computers are really wonky, so I can only do it on the phone, sort of thing. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to give you my phone number. There's no way that I'm going to do that. Unfortunately, Tom did. They did the interview, and it was a total hit piece on Press Reset Earth. And that's a lesson for folks to learn out there, is that the corporate media, they have no intentions I mean, they're completely controlled. There's no way that they're going to take something that's going to damage their credibility or damage the New World Order or expose what's going on and give it a favorable sort of or unbiased approach. So
no, they're implicated. They're implicated in scandals, and they're complicit in our programming. So why would they expose that? Why would they make us look good?
Yes, exactly. So let's just look at this. The introduction, choose your own adventure, the rules of publicity whoring. This is David Seaman. This is his how to make a huge buzz about yourself. All fires start with a spark. Getting friendly with mean bloggers, MySpace, Facebook, and the social networking revolution. When it makes sense to pay attention, teaming up with the godfather of the internet, how to get on television, become famous in your underwear or getting radio coverage, celebrity tabloids, get in them or staying out of them, building the empire, maintaining coverage and avoiding burnout, other sparkling pearls of wisdom, piecing out, closing thoughts, and publicity zen, and then the epilogue and all that. But yeah, I mean, clearly this guy has, this is what he is about, and this is what his early employers discovered about him. He's been fired from other corporate media jobs as well. I don't have those lined up, but this one in particular was interesting. Now, Grace, you mentioned he said one of his friends was poisoned or something like that.
Well, he said one of his friends this morning, allegedly, on Reddit, the conspiracy subreddit, wrote an account of David Seaman being poisoned when he visited, I think, Washington, D.C. And thereafter, he's been having heart problems, and he said he was frail, that he was just suffering from this Pizzagate coverage. And that was the account on there. And David himself said that he shook hands with someone in Washington, D.C., and his heart started racing.
Are you serious?
You can go back and see these tweets. Yes, absolutely serious.
Yeah.
This was about 3 months ago.
If you can find those, and I'll show them for sure. He also had a tweet, or he also had a video from a while back in which he claimed one of his friends was murdered. I don't know if you remember that. And he was crying his eyes out in the video. And
yes,
he garnered all this sympathy. The interesting thing was I was suspicious of David then. And I was like, I've been suspicious of him from the second he came on the scene. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find any information about this person, and allegedly this person was murdered, and it was like, well, that would make the news, and there was no news whatsoever that I could find in that point in time. I almost made a video about it, but then I thought, well, maybe I'm wrong. It would be bad to jump on a guy because he looks like he was legitimately crying. But
yeah, he looked really sad in that video, and that's when I actually emailed him. I was like, are you okay? What's going on? And I haven't found anything either, but it was inferred that that was somehow connected to his Pizzagate coverage.
Yeah, let's see if we can find that, because if this person that he claims was murdered and there's no articles whatsoever anywhere to be found on it, it's another example of he just might be such a sociopath, and that's what I would describe David Seaman as, a complete sociopath. A sociopath can get up in front of the camera and lie, just like they do in front of people. Like David Seaman has that posture about him, and the way that he talks to the camera, it's like he's lying through his teeth 90% of the time that he's yapping away, just spewing out absolute bullshit. But he's so trained in doing it that he actually comes across as somewhat authentic, or people can fall for it because they just look at him. They say, well, he's speaking directly to the camera. He has this method, but he knows exactly. He's been schooled in this, and he has, written books on how to do it, sort of thing. So he knows how to sell what he wants to sell, sort of thing. So I'm going to see if I can find that video.
I found that David Seaman finally lost it, according to a friend post from today, and where she claims that they poisoned him. They being, I have no idea, the powers that be poisoned him. So if you'd like me to read it, I will.
Yeah, well, actually, if you could, do you have a link for it?
Sure. Where do you want me to send it?
You can post, the side here where the messages are? Do you have that open? If you go up into the...
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I see it.
Just post a link there, because I've already got my screen share going, so we can, yeah. Okay, so let's bring this up while we're talking, and we'll try to find that video where he's bawling his eyes out as well, and to see if there's any. Okay, it's redirecting me here. What's going on? Okay, here it is. David Seaman finally lost it, according to a friend who claims that Seaman was poisoned. Whoops. It's always the delay here. So here it is off of Vote here, the Pizzagate. I think most people on Vote know that David is a complete fraud. I mean, there's a gazillion different threads on him and all his bullshit. You see here, they're absolutely paid shills, right? So let's see the actual post that Grace is referring to here. David is a friend of mine. I posted on Donald Trump's subreddit and was deleted in under a minute. His PayPal has been frozen twice. Yes, we remember him claiming that. His Patreon keeps getting messed with. Of course, he's made these claims over and over again in videos. It seems to be a red alert whenever his bank or the money somehow is messed with that is coming in. Bank cards frozen. Police patrol cars, regular. Didn't Grace, you interviewed someone that claimed to be a victim of Satanism, and he interviewed the same person, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, and his life was in danger as he interviewed her.
He said that there was a patrol car outside his house or something?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so get this, folks.
Man.
This is utter 110% bullshit that there would be a patrol car outside his house because he was investigating some Satanist.
I talked to so many Satanists, so many ex-Satanists who are now Christians, and people who are way more in danger than someone who is a victim of satanic ritual abuse, in a sense, because they can automatically discredit those people who reveal real secrets. This stuff never happens. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so David's a friend of mine. I posted this on the Donald Trump subreddit and was deleted under a minute. His PayPal has been frozen. His Patreon keeps getting messed with. His bank cards are frozen. He has police patrol cars regularly in front of his apartment to intimidate him. I don't know, man. I mean, I think a 6-year-old, could probably intimidate him. He's such a complete cuck. When I hang out with him, he keeps his cell phone in another room. He says he can't stand the constant harassment, emails, and messages he receives every minute. And this is what we've been seeing over and over and over again, is he's constantly making these claims that he is being censored, that his finances are being messed with, his Patreon, all these things. His close friend Ashley and her roommate were stabbed to death. Okay, so his close friend and her roommate were stabbed to death under fishy circumstances. This is the person I looked. He said the name. He wrote the name in his video. I searched stabbed to death, murder. I couldn't find anything with this person.
I sent you the link that they say is Ashley, his friend, in her news article.
All right, we'll take a look at that in a second. Let's get through this here. So his close friend Ashley and her roommate were stabbed to death under fishy circumstances as he was at the height of his slinging mud at Molesta and Hitlery on YouTube. Police say so, and this would be a perfect way to you know, make this guy seem, because he's been out front and he's constantly you know, throwing these accusations at and he's like the most viral person when it comes to Pizzagate on YouTube. He's like the face of Pizzagate, as they call him on the Buzzfeed article. So I mean, they're building him up in one way to be this authentic sort of truth researcher, which he does nothing to, he has no research whatsoever. And then they're claiming that all these horrible things are happening to him as a result of his, you know, of the what he's exposing on Pizzagate. So, and this would be a perfect way to set up this kind of bullshit to make this guy look like he's actually legit. So they were stabbed to death under fishy circumstances as he was at the height of slinging mud at Molesta and Hitlery on YouTube. Police say it was a druggy, random home invasion, but as you know, the Molestas have ways of getting weak people to do terrible things. While he was visiting friends in Maryland, he was poisoned, good Lord, and had serious cardiac problems for a day. He's gotten kind of publicity, publicly religious and strange since then, because he said he saw angelic lights when his heart stopped. Elohim are real, he texted me. Since then, he vomits constantly and has panic attacks. And I don't know what they poison him with, but he seems different, frail. Now, if any of this was legit, the first thing you would do is you'd stop covering Pizzagate, because your life would definitely not be worth being, you know, if you knew that Satanists and the most powerful people in the world were out to get you and try to kill you and all this, you would either, you know, you'd do everything you could to protect yourself. You certainly wouldn't keep putting up videos saying John Podesta is a pedophile, you know. I mean, it's ludicrous. So since then, he vomits constantly and has panic attacks. I don't know what they poison him with, but he seems different, frail. BuzzFeed published a big nasty hit job on him last night, and he finally lost it. All these BuzzFeed readers are contacting YouTube demanding his channel be removed because they read the article. He told me he deleted his Twitter because he can't take any more criticism or threats until his health recovers. Please pray for David. He's been good to me, and I hate to see him grinding down into ashes while no one speaks up. Wow. That's unbelievable. So this was posted on the Reddit, right?
Right.
And I wouldn't believe a single word of any of it. And as you see some of the people here, these people are paid shills. There's no way with a heart, i.e. people who care about saving children, could kick someone when they're down, bloody, and helpless like this. It's not about his personality. This is a paid campaign because that's how Brock and Podesta is. Okay, so this is somebody that's supporting him. Yeah, I mean, this guy is claiming that all this crap is happening to him. It's just unbelievable. Of course, all you have to do is think about his book here on how he talks about how he need, you know, how to secrets of the buzz, how to attract massive attention for your business, your product, and yourself. So,
if this is actually happening to him, I'm really sorry for what I'm about to say, but if you know all this is happening to you, if you know corruption has seeped into the upper echelon, like the highest tier of our government, if you know Satanism exists, if you know child abuse exists, why in the hell are you making videos about Bitcoin?
well, of course.
I have no idea why that follows up after a Pizzagate video.
Money, money, money. Ain't it funny? It's money all the time. So here's a thread off Reddit conspiracy, and they say David practices what he calls the black art of buzz. And that, of course, dealing with his book. I think it's the same book that I mentioned before. David says, I would protest gravity if I thought it was going to give me a buzz. Protest gravity. You should have jumped on the flat earth bandwagon. David claims to be a founder of Shutterline Interactive, a vehicle for rapidly deploying new publicity stunts. Wow. David describes himself as a veteran PR stunt planner. Of course, in the video that I played just from today, I believe he described himself as a marketing guru, a self-marketing guru, meaning he sees himself as being someone who knows how to market yourself better than anyone else, that he knows how to sell himself on the internet. And that's exactly what you get from his videos where he's staring at the camera, lying to you constantly, using these catch words, these phrases, pushing little buttons here, pushing little buttons there, and then of course pitching his products, often pitching his Bitcoin, his Patreon, his PayPal, all these different ways that you can pay him. Now I don't know if we've seen his Patreon yet to see how much he's making off this whole
$60,000 a year last I checked.
Whoa! Oh, if you could find a link for that, that is crazy, because that doesn't even include everything else.
It was like $4,500 to $5,000 a month. So if
why are people? What are they donating to? He's out in Los Angeles. Like, what are they donating to? There's people out there that actually need money. You know, I've done videos helping support people who, you know, were getting thrown out of their homes or evicted. You know, it's like, what does he need the $60,000 for? He just sits in front of his computer.
I have no idea.
He has a computer.
I don't know.
He has the software. He's not going. You know, I know like Dabu and these people, like they go to locations. So sometimes they try to raise money for stuff like that. It doesn't mean I agree or disagree, but what is he raising it for?
Well, Dabu actually.
And that's only from Patreon.
Right. Yeah, not including
he's also got
it's just
also on his videos, he's also got a link for PayPal as well, and Bitcoin. So, you know, I mean, he's got.
So does he have a ministry?
He's milking this.
Right,
this is what you have to.
That's the thing. I mean, there's channels who have that who are ministers, and I understand why, and they don't put ads in their video.
Patreon. Okay, I found his Patreon. We've got his PayPal, his Gab. I believe Gab is a website that he's created as well, and he promoted heavily. And one of the ways that he promoted Gab was he said that YouTube censored him, and so he left, or not YouTube, Twitter. And so he went over and he's saying, everybody go to Gab now to speak freely. I even opened up an account on Gab because I was like, what the hell is this? And then I realized, oh, look who's here. Cernovich, Brittany Pettibone, the whole crew. So I thought, well, yeah, they're making money. This is what they're doing. So holy cow, 5,000. Oh my God. Look how much money he's making. Holy moly. No wonder he's screaming Podesta's a pedophile. Could you imagine, folks, making over $5,000 a month making these types of bullshit YouTube videos where you do no research, you provide no facts, you give no credit to anybody that's done anything, and all you do is you scream over and over again, Podesta is a pedophile.
Have you challenged him to a match at WrestleMania yet?
I don't know, man. You know, even
when you could take him or what? I don't want you to get sued here. So be
no, I think I could take on 10 David Seamans.
No. I'll take the over. I'll take the over.
No, you go first. You go first. Oh no.
I'll take the over. We'll see what Vegas sets the line at.
So and you know, every now and again I do check out people when people, you know, like I don't frown upon people at all making money off their YouTube videos. I think if you're working hard, you absolutely deserve to make money. But I've never seen anybody making over like this amount of money. Holy mo, that is a lot. That's just off of, think about this, folks. That's just off of Patreon alone. So it doesn't include ad revenue from his videos, which are getting anywhere from 50 to 150,000 views. Doesn't include his donations that he gets in from PayPal, which you can't really monitor. So, I mean, 5,000. Wow. That's just astonishing. Yeah.
That's a spicy meatball. And he also sends affiliate links in his newsletters. So the way affiliate links work, if you sign up for his gold or Bitcoin
Yeah,
sites.
he gets
a cut. He gets a cut and everything.
Yep.
So he's
it's basic, he's writing books on marketing. That's basic affiliate marketing, right? He's pushing other avenues where he gets a 10% kickback. So
wow. I mean, I feel for the people that fallen for this guy. I mean, if you're given to this guy, you should absolutely stop. There's no way
this is donating to anyone unless they claim to be a minister or something like that. And
no, I mean, no. If you want to support people,
but what does he need the money for? He doesn't make like movies where he would need funding. He sits in his living room. Is he paying his
but if somebody's doing good work, like I'll give, for example, I could say like Dabu is somebody that actually gets out on his ass. Every time there's something going on, he's there with his camera. You don't have to agree with everything he puts out, but the dude is there on his feet. He's driving across the country to cover these events. So he's actually doing stuff. This guy's sitting in front of a green screen, saying Pizzagate is real. Every time he does a video, Pizzagate is real. There's going to be huge arrests that are going to be coming. They never come. Nobody gets arrested. There's police that are outside my door. I'm getting poisoned. All this horrible stuff is happening. Please, pay for me. Now, he, as I showed here, where was it? I don't know if I still have the window open here, dealing with the, here. Okay. So look, folks, understand this. Now they're saying here, he could be making now this is, when it comes to, the, earnings from, ad revenue, it's hard to know exactly how much he's going to be making. They're saying anywhere from, $654 dollars to 10,000 K just on his ad revenue from his videos. And since his videos are bringing in hundreds of thousands,
well, that's pretty inaccurate. But as somebody,
it is. But he's making money
towards the lower end. But if you add 6,000 on it, pretty much a month equals that. But I don't really care what the guy makes. None of my business. I'm just my issue is to warn people to watch out for what is to come. And also because I care about other people who, like, I don't want credit, and I don't take credit for other people's work. But when I see people like him blowing up, and then I see other people who do much better work, like Titus Frost or whoever's investigating it, it bothers me a little bit because the guys like that should be mentioning them or plugging them or at least trying to help them. And he doesn't do that. He just kind of is like, I'm the face of Pizzagate, and he's not. Because he doesn't know anything about what's going on. So that's what bothers me. And then I worry about the people who have been duped into this and what he's going to push next, seeing that he's already pushing Mandela. That's what concerns me. But I don't care what he makes and stuff like that. That's none of my business. So.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. I just got a message from Titus. So if you're there, I'm gonna try to send you a link here if you want to jump in. Here, I'd really like to hear from you.
He makes great videos, Titus Frost.
Yeah. I've wanted to
Titus
get
Frost
him,
is great.
Wanted to get him on. I sent you a link, Titus, if you're listening in. And I'm pretty sure he knows exactly what we're talking about here because we've been kind of messaging each other, dealing with the Seaman and the game that's going on here. And yes, there are really good people that are putting out, all the people on the vote that are actually doing the research, dealing with Pizzagate, exposing the pedo rings. And I know Titus has been exposing the grander sort of pedo rings. And that's what I say to folks out there. Pizzagate should just be a stepping stone to get into the wider sort of pedo rings and examine those. And it's definitely happening. Yeah. And people definitely, it needs to be exposed. But
McMartin was a much bigger cover up than Pizzagate because we don't even know the people involved other than some leaks that have come out.
Yes, you're right.
Massive celebrities and politicians out on the West Coast, but the amount of there were literally victims that came forward, and of course they quote unquote, just like we saw with Hampstead, backed out on what they said because they were bullied by investigators who played mind control tactics on them to go against what they originally testified as to saying. So you're getting a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old on the stand. What do you expect them to say if the guy goes, "You didn't say this, right?" And they reverse question them and manipulate them. And it's McMartin is to me the number one along with the Franklin cover up. Pizzagate, it ranks right there with it. But literally, we had people come forward.
Yeah, that's the difference, though. With,
in those
with Martin, with Franklin, with Presidio, with all the other ones, they're actual victims.
And then you get Gunderson, digging underneath the school, which, you know, you would think if it's the most expensive trial in the history of the United States of America, that they would decide to dig underneath there and find these tunnels the kids are claiming exist. Of course they didn't, because it's a cover up. And when out of his own pocket, Gunderson bought the land, rented it from somebody who was going to build on top of it for 2 weeks. And he dug the whole thing out of his own pocket, and he photographed it, and he showed all the pictures, and you can see all the tunnels, and you can see that it leads to an airport, which is flying these kids up above Big Bear in California to these mansions, which happen to just burn down at the same time. But you can see
about Gunderson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah.
And I'm going to do a big show on it. I've been planning on doing it. I just keep getting distracted by stuff.
I think that's the way to go with this, because
I talk about it all the time. It's just
if
that
you cover, if you expose the actual, like if you go, and that's what Gunderson did, was that he started his investigation, because what was happening was that these women, these mothers were coming to him, and they were saying, you know, look at the drawings that my children are doing. And there were these drawings like what you saw with what's her name there, some of what has been falsely attributed to Comet Ping Pong, which was Kim Noble. And Kim Noble had all these drawings of the child molestations and rapes that were happening, being a victim of MK Ultra and Satanism. So Ted Gunderson was getting these women, these mothers that were coming to him in the FBI and saying, look at what my kid is drawing. I mean, how is it possible that they're drawing, you know, satanic sort of and rapes and stuff like that when they're like 4 or 5 years old? And then he started his investigation, and then, you know, a decade later, you know, and
well, the trial happened first when kids were actually raped and molested. You know, one child came home and had blood coming out of his rear end and went to the doctor, and the doctor said he's been sodomized. And the mother went, you know, bananas. They called a local news station, you know, because they got word about it. And that's how it spread. You know, now it's harder to get this stuff, you know, it's easy to contain stuff now. We're talking about, you know, 20, 30 years ago, where, you know, the local small, you know, Channel 11, you know, in your small town or in Santa Monica, where somebody's just looking for a story because there's nothing to even talk about.
Yeah,
it got out there and it blew up, because all of a sudden all these kids heard that the one student came forward. They all said, it's been happening to me too. It's been happening to me too. And they gave all specific, you know, descriptions of what was happening, the abuse, how they're being prostituted out, how they were going up in airplanes. And the trial happened, and they refused to acknowledge any of the stuff the kids were saying. It was all about the parents are trying to make money. The parents want money, and they covered the whole thing up. And when it was done, the land was sold to a guy who was going to build on it. And Gunderson paid the guy for 2 weeks. You know, he can I rent the land? And then he paid, you know, people to dig, and he found the time. I mean, he worked day and night. And they found all this stuff that you would think would have been found in the trial, but of course they cover it up.
Oh my God, is this true? Lee Stewie just messaged me saying David Seamans deleting all his videos.
All his Pizzagate videos are
Right
gone,
now.
is what she said. Wow.
Right now. Holy moly. So he must be listening.
I'm sure they're just privated.
He probably
He's probably listening right now.
He is schizophrenic. Why is he deleting them?
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
a buzz.
Is he deleting it so he could do a video tomorrow and say that YouTube deleted them?
Yes.
All right.
probably, and then he'll say, look at these people that attacked me, and all I've done is do all these wonderful things for you. Anybody can watch this entire, if you haven't watched the whole thing, you could see exactly what David Seaman is all about. He is not a legitimate researcher. He is not. He's here to profit. He is making off Patreon alone over $5,000 a month off Patreon. Just
and
Patreon.
let me, Jeff, can I say something just for the people who are here who, you know, listen to my channel and know you through listening to me or vice versa? He's not Christian. So if you're somebody who follows my channel and follows me, you shouldn't, you know, the guy is straight up admitting to being a Jew. And I'm not saying that in a bad sense. I'm saying a Zionist Jew. He's admitting that he doesn't believe in Jesus Christ. So there's enough to me that people who at least listen to my channel, it should be enough for you to stay away. And I listen, Jeff, we're not getting into that, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This guy's a Zionist.
Yeah, absolutely. Synagogue of Satan.
Yep. So
we're gonna find out in a second here. I've got it up on the screen. I'm just taking photographs of all his videos.
Breaking news, huh?
Oh, Titus is here.
Oh, hey Titus, welcome to the show. Nice to have you finally. How you doing, brother?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good.
What's going on, Titus? God bless you, brother.
You know, Really Graceful and I'll Call for an Uprising. I'm sure you've seen their work on Pizzagate before.
Yeah, no, Really Graceful, and I just came across Call for an Uprising like this past week or something, and his channel's pretty legit. So I subbed.
Yeah. God bless you, brother.
So you and I have messaged each other dealing with this. I mean, you're one of these guys that has put so much time into putting together really awesome sort of documentary style videos dealing with Pizzagate. What is your impression of David Seaman?
Right off the bat, huh? All right. I think Seaman is a Trump fanboy. I think no matter what Trump does, he's going to support him. He pushes this gold standard, return to a gold standard thing, which I've read in the Group of 30 working papers is exactly what they've called for. So the central bankers want a return to the gold standard in their own words. And he pushes for that on a daily basis. He's one of these people who's like, you know, sign up for my newsletter and you'll get the exclusive information. You'll notice everything I put out is out there on the internet for free. You don't have to sign up for anything to get my information because information should be free. And the other thing I'm going to say about Seaman is the constant sensationalism of like, oh, my random FBI source says arrests are happening today, and then never any arrests. So it's
right.
like,
Well, he tried to link it to he was really grasping for straws when he said, see, I told you so when Sandusky's son got arrested, as if it was connected to Pizzagate. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
even moments earlier, he was tweeting that his source was wrong, that he was going to out his source, that his source had been proven wrong, and then Sandusky's son gets implicated or arrested, and he's like, oh, well, I was right. My source was right.
wow, he really does have all of his videos down, or am I just seeing things?
Okay, well, I've got it here on the screen, and this is from before. Let's refresh to see what's going on here, because I haven't even had a chance to refresh it, because apparently, according to people in the chat, Lee Stewie and others, he's deleting his videos right at this moment, which means he's most definitely listening to this podcast and probably not going to sleep well tonight. Dave, you got to come on, dude. I mean, you're here. You're a self-marketing guru here, and you're trying to profit off one of the most disgusting scandals that is out. Oh, my God. Look at that. Oh, my God. Wow. Wow. That is just incredible. Now, we've seen this before.
He probably hid them. He didn't delete them. He probably hid them.
Well, he could have put them on private. There is a way to
put them on private.
That, though. In fact, I've got one of his videos here, I think.
You know why he put them on private? So that you can't play them during this live stream.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's such a good point. Yeah, see if they're unlisted or private. If
they'll be back up tomorrow, and everyone will listen to this and be like, they're crazy. They're saying his videos are gone. And, well, they're not gone.
Well, that goes to show you. I mean, and he might come out and claim that he's been threatened and that there's cops outside his house.
Threatened by Jeff C.
Yeah, and he was poisoned, and you know, and all this crap has happened, and his PayPal, he can't access his PayPal or his Patreon, where he's getting 5,000 plus a month.
How much of that do you think he's given to freeing Paris Hilton or whatever? Whatever that was from before.
That's where he got in, eh? Free Paris Hilton. Wow.
$1,000 a month goes to freeing Paris Hilton from whatever she needs freeing from.
Well, let's see. This video has been taken down here. Obama stabs Israel on his way out. Now, in this video, and it's already been played in this podcast, so he basically comes out and admits that he's Jewish, and you know he's 100% in favor of Israel and all that. But let's see if it says, it might be able to tell us whether the video has been put on private or outright deleted. Here is wait.
Drum roll.
Come on. Slow. I'm sorry. I apologize. This happens to me. It's embarrassing. Oh yeah, this video has been removed. That means he has actually deleted his videos.
Well, will it say set to private? Is that what happens?
If it was private, now I could be wrong. They might have changed it, but if it's private, it usually says this video is...
They'll be back up. I guarantee he's doing this to prevent you from pulling his videos up during the live show.
Well, we already showed pretty much most of what I wanted.
Somebody probably told him. His handler probably told him it was going on. So.
Yeah. And
well, if he's watching, he should really just come on and be an advocate for himself. He can refute any of these claims. Just come on.
I sent him on Twitter. I sent him, I said to him, follow me back, because I can't send him the Google Hangout in a general tweet because then anybody could jump in. I said, follow me back, and I'll bring you in. And that if he appears in the chat right now and he wants to come in and defend what he's been up to, we'll give him the opportunity. For sure. I mean,
he's a sociopath. He's not jumping in.
So one thing I did notice about him that I forgot to mention was the fact that, and I thought it was really graceful, sent it to me on Twitter, but basically he had a book out about how to like sensationalize things and use marketing tactics to become a big deal real quick. And he addresses that in videos and stuff, but he doesn't actually address the concerns we have. He goes, oh, well, I'm not doing this to try to sell a book. That's not what we're saying. We're saying you've written a book on how to do exactly what you're doing with Pizzagate, which is attach yourself to a real news story just to promote yourself.
Exactly. This is the book right here. If you can see my screen there, Titus. Dirty Little Secrets of the Buzz, how to attract massive attention for your business, your product, and yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And as we've shown, I mean, he is making over $5,000 a month off Patreon alone. And last time I checked, and so like I haven't been following Pizzagate at all. Now, I just want to explain this to folks. I fully believe that there are these massive pedo rings going on, and I do believe that James Alefantis and David Brock are rotten, and the Podestas are rotten, and all that. But I got to a point where it was just so exhausting, and it happens. It happens to anyone that does this type of work. Where you'll have a point where you just have burnout, where the emotional toll that it takes to uncover something is as dark as the pedo rings just gets to a point where you're just like, okay, I gotta pull out. So that's what I did. So I haven't been following it, but the last time I did follow way back, last time I checked David Seamans' Patreon, he was getting about $1,300 a month, and I thought, well, that's not that bad. But $5,300 a month now, just on Patreon alone. I mean, this guy is making major money off this, and to think that all these people, like the good people that we have here in the show, Titus Frost, Call for Reality, Really Graceful, who have really done excellent work and have not sold themselves or tried.
I'm not Call for Reality. Come on, man.
Did I call you that?
You have one too many beers over there, or what?
I wish I haven't had anything to drink, but no. Call for an Uprising. You guys are the ones that have done really good work, solid work. You're not out there promoting yourself like crazy. You're not. You don't have these nasty little books out on how to make yourself into a viral meme sort of thing. And it flies in the face of all the serious. And you think about all the nameless people on Vote that have spent hours and hours, breaking down, researching, going through emails, going through all kinds of videos to uncover all these things. I mean, I remember when I was getting the information dealing with the pedo bands that were playing at Comet Ping Pong, and there's no way I would have been able to find that stuff without all the people sending me links and contributing. So, you get this one person like David Seaman who burst on the scene, never gives credit to anybody, refused to ever. I tried to message him several times. Press Reset tried to message him. I believe, Titus, you tried to message him to get him to come on or do a show or something. Never heard back from this guy at all. He would never give credit to anybody. He would just come on, put up video after video saying Pizzagate is real, John Podesta is a pedophile, and support me on Patreon, donate to me on PayPal.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question? Titus, did you did great work. You've done great work the whole time. You were one of the guys in the beginning, such as myself. The story you released about the back end of the website, finding the pedophilia stuff on there. Did he do anything on that and take credit for it, or did he not touch it?
I don't think he touched it.
Okay. All right.
It's probably too real.
I know. No, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, I agreed. I want to have you on to talk about that too.
Since then, we got the results of the FOIA request, which they denied, of course.
Right.
So we can't get access to the police records for the plea deal. It's just
so they're denying the FOIA request?
They have officially denied it. I got the letter from the United States Attorney's Office.
Wow. Just like Sandy Hook. once again.
They will not give us any access to any police records to show what took place at Comet Ping Pong when Welsh walked in. They're claiming that it's private third-party information. We're not allowed access.
Well, I heard through the grapevine that he was walking along the walls with a butter knife trying to find a secret door. I believe that was according to the Washington Post. So, give me a break.
Just hired Podesta.
I know. I covered
And that guy that they brought on to Alex Jones there, that immigration lawyer, the Muslim guy who brought his family. I'm sure Titus, you saw that where.
Yeah, Sharif.
Sorry.
Sharif Selmi.
Yeah, that's it. That guy. Wow. I mean, he basically was the most illegitimate witness ever to any shooting. Never saw a damn thing. And yet Alex Jones was getting down on all fours and licking his cake hole, saying, you should come and be my news editor. It's just
the same Alex Jones who said he would die for Donald Trump. So the guy's an absolute nut job. It's Jonestown.
Exactly. It's Jonestown. And that's...
I always get confused when everyone says that because I've spent so much time studying Jim Jones in Jonestown. Well, so when you say Jonestown, I always forget you're talking about Alex Jones. So, yeah.
Like, I think you're talking about the Kool-Aid.
No, we are. When I say Jonestown, I'm sure Titus feels the same. It's like we're saying Jonestown is the modern day.
Yeah,
it is the modern.
Are you guys? By the way, I just want to. Are you big like researching on that? The CIA ties to that, and how Jones was actually Jim Jones was a CIA operative and all. And how it was actually an MK Ultra. Yes. It was MK Ultra project. So it's really one of those stories that gets swept under the rug that no one talks about, like McMartin, like a lot of this other stuff. But because it gets brought up and people are like, wow, they could really this cult could really, it was a utopian MK Ultra, genocide, but it was a project all along. They wanted to see how it would work and function. It's really crazy, but anyway.
Check this out though. Speaking of Alex Jones, guess who's appeared on Alex Jones several times?
Well, there it is.
Really? He's been on Rogan too, right?
Yes, and apparently there's some rift between him and Rogan. I don't know if you've heard about that, but I didn't have it prepared. But apparently Rogan was supposed to help push some sort of new initiative that Seaman was involved in, and then he balked on it or something. And David Seaman, they had some sort of rift.
Well, if you Google it, they were talking about it in the chat, your chat earlier, that David Seaman was doing the social media blackout even back when he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. And there were rumors of him having like some kind of attempted suicide scare.
Really? it just goes on. I mean, look at this.
Maybe they're going to blame us for some type of Dave Seaman suicide. And
who knows? I mean,
because I don't know if Titus heard this. He deleted all of his videos, right? Maybe like right before you came on. Were you on for that?
He was here. Yeah, he saw it, right?
Oh, okay. Did you see now though that the one video that he actually has up isn't even his? It's a liked video from someone else's channel. So he has 0 videos.
Yeah, the only time I ever got Seaman to respond to me was when I trolled him about the David Wilcock crap he was pushing. Aliens are in Antarctica or whatever he was trying to say. Yeah. And I trolled him on Twitter, and I got him to get into like a 2-response argument, and then he bailed as soon as I started ripping on him. And, it's just obvious mixing truth with lies and things like that. It's just pure sensation.
You saw that he just recently covered the Mandela effect as well.
Yeah, I saw that. Mandela.
Jeff, what's the Mandela effect?
Well, what you don't know is in the other reality, there actually was no video of Seaman covering the Mandela effect. So it's only this reality.
Wait, so Titus, did he eat a box of chocolates in Forrest Gump, or did he not eat a box of chocolates?
I don't know.
I don't either, man. I'm confused too.
It's interesting here in this little segment here, this little writing underneath the Alex Jones channel from 3 years ago. David Seaman is an independent journalist who has been a guest on CNN, Headline News, Fox News, ABC Digital, Coast to Coast, and RT. And this is why I know, Colin, sorry I can't remember when I covered him, because I've been on for 5 years and I have ripped through a number of these pundits in the media. And I definitely did a video on Free Radio Revolution years back on David Seaman and absolutely ripped him apart. Unfortunately, I can't remember what it was.
Well, just do the timeline. 3 years ago, Sandy Hook, right?
No, you know how many of the actually 4 years ago. Sandy.
4 years ago, okay.
Yeah, over 4 years ago.
Hey
but yeah,
guys, I'm gonna hop off here. Jeff, thanks for having me on. My DSL is acting up. I only have DSL out here in the country.
Okay, thank you so much, Grace.
Hey, God bless you. Be well.
God bless
Bye,
you.
guys.
And,
Bye.
I'll post a link for everyone below to go check out Really Graceful. Excellent channel. Doing
Thanks so
amazing.
much.
Have a wonderful day.
Bye.
Peace.
Yeah, so it's
Titus
pretty-
is rocking that Red Sox hat over there.
Wow, I mean, we've had an effect with this podcast. I mean, obviously, Seaman was tuned in. I did message him, and I've tried to tag him on Twitter with this discussion. And yeah, it was about time. I mean, for me, I probably would have done this video 2 months ago if I hadn't have pulled out of Pizzagate. But today was the last straw when I saw his video that he had uploaded today, once again claiming to be the victim. And then the post on Vote Here, where people are claiming he's getting poisoned and police are hanging outside his house and all this stuff is going down. I mean, this guy is such a fraud. It's just unbelievable.
Well, all you got to do is tell the audience that's listening right now, what are the odds for people who are in this community? Nobody believes in coincidences, right? So the fact that his videos have just vanished in the middle of this show, where you have someone like myself, I have 150,000 subs. I have a big base. You have a big base. Now Titus is in. He's got a big following. Grace has a pretty big following. And he's just all of a sudden deleted all of his videos when people start questioning his credibility.
There's something to hide.
You want to say it's a coincidence? That's fine. I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll be back up tomorrow because once, he doesn't, because what Jeff was doing was pulling the videos up and showing that he was, admitting to defending Israel, being a Jew and all this stuff. So.
Yeah. And there's so much more. I mean, I didn't even get to a lot of his videos that were extremely telling and the things that he was claiming. And people fall for this because this guy is trained. He is trained. He is a trained corporate media propagandist who has constantly and consistently over the past 5-10 years gotten in front of a camera, and they know the body language, the facial sort of composure, how to sell. And he's written books on how to market yourself and make yourself viral. So he knows exactly what he's doing. This is what
the funny part is, like I said before, if he knows how to even market himself, he doesn't even use thumbnails, right? Which is, anyone who knows YouTube, he just puts his face in there and he gets, 100,000 views. It's like,
no, we showed that his recent videos were actually using the thumbnails, but that's a minor point.
But still, I mean, it's just
a lot of people. A lot of people, if it is a face and it's a face that is composed and is really good at sort of, lullabying you into a certain sort of
he'll lullaby you all right to sleep.
Well, that's the training that these people have. That's why you have to be very vigilant and you have to be careful of some of these people that you put your trust in that have appeared on the alt-right media out of nowhere sort of thing, and often do have very, well, I wouldn't say David Seaman's case, but in the female side, when I mentioned people like Tommy Lahren, who, not hard to look at for sure. And if somebody who is not hard to look at is telling you what you want to hear, well, chances are that's going to be a lot more digestible for the average person that is out there. So that's what people have to really, really understand is that these people are positioned on the scene in order to act as gatekeepers, in order to keep you in a suspended sort of state. They'll give you a little truce and they'll sing a big song, right? So that you're like, wow, this person's really saying it. He's really singing it.
Can I ask Titus a question real quick?
Absolutely.
Titus, when was like the first time, you saw Seaman? Obviously, I think you're in the same boat as me. The more attention that's brought to it, the better. And that's how I still feel, in a sense, is if it's helping people wake up. My fear, like I've been saying the whole time, is that he's going to gain the trust of his audience, and then he's going to lead them somewhere really bad, whether there's an event that occurs in this country, and then he calls it real when it's really a false flag or a government psyop. Was there something massive that you saw where you were like, whoa, I gotta, there's something skeptical about this guy? And then also, what did you message him and he never got back to you? You just say, hey, do you want to come on my show? Or just curious.
No, I just, I've commented on almost every one of his videos asking him questions. I've sent him countless questions on Twitter, I didn't direct message him because he doesn't follow me, so I can't direct message him. So the only thing I've been able to do is stuff like tweet at him, and the only tweets he responded to, and you can probably just go Google search the tweets I've sent at him. If you put Titus Frost and his Twitter handle, they'll probably all pop up. I can't remember them all. But he only got back to me about the Wilcox stuff because I was questioning his use of the term Illuminati and connecting it to anything to do with ancient aliens, which is just absolute garbage television show. And David Wilcock is one of these guys on that show. So it's just, I was like, if that's your source of information, I have serious questions about your credibility. And long before that, I've been questioning Trump and all that. Right. And then saw all the ties to Israel and this current agenda that I think they're pushing forward, which is for a war with Iran. And it's just obvious to me that Trump has controlled opposition. I mean, ever since that Al Smith dinner he did, I had major questions about, his connections to the Jesuits and the Zionists and all that type of stuff, the different factions that are used to control this planet. And it's just obvious to me that Seaman isn't willing to look at, any sort of objective argument against his viewpoint and his, position on Trump. And the stuff like, he's saying like, oh, well, Trump the other day said that he's going to crack down on all these pedophile rings. Trump never once mentioned Podesta, Clinton, Pizzagate, Alphantis, nothing.
And that's what I've been talking about that a lot, Titus, that, they're pushing Kusher, they're pushing all these people out there to take attention off the elites. Because what they're going to do is they're going to make child trafficking mainstream now, which it's been hidden. And I've talked about it since I started my channel, that no one will talk about it. The Pizzagate thing brought people, awareness on it. So people are talking about it now. So what they're doing is they're going, we have to address it. Let's take the attention off the guys in the suits and ties, off of the celebrities, off of the politicians, and let's point it at, lower level drug dealers, people who are looking to make money by buying and selling and kidnapping kids. And that's exactly where it's going.
Yeah.
And somebody like Seaman's going to tie that in too to Pizzagate, just like he did with Sandusky, and say, look, Trump is cleaning the swamp. Well, I try to give the benefit of the doubt to some people out there. Like I don't know if you know my channel very well, but I believe both sides are controlled 100%. But I try to, a lot of Christian ministers, speak to me and they say, listen, you got to, God still is in control. He can work through these people. So I try to keep that perspective that, some of these people can turn in a sense, but 99.9% I feel, 100% I really feel Trump and all these guys are controlled. It's not even a debate as far as I'm concerned. But
Alex Jones, the biggest of all. It's amazing that people still drink that Kool-Aid. How many times?
I think it was it your channel, the 9/11 video you just compiled?
Yep.
The Israelis and all the Mossad agents that had infiltrated the United States government prior to 9/11 and all that. And, Jones never talks about anything about that. I mean, that is not on InfoWars at all.
Well, if you've seen, Titus, if you've seen the debate that he had with David Duke, I don't know.
No.
Oh, boy. That's probably the most telling Alex Jones exposure, and it was on his own channel. He got put right on the spot by David Duke, where David Duke was coming out and saying, I don't know how you cannot expose the Zionists that are involved, and Alex repeatedly was saying, all I hear is Jew.
Yeah, it was unreal.
I every Jew I know is really good. They're all good citizens. I don't see it. I believe it's the clergy, it's the Catholics, right? Yeah, I hear it's the Catholics. And then he brought in one of his employees who's probably either Mossad or Stratfor or something like that, and it was a Jewish guy, and they started attacking David Duke. But that is one of the most telling, because David Duke basically comes out and says it's the Jews, or I mean, like, I hate to say it, it's not Jews themselves. Most Jewish people would be 100% against their government and the Zionist mentality, and the Zionist.
Just call it what it is. It's the synagogue of Satan. I mean, these are
but that's the problem. The Zionists themselves are the ones that have pushed anti-Semitism and that type of
Right.
rhetoric
That's part of the
legislation, which is passed here in Canada and elsewhere, where you can be thrown in prison for speaking out. I've shown in my videos where people who have questioned Holocaust deniers have been put in prison for like almost a decade in places like Australia because they don't believe in the Holocaust. So, you know, like Alex Jones, and I've shown in my videos going back years, where almost all the products that he's selling in his InfoWars stores are all Jewish. I mean, they're all like Jewish corporations. So, you know, he has the same lawyer as the Bronfmans here, one of the biggest, most powerful Jewish families in Canada. There's so many things that Alex Jones, you know, that's the whole operation. That they'll give you 80% truth, but they'll cover up that top of the pyramid. They don't want you to look there. They'll just, and that's why he's attached himself to the hip to Trump. It's actually kind of disturbing how all the alt-right has become 100% Trump. It's like he can do no wrong. And it's like, have you seen how many times Trump has come out and been the most pro-Israeli president ever? You know, I mean, and then, of course, if you know the facts about 9/11 and you know who likely is really responsible for it, it's pretty disturbing. And then it goes to show you that the best way to control the opposition is to run it. And that is exactly what we have. That's why Alex Jones has decades of doing this work, and people like Bill Cooper were killed really quickly because the legitimate
Cooper's a shill in gematria. You know that, right?
There you go. And what did Cooper say about Alex Jones? Cooper, I believe he was killed about 3 weeks after 9/11. They murdered him. And he had come out right after 9/11 and said that Alex Jones is the biggest fraud ever and a scumbag and a son of a bitch, and called him everything in the book, said the guy is the biggest fraud ever. So,
there's a ton of disinfo campaigns on him. It happened then. It still goes on. There's people who still make videos saying that he's a shill, that Gunderson's a shill. It's amazing to me. Like, well, you know, they've turned everything. Everyone's a shill, by the way. So
yeah, well, interesting. Videos have been made about me being a shill. I mean, it's their game.
Yeah, I'm a shill because I talk about child pedo rings, you know. Oh my gosh, I must be I'm covering up for them by exposing the Jews, the pedo rings, you know, the synagogue of Satan, which is really the core of all this stuff.
Alex Jones actually employs shills to push the Alex Jones' Bill Hicks meme. There's no doubt about it. They've been attacking me for years. So, hey, Brian, welcome to the show. Okay, he's gone mute there for a sec. Well, Brian, when we come back in, please say hello to everyone.
Hey, Titus, are you aware, though, of Mick Martin and stuff? Like, have you researched that? I don't know, like, you know, when you woke up or anything like that. I just, you know, I respect the work you've done on Pizzagate. Have you done a lot of research on Mick Martin or any of the other past pedophile cover-ups and the Franklin cover-up and stuff like that?
Yeah, so back in 2014, I actually published my first novel, The Lost Truth, and in that I documented a whole bunch of other pedo-sadist cases like the Franklin Credit Union scandal. And it was a historical fiction novel, so in parts of the novel, they're like breaking into the Rothschild mansion to, you know, free like sex slaves and stuff like that. I was part of Op Death Eaters and still am engaged in that operation with Anonymous, which started in 2014 and is involved with uncovering. First, it started in the UK with all the pedophile rings involved with the government over there, which is just an endless list. And then we, you know, continued on. And of course, as soon as I saw the Pizzagate thing, I was like, okay, this is definitely real because it ties into everything else. And interestingly, just to note your little comments about Jones and the Holocaust and all that, BuzzFeed just did a hit piece on me where they took a piece of my documentary and then they played that. And then immediately after that, they played a clip of Alex Jones talking about how Michelle Obama is a man. And then they put another clip up about, you know, how the Holocaust was totally fake. And, you know, tried to tie that all into me and Pizzagate. And then the guy from BuzzFeed's talking about how, you know, I did all this to make money, basically.
Typical deflection right there.
I mean, but you know, you should be flattered. BuzzFeed is the worst. There's nothing worse than BuzzFeed. I honestly, I can say there's nothing worse in my time of covering propaganda, New World Order propaganda, I've never seen anything as abysmal as Buzzfeed. I mean, I say it all the time. Small tactical nuke takes out Buzzfeed. I'll raise a cheer. I don't condone murder or anything like that, but what they're doing is just evil. Even Donald Trump called them out, said they're fake news. So take it as a feather in your cap there, Titus. They've gone after several of us. They've come after my videos many times. They did a hit piece on Spy Kitty not too long ago as well, which was pretty hilarious. So, but Brian, are you there now?
Yeah. What's going on, dude? How you guys doing?
Hey, man. How are you doing?
I've been in and out. I've been trying to follow the stream since you guys went live. I've been traveling today, went and helped a friend move. I've been all over the place, but I'm like, I gotta, dude, I've been hip to this, to Seamans since day one. And I'm like, oh, when I seen the title of this video, I had to listen to it. Look, his first video was like crying about getting fired from the Huff Post. You know, I'm like, oh, here we go. This guy got fired from the Huffington Post, and all of a sudden he totally switched sides. He's a whole different political spectrum, and yeah, he cried the victim story, like you said, right from the get.
And he's been doing it ever since.
Right.
Even today, you know, they're after me. You know, he claims that when he interviewed a satanic victim, that the police were parking cruisers outside of his home and stuff. And it's so ridiculous.
That's a common sympathy tactic to get people to support a subscribe base.
Yeah.
Is the cops are watching, or the mercenaries are watching, or you know, somebody's outside and they're gonna hurt the family, and they're gonna do something to them. That's a common sympathy tactic.
Here's apparently he posted this. I think it might be off of Gab. I'm gonna take a look. Here's, I think Run the Christ sent me this. I'm not sure. And thank you very much, whoever it was. I'm getting so many messages coming in. This is what he's posted.
I sent you that.
Oh, is you? Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, that's his Gab.
Yeah. So funny. End of the road for the cabal.
You said you're on Gab or whatever? Is that what you just said?
Pardon me?
Did you just say you're on gab.ai or whatever? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, that was from Gab.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think he's...
I'll have to find you guys on there. I just joined that like not too long ago.
I think he might actually run it. I'm not sure. I haven't done any look.
No, Gab is Torba. I did a lot of research on Andrew Torba before I would sign up. I mean, we had lots of talks. Highly skeptical of all these, you know, these new, you know, all of a sudden you have these, you know, free speech zone, you know, where you can come here and be free. You know, it's like, oh, well, that was convenient. You know, we've been looking for you for how long, and now all of a sudden you showed up. Yeah, let's just go ahead and be skeptical. Yeah. So, but Torba, he was a guy that basically his business got, you know, and this is just from my research. We could probably find some other shit. But the guy was he ran a company called Cocoon out of Silicon Valley, and he was trying to you know, promote other businesses using social media. And what he found out is that he couldn't compete with large outlets using the promoted paid services for you know, say Walmart wants to run a special, they're going to run a paid service, and it's going to be a promoted tweet, and 75 million people are going to see that tweet on a continuous basis. He couldn't compete with that because the capital just didn't exist. So he basically gave Cocoon to his partner and turned around and started Gab, saying that he was going to start a new form of social media that won't run off of promoted stuff. So, I mean, and that was the research that I got off, you know, looking into him for as long as I did, you know, before I signed up.
Yeah.
And I liked it. And you know what? I liked what they were doing. I liked the style of Gab. I still haven't found anything, you know, too completely creepy about Torba. I gave him a $5 fucking donation to the website to, you know, because I do support a new form. I hate monopolies. So
yeah, so another one that I came across that actually seems to be pretty legit is BitChute, which is like another video uploading platform, and they are very responsive. Like whenever I need something done to the videos, they'll do it for me, but they're only accepting like major YouTubers. So you have to like go through a approval process and stuff like that. Eventually, what they're going to do is they're going to monetize the videos with Bitcoin. So,
okay, that's neat.
Yeah.
Except for I don't agree with the big YouTubers because I hate seeing somebody with a fantastic video get totally suppressed because he doesn't have a following. I've seen some really good stuff out there by guys with, you know, even myself, I have a tiny channel, but I've seen people with a few hundred subscribers that put together a huge piece, something to be proud of, and it just won't get out there because it doesn't have a name behind it.
Well, also if it's dangerous and it's revealing, it'll get buried as well.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, I've been on YouTube now for 5 years and seen. I mean, I lost 1,200 videos when they took down my main channel a couple of years ago. So like, I know what the censorship is like, and I know how difficult it is for all of us, the legitimate researchers, legitimate people. That are not connected to the corporate media, that are not part of Alex Jones's network, to actually get out and try to get an audience. So I do support any alternatives that are out there that are rising up. I didn't know about Gab. I just, you know, I'm suspicious of anything that the Seaman himself is jizzing all over.
Yeah, well, I think he brought Seaman in because he you know, it was right there at the. You know, he was the flame at the top of the candle, so they grabbed up him and all those alt-writers and or those that act like alt-writers. I don't even think Seaman's actually a right. I think he's a 100% actor. But they grabbed him up to promote Gab. And one of the best parts I believe about Gab is that you can use any email address you want. They never ask you for your first name, your last name. There's no location services. I mean, they don't even have an Android app. You know, so it's all based on just a random email address. That's your entire account. There's no permissions for photos because you don't even get you're not even allowed. You can't even post a picture unless you're a verified account. So there's no permissions for your camera. There's no permissions for your mic. There's none of that stuff. It's just it's like a message board. You know what I'm saying?
Is it going well? Is there a lot of people on it?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I only have
So
like
I
200 followers.
I only went on once. I made the account and I was like,
yeah, some guys got, you know, 30,000 people. You know, you talk about the Seamans. These guys got, let me look. I'll see. Yeah. I still have the window up. Where did he go? I'll look him up.
I mean, I haven't seen much on Gab. I've just seen, you know, I post my stuff there occasionally, but it's, you know, compared to like Twitter, it doesn't have, in my opinion, nearly as much.
No, it doesn't.
My Twitter following up for years, long before I had a YouTube channel.
Yeah, Seaman has 16,000. Well, let's just go ahead and round it up to 17,000 followers on there. So
wow.
And the same 3 hashtags are trending every single day, 24 hours a day. The top 3 are MAGA, Gab fan, and Trump, all hashtagged. Mm-hmm. You guys might like to notice that hashtag MAGA also has 999 recent posts attached to that. So.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the announcement by Spicer? I think it was like yesterday or the day before, where he's announcing that he's going to be cracking down on the states that legalized marijuana. They're going to be basically targeting anyone in the 7 legal states for, you know, selling, which is now a legal drug.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting about face, right? Where they, you know, promote the idea of legalizing marijuana, and then a few states. I mean, it should, in my opinion, I'm Canadian, so I believe that, you know, obviously it should be up to the states themselves to dictate whether something like marijuana should be illegal. And I am in favor of legalization of marijuana, although I do think that there are, you know, you want to make sure that the pharmaceutical industry is not heavily involved in it. But yeah, it's an interesting about face. In many ways, a lot of what's happened since Trump has gained power, you know, like he has, repealed a lot of what Obama has done. And the divide between the left and the right now it's almost scary where it's going. You'd have to think that maybe that's all part of their grander scheme, is just to drive the wedge further. You know, I don't really know. It's crazy.
I think it's just the pendulum swinging. I don't even think it's a paradigm shift. I just think it's the pendulum swinging, man. Maybe in 8 years from now, we'll probably see it swing back the other way, and it's gonna tap its little buddy and then come back swinging again.
Yeah, well, I was happy to see about the transgender washrooms. That's something, of course, I have been hugely, adamantly trying to awaken people to how crazy and disturbing it is to have to change all the washrooms across the United States in order to, accommodate this 0.3% of the population who are, for the most part, legitimately mentally ill. It's absolute insanity. So, even the Pence being the running mate and being anti-gay and stuff like that. Not that I'm not anti-gay myself, but I'm like, I'm anti-LGBT agenda sort of thing. So,
I was in a facility last night, and I was actually in DC last night, and there was 4 restrooms on one wall in this place, 4 doors, 4 different restrooms, all single-person restrooms, and every single one of them had a he/she tag on the front. And I think that was what was going to happen. Most places, to get rid of the controversy, they were just going to go ahead and add individual restrooms instead of one room with many stalls. They'll just have one row of many rooms.
Yeah, I mean there's no problem. I mean that's what we get. We get the problem reaction solution. There's no problem. If 0.3%, it's like saying, well, you need to fix all the washrooms to accommodate the 0.5% of people that are 6'5" or something that have to duck to go under a sort of thing. It's ludicrous. It's an agenda. And it's all about programming people into the mentality that this is normal and this is something that we're going to have to accept. And that's what I've been showing. I mean, just even yesterday, New York Times put out an article saying 1 out of 137 people is transgender now. The kids, it's madness what they're doing. They're preying on people, and they're using these, using this type of propaganda and of course SJWs programming them into fighting for things that don't really exist. The problems that are being created completely in order to push through these Hegelian dialectic sort of solutions, and it's all about taking control of human reproduction and programming people into depopulation type of lifestyles. So it's really disturbing. But I am, I try to take, with Trump, I'm not confused, because as I said throughout this podcast, Trump is the most pro-Israeli president probably ever. And that's very, very disturbing in many ways, because if we look at where much of what has transpired over the past couple decades, especially if we look at 9/11 and stuff like that, the Middle East, Israel is at the root of many of these problems, ISIS. So to have a president that is so overwhelmingly in favor of Israel and the state of Israel and Zionism, I guess you would have to say, is something that everyone should be very, very concerned about. And the alt-right won't talk about that, or they pretend it doesn't exist, or they'll even say it's a good thing. And that is something that I think is very concerning.
The alt-right doesn't make them awake. I mean, I would say they're just another political ideology. No, there's no awakeness to it at all.
I agree. I mean,
more drones.
I'm suspicious of a lot of the alt-right characters. We talked about Tommy Lahren, but there's a bunch of them that have just burst on the scene over the last year or so, and have become extremely popular and are here it seems, just to fan the flames of division, which is what I see going on. I mean, it's...
Do you remember when Tommy was with One America?
No, I didn't even know who Tommy was until,
I got One America News as like a beta channel years ago on AT&T was my cable company at the time. And she was like nervous when she would start those little rants at the end of her show. You can see her hands shaking, and you're like, wow. And I watched it because when they launched, they had no commercials. There was zero marketing, advertising, no commercials. There was nothing going across the bottom of the screen like that. It was basically you had your one studio set that had 3 different tables, and each show had its own table, and they would just change the color drop of the background. It was like real cheap looking, but she had the Tommy Lahren show. It was all the same, exactly the same as it is now with the Blaze, except for she was like really scared of what she was saying. Like, it didn't seem like, now she's mastered the act, but then you can tell she was still scared to read that script. It was controversial. You knew it wasn't coming from her heart, or it could have been, and that's why she was shaking. She was nervous that she was spilling it out. I don't know.
Think so. I think you're right. I mean, it's if it's coming from the heart, you wouldn't be worried about all these things. You wouldn't be overthinking it. And I don't trust anything. I mean, out of the corporate media, the right, I mean, Fox News and co, the Blaze, Glenn Beck. I mean, he's one of the biggest Zionists in the United States. I mean, it'd be folly to put your trust in them. It's not that, and this is the problem, is that, you know, sometimes what they're going to say is right, just like sometimes what the left is going to say is right. It's just that both sides are largely controlled, and they're both there. In my opinion, I mean, I'm willing to debate it with other people, but in my opinion, it's all a big show. You know, it's a big circus that we're all supposed to be absorbed by, and so these controversies, these things that go viral, are meant to be there. They're meant to distract us. They're meant to take away our attention from what they're really up to. And that's why I see like a lot of the alt-right, like I'll say that I'll enjoy watching the alt-right more than I want. You know, I'll watch, you know, the say Tommy Lahren, and I don't really watch that much, but, you know, Steven Crowder or whoever, you know, on the right is more digestible for myself, from my political perspective, than watching the dumb turds and co on the left, who are just unbelievably, you know, wretched.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Titus, how was your debate?
Versus Ben Hewitt.
Yes.
Destroyed that kid. I mean, I won 67 to 30% or something like that on call out, and call out is like basically just the political debating type community that's being built to sort of like break down people's barriers and stuff. So it's, you know, calling people out. That's the whole idea. And the people running that website are actually really nice people. And I'll probably be hosting a few more debates on other topics there.
What was his argument against Pizzagate? Yeah.
He was
Tell
saying
the audience out there.
the stuff like the girl being taped down was a sloppy tape job and done by children, that everything was just circumstantial, that, you know, I was looking too much into the symbols, that the symbols were just, you know, normal symbols you find on all types of businesses all over the place, actually. And it's not weird for a pizza place to have a triangle symbol as its symbol, and just a load of crap. I mean, you can go watch it. He got utterly destroyed. I just kept piling on more and more facts, and he actually got mad at one point and was like, well, you're just really good at piling on facts. So
I started watching it. I got about 20 minutes into it. I was like, this guy's hopeless. Like, I have to hand it to you, Titus, that you stuck through the whole thing. But yeah, you know, you sometimes every now and again you run up across somebody, a skeptic like this, who's not here to debate you. I mean, they'll say that they're there to debate you, but they don't want to entertain anything that you have to offer. They just want to completely put their head in the sand and pretend it doesn't exist. So yeah, I mean,
I got to have you on my show sometime, Titus. We could double team anyone that's skeptical about Pizzagate and just fire evidence off, and we'll have anybody in the chat who wants to. I do that sometimes. I have people like, I don't know, Jeff, have you ever seen some of the shows I've done where I've had Satanists show up?
I don't know. Your shows don't stay up, man. You got to keep them up.
Because you got to catch it live, man.
No, you really should, because there's some.
Yeah, we've talked.
Even when you passed out there, me and Vigilant Christian were.
Yeah, you and Mario put me to sleep. I had to jump off.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I mean. It's good. I mean, I think debating is healthy for anything. I mean, I think it's awesome.
very
and it's good for people to come together that aren't all in the same page and aren't part of the whole same echo chamber. And that's why I try to I've worked with like so many different people throughout my history, and you know, a lot of people I disagree. I mean, I disagree with a call on several things. We've had pretty heated arguments at times.
Do you remember when Zachary Hubbard killed you on Pizzagate? And he killed you on something else too. I forget.
I told you not to bring him on. I knew what he was going to do. But
he killed you. Man. No, I'm being sarcastic, right?
Now, Titus, dealing with what's the latest dealing with Pizzagate? Like, are you still focusing on Alephantis and co, or are you looking at some of the other elements of it?
I was actually I'm working on the global element of part 3. So I'm tying it into other pedostatus rings around the world. Interestingly, George Webb was talking about how you want to look at the different rat lines of children refugees out of war-torn areas. And interestingly, I found that a lot of those children have been getting sent to the Vatican, straight out of Syria. And you go there and you see all these pictures of Pope Francis with all these children. And I did a little bit more digging into Pope Francis's background, during which I find his connection to the Argentinian Dirty War and this other thing called, I think it's called the Orlandi Code or something like that. Yes. And that's involved with a girl that went missing inside Vatican. It's the only person to ever go missing inside Vatican City. And it's all tied directly into the Pope. And it's just, when you look into like child trafficking and all that, you find it all sort of stems back to there. It's connected to, obviously DynCorp and the military industrial complex and NATO and how they honeypot people in basically every country to keep these, perpetual wars going. So that's pretty much what I was working on there. There's also, more information that comes out on a daily basis. On Twitter, we were just looking at some stuff I might put in there, which is a connection to, there's literally a Podesta Elementary School out in, I think it's California. You can go look it up, and it's near the Pizzagate mansion. So they have about 400 something students. It's 75% South American kids. And we're trying to connect it to, different things in Haiti, to connect it to all the child trafficking we've connected there through Monica Peterson, Laura Silsby, and all that. And like Monica Peterson is going to be in part 3 of the documentary I'm working on. And I've been trying to get part 3 done and published because I'm like sick of Pizzagate and I want to take a break from it all.
Right.
But it's just,
you're doing unbelievable work.
I
want to pat you on the back. I know it probably doesn't mean anything coming from me, but I keep you in my prayers for the work you're doing. So keep at it, man.
Yeah, it means a lot. Like, it's just tiring, and it puts me in a really snappy, like bad mood around the house and stuff. And it's
tell me about it. Yep.
So.
Yeah, it's and you guys not having the experience perhaps that I've had, I would say to you, this is one of my pieces of advice is, and this is why I stopped covering Pizzagate, is when it starts to weigh on you and it starts to affect your health, it's a good time to take. You don't have to stop. You just take a nice break and maybe even focus on something else that is less toxic. I mean, the Pizzagate whole thing is one of the darkest. Like I've said it before in my videos, out of all the things that I've covered, it's the darkest. Because it's children, children being used in rituals and sacrifices in sex rituals. There's nothing more abominable than that. Just the idea to just think about it, and then when you start to research it and you start to see all the pedo rings that exist and how it's being normalized. I mean, that's one of the things that is probably the most disturbing. And it tied. This is the reason why I covered Pizzagate too, was because I was covering the LGBT agenda massively for like the last 2 years, ever since Caitlyn Jenner came on the scene. And before Caitlyn Jenner came on the scene, I was like pro-gay marriage, no problems, all that. And then I realized, holy crap, I started to see this is an agenda. This isn't about gay rights. This is like they're trying to target children. They're trying to program. And then, they're normalizing transgenderism. But then beyond that, when I started covering back in 2015, the Jared Fogle story was the big story in the summer sort of thing. All these articles were coming out calling it a medical condition. I'm like, oh my God. I said, look, this year, 2015 is the year of the transgender. Watch next year being the year of the pedophile. And look at where we're at now, where the New York Times and Health Life Network and all these different publications are coming out. Barcroft, what's the other one? There, the virtuous pedophiles, like they're coming out with all these articles on a regular basis normalizing pedophilia and saying that these people aren't committing crimes, that they're just, it's a sexual sort of orientation and that we don't understand it. And it's like, and then wow, what happened just last week? And I haven't even had a chance to cover it. People are asking me Milo Yiannopoulos, and I'm going to ask this to the panel that is here. What are your thoughts on Milo coming out? And I mean, it wasn't that he was coming out. It's ironic too, because it was the drunken peasants who just recently were involved in a lot of fakery. But they had a podcast about a year ago where Milo Yiannopoulos was on, and he basically came out and said, that a relationship between like a 13-year-old boy and an adult gay man could be a very beneficial, wonderful thing. And now that has been thrown out into the media. Now, my sort of speculation is perhaps this is some sort of planned way of normalizing the agenda. I've been very suspicious of Milo Yiannopoulos for quite some time. I'm suspicious of any of these major phenoms that are on either the left or the right, and that are these divisive type figures. But I don't know who I should. Maybe I'll start with Titus here. What are your opinions on the whole Milo Yiannopoulos pedophilia allegations and the revelations that were exposed?
So Milo Yiannopoulos is another one of these. He works for Breitbart News, right? Which is founded in America but conceived in Israel, by their own words. So Breitbart News is one of these highly questionable organizations to me. And Milo Yiannopoulos is extraordinarily questionable. There's that video of him bathing in pig blood. There's the connection to him doing the Berkeley thing and how Berkeley has a Soros member at it. To me, that whole Berkeley situation where we have pictures of the police being held in a cafeteria, told not to respond, it just makes the whole conquer and divide thing worse. And I think that's what Milo Yiannopoulos' role sort of is, to sort of feed into that chaos. And just another quick thing I wanted to ask Jeff C, because I know you cover the LGBT thing all the time, is right. I understand and I agree with you on the whole agenda population, keeping it down with that whole thing. But also I think maybe also sort of ties into this idea where you can sort of alter yourself and, sort of go that role of changing yourself to whoever you want, so that when they roll out transhumanism, it's basically accepted it the same sort of way. Like, you can be a male or a female, but also you could be there's that famous quote by, I think it's Laura Southern, I'm an assault helicopter. Well, eventually people are going to be transhumanists, so they're going to be kind of like that, right? Like,
it's interesting, and I sometimes I forget to mention that, but normally I do mention transhumanism when I'm talking about the LGBT. I've done a few videos on it on Supreme Lord Commander, where I talked about the game Overwatch, which is probably the most popular game in the world, and which is very, very, very heavy in the LGBT, but is even way heavier in the transhumanism. And every character in the game Overwatch is transhuman. They have tech built into their body. And so I've been saying all along, well, a lot I've been saying, and a lot of times I do forget to mention the transhumanism element, but I think it is a huge part of the whole LGBT, is that if you can change your sex, well then why wouldn't, or if you can change your sexual organs or whatever, why would you think twice about not taking tech into your body? Getting, a super arm, or, some sort of, brain chips or whatever. And this is, I've shown this years back. I mean, there was a commercial that I covered maybe 3 years ago, which was here in Canada. It was Rogers, I believe. And it was a bunch of teenagers. And they were talking about the future, because they were talking about the Rogers is a smartphone provider. And they were saying, in the future, we won't need phones. And then they were like, well, why? One of the teenagers is like, why? Well, because the phone will be in your brain. And they're like, imagine that, imagine you have your brain chips and you can immediately contact anybody you want. And that you'd be walking down the street and a voice would come in your head and say, you want a good deal on shoes? Turn left. And so I covered that. I said it was the most disturbing commercial I'd ever seen. And it was normalizing it within teens, the idea of taking tech into your body and having brain chips and all this. And I believe, fully, that is an excellent point. It's something that I'll try to make more point of emphasizing in future videos dealing with the LGBT, that there is a massive transhumanism element to it. And with that being said, welcome, Press Reset Earth. I'm so glad you came in, buddy.
Ah, thanks, man. It's always good to be here. What's up, guys?
What up?
What up, man?
Hey, Titus Frost. I think this is the first time we spoke on Google.
Yeah, dude. We've known each other for a while. You were actually following me on Twitter before I even joined YouTube.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Well, it's great to finally talk to you, man.
Okay, so Press, I'll ask you then. I mean, what is your opinions on what we've been talking about here? It's Milo Yiannopoulos. Of course, we started off the whole thing. I don't know how much you saw or you were able to see, but David Seaman basically torpedoed his entire YouTube channel while this podcast was going on, exposing everything that he's been up to.
Wait, so I didn't see that. What happened with that?
Yeah, he deleted everything.
Did he? What? Like purposely?
Yes.
Is there a reason, or did he say there was a reason, or?
Well, I think it's because we were showing all his videos and what he's been up to.
It's because it's the end of the road.
Well, wait a minute. So he had his videos up, and then when you went live, he took them down.
Yeah, about halfway through the podcast, we started getting all these messages that David Seaman was deleting all his videos.
No way.
Here you go. There's his channel. He's got one video up.
What?
That's not even his. That's a like video.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
He forgot to scrub his likes.
And look, whether or not you think he's a shill, it doesn't really matter. I find that the correlation here is pretty obvious. He heard what you guys were saying and apparently took down his videos. If that is the case, if his videos were up and then halfway through the podcast they came down,
and he knew this podcast was going on because I contacted him and challenged him to come on to defend himself.
Wow, that's pretty startling. That's amazing that you have that much of an effect on him, or that anybody would have an effect like that on anybody else, really.
So well, that goes to show you there's something to hide. I mean, you delete your YouTube videos.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this: I met David Seaman, and he was very, very conservative socially. I mean, like, as a person in terms of being outgoing, he was the opposite of that. And it just didn't seem like a very upfront guy, but I'm not going to hold that against him. I don't really know exactly. I haven't looked into his videos enough to really comment on whether or not I think he's controlled opposition, because I know it's out there, but it's one of those things I need a lot of evidence to say one way or the other, and I just don't know much about David Seaman, to be honest. I know some of the videos he put out on Pizzagate were pretty good. I only watched maybe 5 of his videos total. So I don't really know much about him. I know he wrote for the Huffington Post. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I know he is connected to Israel, or he's Jewish at least.
Big time.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned in one of your videos, or was it this podcast? Because I was listening on the way home earlier, and that he came out in support of Israel.
Yeah, 100%.
And yeah, I mean, that in and of itself is, it's one thing. Like, if you say that the Jewish people should have their own country, that's one thing. But you have to at least speak out against all the funding that the United States, especially, is giving Israel. If you look at it comparatively to all the other countries in the United States, our foreign aid, pretty much all of it, or at least a third of it, goes to Israel, way more than any other country. Okay, so it's like, why? What has Israel done for us? Nothing. It shows you that Israel, the Jews, whatever you want to call them, the Zionists, have a lot of power in this country. There is absolutely no logical reason we would give all this foreign aid to Israel, the most out of any country on the planet. It's all going to them. And what do they do? How do they repay us? Well, if you look at some of the history with Israel and the United States, they spy on us and steal our technology. They're
the biggest espionage operation in the United States, even bigger than Russia.
I mean, you look at some of the. I mean, they are an enemy of the United States. I mean, by any logical person's analysis, they're an enemy. That's how they got most of their technology. They stole it from us because they had so many spies.
Yeah, Arnon, Mishan, or Milchan, and all these guys, that Hollywood billionaires that they celebrate and say were awesome spies, covert spies that were stealing nuclear secrets, of course. And yeah, I mean, it's just out of this world. So, we had kind of gone over this, so it was nice to get your opinion. I do want to keep it on the topic that we're talking about
Milo.
Right at this moment, which is Milo. And I haven't had a chance, so like a lot of people have been asking me to cover it and all that. So, I agree with Titus. I believe Milo is somebody that is positioned in order to, you know, push certain agendas and to inflame the left and all this. But the you know, you could say that the if you've seen the Drunken Peasants segment there, the podcast in which he came out and championed the idea of like 13-year-old boys having sexual relationships with grown men as being some sort of awesome, you know, liberating thing. Now, I just want to say, you know, it's not pedophilia when it's somebody that's gone through puberty. So you have to kind of put that is like, that's a way a lot of people will describe it, but technically it's not. It's more hebephilia. So I understand to a certain extent, because I actually, like, as a student in high school, all right, if you were to take the high school that I went to and what happened between the teachers and the students, it would be the biggest scandal probably in Canadian history. We had a rugby teacher who taught biology. I won't mention her name, but when I was in grade 9, she slept with the entire rugby team.
And look, let's just put this out there. And I think, you know, if you got like a 14-year-old kid, I remember when I was a 14-year-old kid, I would have loved to sleep with you know, a teacher, but a hot, you know, teacher. But I mean, it's still wrong. Well, I honestly, like, it's not as heinous as if it were a girl and a guy, like a 13-year-old girl, because that's just, you're really, I mean, it's just plain old, it's a crime. And well, it should be a crime either way, but you know, it is different. It's, I mean, but so what Milo said, though, he basically was championing this as some sort of, you know, a liberating thing, like it should be encouraged, literally. And what he said was, I mean, it's utterly deplorable. I mean, especially when you're talking about gays, you know, you're talking about kids that are being molested by priests. Okay, like this is a huge problem, and you know, for him to come out and basically glorify this, I think people are right to call him out on it at the very least. I will say this: he didn't really talk about it much. He only mentioned it on some obscure sort of underground podcast before he was famous, really, on the Drunken Peasants. And so I don't think, I won't go as far as to say like he had this agenda to do this, to come out and make this popular. But you never know. Maybe he said it knowing later on he'll be famous. But
yeah, that is a good way of putting it, because it's like, did they really think of this a year ago? And that I think he was being candid, and I think that he got caught kind of admitting something that you know, probably if you were to think that way, and I can understand from his point of view, probably what happened to him was that he was molested when he was like 13. So that's, I mean, on the Joe Rogan podcast, I think
he didn't say he was molested. He said it was welcomed. He said he was actually the aggressor in most cases.
Yeah, and I can, you know, like what I said about the rugby team sleeping with the teacher, like, I mean, you're going to claim that the rugby players were victims. I mean, come on, seriously.
Right.
But that's, you know, but for like young men. So like I was a young man. By the time I was 14, I did everything. I mean, everything. So, you know, like I understand what it's like to be a young man, and young men are very hypersexual. Now, young women can be hypersexual as well, although it tends to be a lot more male. I mean, males reach their you know, I mean, once they go through puberty or are horny as fuck sort of thing.
Yeah, you're chasing tail at 13 for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So it's exotic for a 13, 14, 15-year-old to have a sexual affair with a teacher or something, right? 20, 30-year-old women sort of thing. Obviously, for the women, it's a terrible, I mean, that's something that a woman in that position should never do. They're betraying their position, their job, their trust that they should have to do that. And so yes, they are definitely wrong. But then if you think if Milo's arguing from his perspective that he was the aggressor and that he wanted to have that, I find that hard to believe. You know, and it probably, if it's gay men, it's completely mutual sort of thing. The problem with what Milo said dealing with this is that you can have those thoughts in private, you can have them in, you know, in a private conversation with other people and stuff like that. But if you go online and you say something like, yeah, I think that relationships between like young 13-year-old men and older gay men can be really beneficial for the 13-year-olds, that's like way I mean, that's incendiary. I mean, it's crazy to say something like that.
Let's just pretend. Well, let's just presume for a second that Milo's experience, because it's his own experience, right? So he gets to dictate what it was like for him, and you know, a lot of people are trying to say that he was victimized, and he's just trying to rationalize it. But perhaps maybe he really like wanted it, okay, and he didn't regret it. But for him to come out and say, just like you said, that every 13-year-old boy has, you know, so much to gain from this sort of experience is absolutely wrong. Just the epitome of you know, immoral sort of thing to push. Because you know how many 13-year-old boys were deeply victimized by these kinds of situations and were the victim. I mean, 100%. And it was almost like a slap in the face to all of that. You know, I mean, just look at what you have with the Catholic priest scandal in Boston. You know, with Spotlight, actually, that movie really lays that out really well. And this is what was going on, and it's really unfortunate. And you know, Milo, I guess, you know, he's one of those rare cases, perhaps, or maybe he is rationalizing his own victimhood. But so, you know, people should really be on his ass about this. And it's definitely a really disturbing thing for him to say.
Brian, what's your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm kind of all over the place with it because I do understand culture. I know Milo's from Europe, and depending on what place in Europe you're at, the age of consent bounces all over the place. I remember when I was 13 also, and I was chasing it. You know what I'm saying? So but I can't relate or give any kind of insight on doing it as a homosexual because I know nothing about that. I would say that I think it's wrong, but that's not because it's not my culture or it's not my thing. But what I watched of Milo talk, I seen him explaining his life, and he doesn't believe what happened to him was bad. Mm-hmm. So we would look at it and say, well, that's not right. Or anybody else be like, that's not right. But first you got to think that what was the age of consent where he was at in the first place? Because I got a list here. It's 18 in Egypt, 17 in Ireland, but it's 16 in Nambia, 15 in Sweden. And for some reason, this list has two different ages in Canada. It's got 14 and 16. Korea's 13 and Mexico is 12, but you still have to have there's two different forms of consent in Mexico with 12-year-olds, but 16 is the most common in the world. So Mexico, right across our border here, is 12 years old, and they say that's okay.
You know, the problem that, and this is what I'll say about my youth, is that I was fortunate that I was around, you know, males of the same age, and that, you know, the sex that happened was between us, sort of thing. It wasn't, there wasn't adults involved. There were, like, I have friends from the same high school that went to, like, on Europe trips. You know, that was a kind of thing that you would do in grade 10 or grade 11 in Canada here. And yeah, the teachers that would be the chaperones would have engaged in sex with students, female students that were there. And you're talking 15, 16-year-olds. And yeah, I mean, like, I think about this, and I could tell a lot of different stories about my experiences in high school and how sexual many of the teachers were with the students, and how a lot of the girls, 15, 16 were very, very aware of what was going on, and would often play the teachers and stuff like that. So I think I agree with Milo in the sense that it's a complicated thing. I agree with that when he says it's complicated, and it could be an individual thing. So from Milo's perspective, he became he's the dangerous faggot, and he's probably making millions of dollars, off book deals and touring. And
actually, his book deal got canceled, and he resigned from Breitbart. So I'm sure he's probably going to get another book deal and have his own business and massive crowdfundings and things like that. But I'm pretty
short-term
sure
loss,
forced resignation, and Simon and Schuster's canceled his book deal. They said, "You're done. You're out."
Somebody else will take it up, though.
Somebody will definitely pick it up.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a phenom, so wherever he goes, he's going to create a big stir. Is this, and this is the big question, is it big of a part of a big psyop? And that's where I'm a little bit hesitant to call it. Like, I think Milo is controlled. I don't think Milo, like, I'm like Titus, I believe Milo is somebody that's been positioned in the alt-right, just like Blair White and others, to push certain agendas and to be, but this possible sort of scandal could have been, like, it probably most likely is leftist people digging up his past, finding any sound bites they can on him to attack him, sort of thing. And they found this, from as Press said, an obscure or somewhat obscure podcast. The Drunken
If I'm not mistaken, Jeff, I'm pretty sure there was this post. I don't know if it was 4chan or a different forum, but I saw it in one of Sargon of Akkad's videos, him talking about how there was a post before all this even broke about how some insider was talking about how you're going to start hearing a lot about pedophilia in connection with Milo, and the left is on this crusade. They're going to be releasing some information soon to attack him. And, I guess this was some sort of, insider. So that's interesting to note. But regardless of whether or not it was a planned sort of attack, what he said is worth attacking in many ways, so you can't really say, you can say it was a coordinated attack, but you can also say, well, he damn near deserved it in some ways. But my only contention is that many of these outlets, these news organizations, and things of the sort, came out and said that they were holding this information and waiting until the very right moment, once Milo got popular enough. And it was right after the Berkeley riots, I think, that they were holding on this until CPAC, right before CPAC, so he would be affected and get canceled from CPAC, and his book deal would get canceled and stuff. Well, if you really cared about pedophiles and the victims of pedophiles, and you really cared about what Milo said and you thought it was wrong, you wouldn't hold that information as a coordinated attempt to attack him, because, well, he wouldn't be the target if that's what you cared about. If you cared about,
you'd come out right away.
You would come out right away and you would expose it, because that's what you care about. You don't care about Milo being attacked. And so that's my only contention there. Like, they held on to it supposedly until this moment to attack Milo. So they don't care about victims of pedophiles. In fact, if they're leftists, they probably condone that. Exactly what Milo said.
They probably engage in it. It's just,
yeah.
But you know what? It's not pedophilia. That's the problem. Is the terminology is false. You can't use pedophilia when you're talking 13, 14, 15-year-olds, sexually active males. It's you could call it hebephilia, but to call it pedophilia is disingenuous because you're implying that it's children. So I understand, and I agree. The problem that I see, and this gets into the pedophilia, is that I believe that they're trying to normalize this, and I think it's clear. New York Times and so many other publications, Barcroft, Salon, even Buzzfeed, they're constantly putting out these articles that are, softening pedophilia, or even coming out saying, hey, it's not even it's a medical condition, or it's just a real sexual orientation, and that we have to understand these people. And that is what's scary, of course. And we had Call, who had to leave, by the way, but he was talking about the Talmud and, you know, the New World Order itself and how they prey upon children. Of course, we've been the whole discussion dealing with David Seaman and Pizzagate, dealing with pedophilia itself. Children, innocent children. There's a big difference between, say, a 13, 14, 15-year-old gay, you know, adolescent and, say, a 6 or 5 or 4-year-old child. You know, when somebody is like, if you go back to Milo's past and Milo is sexually active and he, at that point in time, realizes that he prefers men to women, whatever, he's gay. So for him, you know, he looks back and he says that helped liberate me. These people probably came in, you know, had sex with me, but then gave me money and helped me, you know, stabilize, gave me someone that I could talk to, I could trust in, sort of thing. So I understand what he's saying about the complexity of the relationship and all that. The only thing is you can't come out and say that it's okay for, you know, 13-year-old boys to have relationships with, you know, 20-something-year-old men or even older. It's, you know, you don't want society to normalize that type of behavior. But I do agree. I think that they held on to this information and they were waiting for the right time to unleash it, sort of thing. And it's clear that you know, they wanted to take Milo out, sort of thing. It is an interesting scandal in light of everything else that's going on at the same time, and this whole LGBT agenda that is conditioning people into this, and the sexualization of children, which I think is something that the New World Order is definitely massively pushing, sexualizing children, which is, to me, is just abominable. You know, like what I've been covering. One of the things, in fact, the last video that I uploaded to Free Radio Revolution before they took it down was dealing with children. I believe it was in Haiti. It's a really disturbing video in which you have a bunch of children that are dancing to hip hop and they're grinding each other. And so, like, anywhere from 4 or 5 years old to, like, you know, 12 or something, and the parents are egging it on, sort of thing. They're like, yeah, do it. And the kids are like, you know, you got like 4 or 5 year olds that are actually engaging in dry humping, sort of thing, dancing to the music. I don't know if you guys never seen that video, but it was like, whoa. Yeah,
I've seen too many of those videos. They make you want to barf, those ones.
Yes.
You're like, come on, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so touchy. It says that the children are innocent. You know, you're under 12, you're under 13, you're innocent. I mean, you don't know what the hell is going on.
Well, I think the whole
the maturity level is not an age. We have to put that aside. Most people don't understand that. People that don't have kids don't understand that the age number is actually an irrelevant thing. Kids develop at different ages. They start puberty. They complete puberty at different ages.
Well, that's I agree with that, but I think
there's a big difference.
When we're defining law, we have to say it's all pedophilia if they're under the age of consent, which I think 16 is rational. So
no,
that's I mean, we're putting a number on it. We're putting a number on it.
Hold on.
They can still be prepubescent at that age.
Let me finish. Yeah. What I'm saying is this. So scientifically, and even in some cases, you could say morally, like obviously, like a 14, 15-year-old isn't, you know, a fully developed, let's say a fully developed, like 15-year-old is not the same as a, you know, 7-year-old, obviously. But under the law, there are some 14 to 15-year-olds that are very underdeveloped and, you know, by any person's rational mind are still children. So that's why you have the law to 16, because you have to consider it all pedophilia, because you have those children who are like 13, 14, 15, who basically are still like children. And then you have others that are very, like myself, when I was, you know, 14, 15, I was looking to hook up with girls too. I mean, I lost my virginity at 14, but I mean, like, it's different with some kids. You know, we're you know, going on saying things like this because we know we're having sex at 13 and 14. I was. So yeah, I understand. But what about all those kids that weren't, and all those people that weren't developed yet? So that's why the law is there. It's to protect the innocent in those cases.
Yeah, I agree. I understand exactly where you're coming from. I'll just say this. I mean, the way I look at pedophilia is pre-pubescent, right? So I look at it like that. You've gone through puberty. You're no longer a child, sort of thing. You've crossed that age, and that's why historically, marriages, even in the Western world, would often involve, not elderly, but, middle-aged men, or, 30, 40-something-year-old men to 12, 13, 14-year-old girls, because they had reached that sexual maturity. Like in Game of Thrones, like where they say she's bled, so now she's ready for the act of conception, sort of thing.
So basically, the Middle East.
Pardon me? Yeah, the Middle East. Yeah, and that is like we've moved on from that. So like I say from my personal experience, I was fortunate enough to have sex with people my age, sort of thing, when I was really young, sort of thing, and that was the environment that I existed in. But I also saw a lot of it happening. Now, if it's men, or it's men, it's boys, it's teenagers on the male side, they tend to want to, like, and I think, both Brian and Tom have said, when you were like 13, 14, as soon as you reach that sexual maturity, you're ready to bang. You're ready to have sex with women. The problem is that from the male perspective, having sex with one of these people at that age is a crime, and that is clear.
So that's what you should probably watch. You need to watch with the predators, and maybe we're putting too much focus on is the child ready, or should we be figuring out what the hell's going on with the predators and why?
Or should the child be able to make that decision?
Or should the child even be able to make that decision? Yeah, what's going on? Why is there so many people even tempting this or contemplating? How low can they go?
So I think you guys just hit the key point there, which is, I don't care what the government says the age of consent is. In these walls you see around you, I will be deciding what an appropriate relationship is for my children until they move out of this house and can support themselves. So the government can go fuck themselves for all I care on that matter.
Right.
So, I mean, that's what's lacking completely, and that's probably the biggest issue of all, is that parents have no control over their children. They do not raise. I mean, for the most part, I'm not speaking for you, Titus, or Brian, or anyone else that has children. Most parents, by the time the kids reach 5, they have little to no influence on them, and the state takes over, their peers take over, the television takes over. So they're conditioned by this New World Order, and this New World Order is conditioning them into complete debauchery. And that's why they're programming the normalcy of homosexuality. Now, again, I have to say it all the time. I'm not against homosexuality at all, but I do not think that it should be normalized. I think it should be, and that's where I agree with Milo. In fact, Milo, I suspect, has actually watched my videos because I've caught him using one of my catchphrases, which is the LGBTQ WXYZ sort of thing, and he agrees with me on most of the LGBT, where it's like this agenda, like they're preying upon children, they're normalizing this, they are purposely conditioning kids. If we talk about here in Canada, where we have a dyke premier of Ontario, Kathleen Wynne, they call her the most powerful dyke in the world. 13 million people in Ontario. She is the leader of the most populated province in Canada, and they brought in a radical sex ed curriculum that teaches kids at 6 years old that their gender is fluid. So at 6 years old, little kids are being taught in elementary school in Ontario that if you don't feel like being a boy, you can be a girl, which to me is beyond criminal. It's insanity. And then as they get older, as they're 11, they're 10, 11, 8, at 8 years old, they're introduced to the concept of homosexuality. At 11, they're actually taught how to have anal sex. This is where it's gone right off the rails. This is where the New World Order is beyond evil. To come in, like, you can, like, and that's where I agree with Milo in the sense that he says, homosexuality is dangerous. It's against the norm. That's what makes it exciting. It's exciting because, you're doing something that you're not supposed to do, and that, civilization should not promote it. It should always be a fringe element. It should be, and in my opinion, it should be accepted fully within society, that you should never be allowed to hurt people or target people because they're homosexuals, or even, infringe upon their rights or whatever. Like, I agree with all that. But at the same time, there's no way that you should be promoting this and normalizing it with children and conditioning children into, it's just as normal to, anally have sex with another boy as it is to have vaginal sex with a girl. I mean, it's
at the same age that they're still chewing on a binky. because they can't get them to give up their comfort item, you know. But guys, I'm jumping off of here. I'm actually I know I see Lee still in the chat and a couple other people. I'm not doing my show tonight. I'm exhausted. I was walking around Washington D.C. at 4:30 in the morning trying to walk off the drunk barefoot. So
it's always good to walk it off.
Right. And I drove all the way back home and I went and helped a friend move into a 3rd floor apartment. So
that's always a bitch. Yeah.
Yo, Brian, are you in the DC area all the time?
No. I went to do some a little bit of independent research.
Okay.
And meet some people. I mean, I can get there in 5 hours. So if things come up, I just go, you know. I'm
just saying I'm working with some people to organize a Pizzagate march on Comet Ping Pong. So
just you want to put me in the loop on it, man, because if you do it and I'm available, I would love to go down and do it.
As long as they're not holding signs saying, you know, about how James Alefantis is a gay lord and not a pedo.
Yeah. We're not organizing another one of those.
I'm usually not much of the an activist, but I do definitely show up to a lot of the events to stream. Yeah, that's kind of what I do a lot. So, but just keep me in the loop, let everybody know, and I'm floating around.
Yeah.
So, when are you planning on doing it? Sometime soon, or?
I don't know. In probably like a 2-month period. I'm not exactly. We just decided to do this today, so.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So you're still in the early stages of planning.
Yeah.
Like the idea stage.
Yeah. I actually got good news last night on I go into in on ops on IRC. So we have Op Pizza, which is a operation into this whole thing, and a private investigator came in there from the Alabama area, and he's offering his services to investigate. And I had 6 telephone numbers for James Alefantis, which I was able to give to him. I've actually tried calling all those numbers, and I couldn't get Alefantis to answer any of them, but they are all his telephone numbers from either the past or recent past. And that PI knows a bunch of other PIs, and they're all going to do whatever they can to look into all this stuff. So
I'm working on getting my PI license right here in Ohio. So hopefully that'll be done here in the next couple months.
Awesome. Well,
I actually got approved by the state. The state did approve me to get my license. Now all I have to do is give them all the stacks of money that they want. So
take a call real quick, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian. That's Brian at iCitizen News. Of course, once this podcast is uploaded, I'll post all the links for the channels below so you can go and subscribe. Thank you so much, Brian. Have an awesome evening, and we'll talk soon.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on. Bryce, I'll talk to you later, bro.
All right, later.
Peace.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, it's wow. I mean, so press. I mean, obviously, this Milo story has been one of the biggest stories of the last week or so, and you know, it's one of those issues that is a touchy issue because it and as you know was stated, Brian stated and others stated, everyone's at a different rate. You know, like I think most men are sexual, or most boys or teenagers become sexual quicker and are much more inclined to want to have sex than say the girls. And I'd say the girls are more innocent in many other ways as well than the boys, but we can't normalize it within society that, you know, having sex with like 13-year-olds is something that, you know.
Well, you got to remember, we sort of grew up in a very degenerate culture. So, you know, a lot of what we see, well, at least what I saw growing up, you know, it wasn't the best for us, even though, you know, when I was, like I said before, when I was 14, 15, I was going around trying to have sex with as many girls as possible, really. But like, so like that's probably not the best way to live your life, you know, and I don't think it should be encouraged either way. I think, you know, even if you are, you know, mature and well, not mature to the extent of fully mature, because I get more mature still at 28 every year. At least I like to think I do. But if even if you're not sexually, or even if you are sexually mature, let's say at 15, and you're a guy in high school, I think you're better off waiting, instead of giving into those urges, those hormonal urges. So I don't think it should be encouraged either way. And yeah, I think if it's under the age of consent, I don't care if it's a boy at 15 who's a jock on the football team who fucks the hot high school teacher. I still think it should be considered pedophilia because you don't really know what happened. All you know is it's by age, by number, it's an immature human being, a child, and they had sex with an adult. And maybe the judge will take that into consideration if it's a 15-year-old guy jock that fucks the teacher. But I still think it's a crime. It should be considered a crime no matter what, because it's a sort of firewall to make sure that 15-year-old who's a girl who's underdeveloped isn't like predatorized and molested and basically raped by the priest or whoever, that malicious, very, very malignant event. And it's to protect from that, because all you really have is two people's words in the end, unless there's witnesses, and there very, very often isn't. So that's why we have those laws in place, and that's why it's all considered pedophilia, because it's too much of a gray area in some of those cases. We have to give them the unbenefit of the doubt, or the malignant of the doubt, whatever you want to call it, because that's what will protect the innocent best in the best way possible. So that's why I think Milo was wrong in what he said, not only because of what he said, but also because he was trying to glorify it and trying to he was trying to encourage gay kids basically to engage in that kind of stuff. And imagine
I don't know if you can go that far in the sense that it's probably his personal experience, and since it was the drunken peasants who are in my opinion one of the most deplorable podcasts that are out there. They're just a bunch of fat guys that make fun of people and smoke unbelievable amounts of marijuana, and it's just really bad role models on the show alone. So it's kind of funny to see them taking the moral high ground against Milo. I think that Milo was just a little bit too candid. He was revealing his own personal experience, and he was saying for his specific sort of upbringing, it was beneficial to him. The problem is that he is such a big public figure, and that you can't say that type of stuff in public. You can do that privately. You can say, the morals and all that we apply to civilization it's not a one size fit all sort of thing. And that for me, I wanted this relationship to happen, and it was beneficial. The problem is that the sound bites that come out make it sound like he is endorsing that type of behavior. And of course it's everyone should be against it. And I am 100% against it. And I'm being critical of Milo, but at the same time, I do understand to a certain extent what he's saying. And I gave that example of the rugby teacher in my school, and how, men or boys, teenagers, are hypersexualized, and we, someone like myself, who, and Tom, I'm sure you're very similar. We're very athletic, in the jocular type crowd, trying to bang as many girls as possible, sort of thing. The problem is that older people will come in and take advantage of that situation, and that shouldn't be normalized.
I agree, and you got to remember too, Jeff. Like, a lot of people don't understand where we're coming from because they didn't have the same, teenage experience we did. We got to remember that, Jeff. I know me and you have had a very similar sort of experiences in our teenage years. With sort of the wild jock kids who didn't give a shit, was going out, starting trouble, getting in trouble, trying to, doing drugs,
trying to fight, bang, everything.
I mean, like, that's how I grew up, man. And when you're actively, look, I hate to quote Milo, but I was sort of the bad guy. I'd go around trying to encourage kids to let's smoke this pot and shit, like when I was 15, But But I mean, you know, I grew out of that and I realized how destructive it is. I think it's very destructive. And, you know, so, you know, we learn from that. And I think, you know, it's best that we sort of discourage that. I mean, obviously, you know, because it leads to a lot of bad things quite often. And it is a sort of natural urge that many sort of alpha males have, though, when they're growing up, especially when they're teenagers, to, you know, go out and do all the things that that we did, you know.
Titus,
So-
what's your thoughts on this?
I would say I had a similar growing up. I mean, I was involved with sports and things like that. So when that, you know, you get at things like that, you obviously get the benefits of that, which is girls and things like that. But, you know, I just think that when it comes to all this, like, you know, we can forever talk about what age is appropriate. I think it just goes down to an individual basis. And I just think that it comes down to the parents, like, and, you know, in terms of Milo promoting having sex with someone under the age of consent, you know, a 13-year-old, I believe he said, I don't know if that's legal in any countries. And he said Sweden 14. So that's just wrong to me. I don't like Milo at all. I just think he's there to cause chaos and all those types of things. He said that stuff before he was quote unquote famous, but isn't the Drunken Peasants a pretty well-known YouTube channel? I mean, they're far more well-known than I am as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, I heard about them a long time ago. So, you know,
Yeah, I mean,
that's not exactly saying in the, you know, private setting, you know, so.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't famous, but he had an online presence at that
Came
point.
through the
for sure.
Gamergate.
Yeah, he was involved in Gamergate. Yeah, but I mean, he wasn't.
I don't even know
famous.
anything, like very little about that, but it is fascinating me. I think Sargon came through that as well. Yeah, it is fascinating. I mean, I am skeptical. I mean, I believe that Milo is a trigger guy that they position on the right. You know, it's possible that Milo himself is legitimate to a certain extent, but I agree. I mean, I think it was Titus before that was saying, you know, like the way that the police were being held back, and it to me, I called it right back then when the Milo riots happened. I said that's totally staged. It's there to agitate people and to be thrown all over, plastered all over the corporate media, to further drive the wedge between the left and the right. And
Yeah, the police were letting that happen. I think even Milo came out and said that as well himself. So yeah, I mean, it's very, very suspicious.
So a cop that was there heard about everyone saying that they let it happen, and he was in the cafeteria, and he posted either a picture or image and explained how the cafeteria where they all were with all the riot gear, with all the police, and you can see all the police there all geared up for riots and all that, and they're in some cafeteria at the university. The university staff was telling them everything was fine, that everything was peaceful, nothing bad was going on. So as far as the cops in that cafeteria that were the reactionary force, according to one of the cops who was there who posted this on social media, they were told everything was fine. So they were intentionally held back from going in there and stopping the violence.
And it's always, we've seen this for years. Canada has been very, very one of the biggest culprits of this, is that paid agitators are put into the scene to cause all kinds of chaos. And this has happened at the G8, the G20 summits here in Canada, and you know, several examples where we've caught clearly 100% that the people that are burning down. I covered it not recently, but a few years back when it was in New Brunswick, where there was RCMP cars that were burned and torched, and we brought on natives and occupied Toronto, and they were saying that it was the RCMP themselves that were burning the cars. So this is what we get with the corporate media, and this is what people have to understand. They are purposely, and I believe this wholeheartedly with everything that's happened. I mean, we can just look at Soros himself and how involved he is in financing, for instance, the Women's March on Washington. You know, the whole divide and conquer tactics of the pro-eugenics, Planned Parenthood, so many other demonstrations that have happened, anti-Trump demonstrations, the divide and conquer. the people at the top of the pyramid are licking their chops. They love to see this type of stuff. They orchestrate it. They know that if they constantly divide people down into the left and right, false sort of dichotomy, the left-right paradigm, if they constantly pit people against each other, they make off like bandits. Nobody is looking at who's really behind the scene, who is really orchestrating all this. I think if you guys remember, I posted on my channel, probably get about 20,000 views, but there are several other examples or several other videos of this, or the same upload, which is the Big Joe, if you guys remember that, the big black guy in the middle of Los Angeles, I believe it was, and he was saying, "What are you people doing? Look what you're doing. This is exactly what they want you to do." Like, he was right. They want to divide us. They're using all these tactics to constantly inflame us and drive us apart. And that's what my suspicions are dealing with Milo Yiannopoulos. I don't trust any of the alt-right, just like I don't trust any of the left in the corporate media. I trust the people that I work with, the people that have been on the show tonight, and many of the smaller YouTubers that are out there trying to show what's going on. But I don't trust the established puppets that they put into play, people like Tommy Lahren, people like Milo, and then you could say Blair White, and then many on the left, of course, the exact same thing. I think they're using these people to drive the wedge further and to just inflame. They want chaos. They want order out of chaos. And that's what Big Joe is saying. He's saying this is exactly what they want. They want you all fighting. They want you all divided. And that's why I think that particular spontaneous speech that he gave during the Washington or the Trump inauguration was probably the most poignant and best sort of just reality check that needed to be delivered, is that you're playing directly into their hands when you align yourself fully with either the left or the right. You're not seeing the bigger picture about how these people are here to trigger you, and that's what I see happening with Milo to a certain extent. It's not that maybe he's not fully cognizant of how controlled he is. I really don't know. I haven't been following him long enough, but I definitely lean a lot more towards what Titus is saying.
Well, I'll say this though, with specifically Milo, at least, it's absolutely no secret that he's a provocateur. He even admits it. And yeah, I don't know if he's cognizantly aware of what he's doing, like on a long-term scale, from a wise perspective. But I think, if he keeps pushing it and, you keep brewing up the tensions, eventually it's going to lead to a situation where you have martial law. And, look, people should have free speech at the same time, though. So, Milo, what he does, I think it's one of those double-edged swords. Although it causes a lot of division, I do respect the fact that, it's in the name of free speech, supposedly, the idea that you should be able to say anything, no matter how controversial and trigger-worthy it might be. Well, specifically for the left in Milo's case, you should have the right to say it, because there is a free speech attack on this right-wing sort of ideology. And, you think Milo's alt-right, you should hear some of these guys in the alt-right, Richard Spencer and the racist guys, and what they have to say. And I think the whole point is, though, no matter how much you disagree with Milo or anybody on the so-called alt-right, they do have the right to say what they want to say. It's free speech. And that's the problem. And I think that, I think more than even the divide and conquer is the state coming in and saying that alt-righters don't have the right to say certain things, because I don't see them coming in and saying that leftists don't have the right to preach communism. But I do hear them coming in and saying that you can't criticize Islam with Bill M108, I think it is. And I do hear them saying coming in M103 that you can't, be a white supremacist. You can't, say things that are racist. And that worries me, because if, that is allowed, but if that is, should I say, if that is barred by the state and allowed to be banned, well, then what's next? And, that's where it starts. And I really would love somebody to show me bills that are being passed today that ban people from preaching communism, because I know it happened back in the 50s with McCarthyism, but right now I see the real threat is banning free speech in the right side of the political realm. And I think that's why the alt-right sort of emerged. And I have no doubt some parts of the alt-right are controlled. I mean, obviously, I mean, you know, anybody in their right mind, if you're a controller, if you're a George Soros, if you're a, you know, Henry Kissinger or Zbigniew Brzezinski, you're going to control something that's developing. And it's the later bloomers in most cases that are going to be controlled. And you know, we can only speculate, though, unless we have direct proof or a lot of circumstantial proof, you know, who and who is not a shield.
Well, I think we pretty much slam dunked David Seaman tonight to the point that he deleted his entire YouTube career.
Yeah. I have to watch the podcast, man, because I don't, like I said, I don't know too much about Seaman, but that is interesting, man. That is. Wow.
Well, you know, maybe we're not toothless after all. You know, it feels a lot of times, and that's the frustration that I feel. I'm sure Tom and Titus, I know you've expressed it. You know, it's like it's very difficult for us to reach a big audience, whereas these people that have been positioned, like the Seamans, like the Tommy Lahrens and co., are quick. I mean, like it's all of a sudden everybody's funneled into their channels and they're making big money, and that's what we showed about David Seaman. He was making lots of money off this Pizzagate thing, doing no research, just putting up absolute video after video, just, you know, just profiting from the despicable act of child, you know, pedo rings that we know exist. And you know, like I see it, like, and you know, like it's difficult for me to. Because there's a kind of a tightrope that you have to walk. Like I'll come out and say, and I still get comments daily. I get a lot of comments daily on my Mark Dice, one of my particular Mark Dice videos, in which I say Mark Dice is a complete shill, and it's a different style video. It's more of a polished, produced video, not the typical type video that I normally do, where I'm just on the fly, off the cuff sort of thing. The problem is that people like Mark Dice, like when we used to rip apart Mark Dice, he had a couple 100,000 followers. Now he's at 1 million followers. He rode the Trump bandwagon. I have no doubt whatsoever that Mark Dice is a shill. And this is the difficulty that we're up against, is that, like, people, you know, like, I think that people, once you get beyond a certain age, you know, say beyond 30 years old, and if you're I don't know how old you are, Tom, but I think you're under 30 sort of thing. But if you're more educated and politically inclined, you're going to become conservative more quickly, because you're going to realize what's going on. So I think that a lot of people, you know, are swayed by their political sort of inclinations, or their political sort of where they identify themselves politically. And that is something that the New World Order takes advantage of. They know that, you know, like if we put, like, and Tommy Lahren's a perfect example, a Barbie doll sort of prostitute that we can position that will sing what you want to hear, it's gonna be much more digestible for you, regardless of you know, how old you are or whatever, that you have a pretty beautiful face telling you what you want to hear, than, you know, having to go and dig it out and find it yourself from you know, actually doing hard work and research and listening to people from all different points of views. This is how they are able to control us. They have to position their gatekeepers, and I think that's what they've done on the alt-right. That's why, like, this particular podcast, you know, I was going to get into some of the other alt-right characters that have positioned themselves quite nicely within this movement over the past year or so, that I am extremely suspicious of, and in fact, but I won't do it now. I'll do that in a further, you know, maybe a follow-up podcast sort of thing. But I think we showed clearly tonight that David Seaman himself is somebody that is a complete fraud, that is here just to, you know, push certain agendas and to profit massively from something as despicable as child pedo rings. And he brings nothing to the table other than his own sort of self empowerment and personal financial gain. And the people that are actually doing the hard work and the research, that are actually in the trenches, that are actually, producing, working hard, people like Titus, who are working hard, trying to get this information out, trying to actually present facts and put together, proper presentations on such an important and disturbing issue as child pedo rings, are not at all profiting from what's going on, and that's what's really disturbing. So I see a lot of what has been positioned on the alt-right as gatekeepers, as people that are here to hold that gate, to never awaken you to who actually is at the top of the pyramid, who is actually controlling the show, the Alex Jones, the Mark Dices, the Tommy Lahrens and co. And we have them up here in Canada. We have the Rebel Media, and I've actually been pretty supportive of the Rebel because they've been very involved in attacking the Motion 103, which is interesting because the same Rebel Media, led by a Jewish guy named Ezra Levin, were nowhere to be seen when the same sort of motions were being passed for anti-Semitism, and are nowhere to be seen when the actual bills, the actual legislation is being passed for Bill C-16, which is the same thing as Motion 103 or the anti-Semite bill, but it's actually being coded into the Bill of Rights, in which you will not be able to criticize or discriminate against people of whatever gender they identify as. And this is
that's
what's
really
happening.
interesting because you don't see a lot of you don't see Milo. Well, I guess you could say you've seen Milo come out and defend Jewish jokes. But some of these guys, I'm not aware, aren't coming out and defending this fear of anti-Semitism or this notion that you can't crack a Jew joke. It's just stupid. And I think this is relevant in regards to what's going on with PewDiePie, right? Now, PewDiePie, mostly pretty much 95% total garbage. But he came out and he made a few I don't know if did you go over this yet, Jeff?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So just to reiterate, though, he came out and made some. He cracked a few Jew jokes as a joke. Really, he doesn't really hate Jews. He's not alt-right. It's just he's trying to be funny. And he got basically, I think he was demonetized or something. Some of his advertisers and partnerships canceled him, and he lost $3 million a year because of it. And it's because the media basically ganged up on him and went to his partners, his ad partners or whatever, and they said, look, he's cracking Jew jokes, so you gotta stop giving him money. And they all stopped giving him money. And he had the New York Times and stuff like that going and tattletaling on fucking PewDiePie. It's the stupidest shit ever. I mean, so I don't see people in the streets for the bills being passed for
anti-Semitism.
For anti-Semitism. What, only Islam? But shouldn't
you guys have nailed it right on the head. You just don't realize it yet. It's exactly what's in Jeff C's title there. It's the New World Agenda. So what they've done here is they've set up these two sides. You have the obvious liberals, libtards, and you have this alt-right. And what they've done now is they have these puppets on each side that they're able to use to cause these trigger events that gets everyone talking about these puppets and about nothing. I mean, it's literally anything that PewDiePie's done amounts to absolutely nothing. I've never seen anything truthful out of him that relates to the deeper, secrets that they don't want released into the public. And the same with all these other characters, Milo Yiannopoulos, all that. I don't ever remember, Milo Yiannopoulos laying out the facts about 9/11 or anything about, the Zionists and Gaza or anything like that. So what you've done is, and we're all falling sort of victim to it, is they have these puppets that do these trigger events, and then we all talk about it. The mainstream media talks about it, and then all of us in the truther community end up spending and wasting our time on it instead of talking about the more important stuff like these bills and these other things, which just get pushed to the wayside and aren't discussed except for, very limited places like this hangout here. You know what I mean? It's not a mainstream topic of discussion on YouTube.
Well, yeah, I mean, the one of the quotes that have been seen a lot in my videos is, when you want to find out who's really in charge, find out who you can't criticize. And that, you know, I mean, the whole anti-Semitism thing that has happened here in Canada, it's absolutely disgusting. You know, and this is what the people protesting M103 don't realize, is that, okay, first of all, emotion is just emotion. It's disturbing. Of course you should be upset about it. Of course you should be protesting about it. But they passed the same motion for anti-Semitism and nobody raised an eyebrow. This has been going on for a very long time. The fact, and I believe in many ways, it's the Zionists themselves that are pushing, in fact, George Soros. It can be proven. George Soros and his relationship with Justine Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, the most illegitimate Prime Minister in the history of Canada, they're very close, and they have been coordinating this mass Muslim immigration into Canada, just like they have done in Europe, and just like they have done in the United States, and of course the massive illegal immigration of Mexicans into the United States itself. These are all ways of diluting our national strength. This is what's happening in Europe massively. You see all the problems that it creates. The diversity is the biggest bullshit ever. Diversity is our strength. My word, diversity has never been a strength of any civilization in the history of humanity. There's never been a civilization in the history of humanity that has triumphed because of their diversity. I guess you could say the Romans to a certain extent, but even the Romans, I mean, the diversity that the Romans gave was the Pax Romana, where they gave law to all citizens. You know, so it didn't matter what your religion was, you had the Roman law. I agree with that. I think that's a way to function.
Notice the irony, though. They'll say diversity in you know, culture and race and religion is our strength, but not diversity in opinion. That's not our strength. We can't have that.
And of course, it's not actual diversity. Actual diversity is having different cultures in different parts of the world and enjoying and respecting those cultures, and allowing those cultures to thrive on their own and not destroying them, so that you can have different ideas. Because when you have different languages, different cultures, you have the generation of different ideas. And when you break down those cultural barriers through their, you know, Illuminati synthesis process, which is really their religion, you know, the combining of opposites, when you do that, you lose diversity, because you lose these differences in culture, which should be celebrated.
That's true, yeah. Yeah. So you know, yeah, you're right. So they've basically tricked everybody into saying we need to be more diverse by being exactly like each other and trying to be multicultural, instead of actually being, you know, sort of, I guess you could say, preserving our own cultures, right? So
yeah, well, I mean, think about it, Press. You know, like the diversity that's being pushed in Canada. Canada is the mosaic compared to the United States being the melting pot. The diversity in Canada is not real diversity. Go to Toronto, ride the bus in Scarborough, or, you know, East York or whatever. You see the diversity. The diversity is, in this borough, everybody's Chinese. In this borough, everybody's East Indian. In this borough, everyone's black. That's the diversity. The reality is that we're not, if we were really diverse, and I'll say Montreal is actually probably one of the most diverse cities in the world. You walk down the street and there's people of every culture. I mean, there's just so many different people, and there's so many different restaurants and, you know, different cultural sort of, so, you know, maybe in a microcosm, Montreal does something right with that. But the problem is that most of the diversity that's being pushed on Canada, and I'll just give Canada as an example, and you could certainly extend this to Europe. I mean, most of the diversity is just it's people, you know, getting into their little boroughs and just xenophobia. I mean, it's like, you know, it's not like Chinese people are going to mosque, you know, to partake in Islamic ceremonies, except for the I am Muslim or everyone's Muslim bullshit, you know, Twitter tags and stuff like that. The reality is that these people are not molding together at all. You're bringing in something like Islam, which doesn't mix well with just about anything else. I mean, it doesn't, because I mean, you just read the Quran. I mean, it's not there to like, oh, let's diversify, let's accept and embrace all different cultures and religious ideologies. No, it doesn't exist like that. They're here to you know, stick and adhere completely to their own religion. And the more hardcore you get into the religion, the more dogmatic and you know, narrow-minded you become, and the more, you know, intolerant you become of other peoples and other ideologies. So the reality is that the diversity that the New World Order is trying to program us with is really our destruction. It's like we're going to force all these people that do not belong within your civilization, that do not belong really within your culture, that have no historical claim to your country. We're going to force these people in, and you're going to have to accept it. And we're gonna make it so that if you are upset about this, you're a bad person. We're gonna use laws to persecute you and throw you in jail.
You know, it'd be one thing if things like this sort of happen naturally, but what they do is they mandate diversity as if, you know, it's some sort of strength, or if it's some sort of requirement for a free civilization, when in reality, all you're doing is actually forcing people to do things. You know, you have these private corporations, you have small businesses, you have universities, private universities, state universities even, that have to mandate diversity. And if they don't, well, they can be sued. And, you know, it's like the most ridiculous thing ever. Like, show me one country that actually has some sort of identity that mandates diversity. You don't see Japan mandating diversity. In fact, and look, you don't see any Islamic countries mandating diversity. Like, what is this idea? Like, where did this come from? I don't get it.
Well, it comes from the Zionists. I mean, they know that they can weaken us by diluting our strength. That's what it is. I mean, the way I see it.
In the countries I've been to, the Arabs anyways, I shouldn't call them Muslims, but the Arabs in the countries I've been to don't have to employ diversity or force it upon themselves, because like in Dubai and stuff, none of the Arabs work, and all the employees are people from Southeast Asia or India. So they have plenty of diversity there because none of them want to work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have an aristocracy in which they're building massive advanced civilizations that are built by largely third world countries and labor that they've imported.
And Dubai itself is, you know, similar to like Shanghai. It's a super modern city, but it's a police state to a T. You have more surveillance there than you could possibly imagine.
Sharia law in the modern state. Modernized, you know, I mean,
Dubai is like this odd sort of microcosm of like a dystopic sort of like if you go to Dubai, you're probably gonna have fun, and like if you're just visiting to like,
no, you're not. You can't drink.
No, you can drink there.
No, you can drink in Dubai. Like,
really?
Yeah, Dubai is very modern in a sense, but like Titus said, it's very, very. I don't know how to really explain it. Like, it's run by like a culture like that's very, very Islamic, but it's very high tech, and like there's all sort of, even Westerners, all people from all over the world who have a lot of money will go to Dubai and like bring their you know, young adult kids, and they'll go out and have a good time. Like if you go to Dubai, you'll find some really hot nightclubs and stuff.
It for a long time before it was a big city, it was basically like the Europeans' version of the Caribbean. It was where they'd all go to the beaches and stuff. And now that it's a big city, it's, you know, become even bigger. You know, it's just blown up huge. But back in the day, it was just spice markets and beaches, and now it's, you know, in the last 20 years, it's blown up to unbelievable proportions.
Because of oil money.
I was going to say, gee whiz, last 20 years or so. What started 20 years ago? The Persian Gulf, right? And now, all of a sudden, then you have 9/11 and all that. And yeah, the big oil money, that's where it's all coming from. You know, that oil money, the United Arab Emirates, are you kidding me? They're like sitting on so much oil money. And they're in bed with the Saudis and then the Bushes and you know, all the elites here in the West. So that's what this is. You know, it's a giant, and that's what people have to understand. Everyone wants to blame like a certain group, but you look at the Bushes, you look at the Saudi royal family, and they're not even Jewish. Although some do argue that the Saudis are actually like hidden Jews. And you know, so you can't just blame the Jews, and then you can't just blame the Saudis either, because then you have the Jews and you have the Bushes. So you have
Well, the House of
different-
Saud is basically, you know, put in power by the Western powers in Israel,
Yeah,
and
the
that's all. You know, Israel for a long time has used Saudi Arabia because a lot of the terrorist groups wouldn't accept funding and weapons directly from Israel. They used Saudi Arabia as a way to funnel the arms and funds through the House of Saud to the various terrorist groups. That's even covered in that mainstream movie, Charlie Wilson's War, which I was extremely shocked to see in that film.
Yeah, that was a good film, and it's been going on for a long time. The Mujahideen, all these groups. That's where all these groups stem from. You have ISIS, Al Qaeda, even the Taliban. Well, the Taliban is basically still the Mujahideen. They really, they were the main proponents there in Afghanistan. But you know, you have these groups, especially like the Free Syrian Army. And it's on record. They're all funded by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. And yeah, I've been saying this for a long time. In fact, I made a whole video on this. I don't know if you guys remember. It's been about a year now, about how ISIS never attacks Israel, and how like you have all these connections between ISIS and Israel. And no, there's no like direct record document proof that Israel's like giving money to ISIS. But I mean, they have their fingerprints all over ISIS. And you know, ISIS is attacking all of Israel's enemies. You look at Hezbollah; they're being attacked by ISIS. Although they are coming out now and saying that Hezbollah is arming up with ISIS. I don't know about that, but they were attacking each other for a while, and you know, the Shiites were being attacked by ISIS as well. And you see this war in the Middle East, all these separate groups. It's such a complex issue, but in general, what you have to understand is you have Iran. And the Shiites and the Houthis and stuff like that in the Middle East being funded by Iran and other groups. And then you have the Sunnis, which are funded by the Saudis, Qatar, United Arab Emirates. And a lot of these groups are the ISIS groups. These are the Al-Qaeda groups. These are the Free Syrian Army groups. And Israel's involved highly with these Sunnis, and they've been using them, just like Titus said, to do their dirty work in the Middle East. That's why ISIS called themselves ISIL for so long, because it included the Levant, which is Israel.
Yeah, well, or ISIS, you know, Israeli State Intelligence Service, right?
Yeah, that too.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
But also look at the I believe there's a document called the Greater Plan for the Israeli State.
Yeah,
and
the
then
Greater Israel.
Compare that to what's going on. It's pretty well the same thing. It's like the Project for the New American Century in 9/11.
Also, look into Israel's oil. They want to become an oil power, and that they are massively involved in oil economics. So.
Yeah, and a huge find of oil was just found under the Golan Heights, which is what is right in between Israel and Syria. So I believe this entire thing with Syria is a cover for Israel to expand and take over the Golan Heights, which has a ton of oil under it.
You know, you got to hand it to Israel. They are very clever, and they know order through chaos.
Here's another interesting thing I just came across, which I wasn't aware of, but I just found this out, which is Israel signed over all of Jerusalem to the Vatican. So now the Vatican legally owns all of Jerusalem.
Yeah, and the Vatican's connections, of course. I mean, this is where we talk about the New World Order, because it's not just the Zionist. And it can't be just the Zionist. They would never be able to, you know, the influence of the Zionist and the power of the Zionist is disproportional to any other power that is out there, considering the you know, the population of or the amount of people in the world that identify as being Jewish. Now, a lot of Jewish people obviously would say that the Zionists are betrayers of the true Israelites. You know, they're the true Jewish people are not Zionists, and many even Hasidic Jews are 100% against Zionism. So, but they can't act alone. There's no way that they would be able to. So it's not just one group, obviously. But it's one of the groups that we have to be very focused on. Obviously, the Vatican, even like what Titus was mentioning before about the child trafficking rings, so many of them being connected to the Vatican itself. This is one of the darkest, dirtiest secrets of the Vatican. And it's something that, we have to look at all the actors that are involved in this global conspiracy. And I'm sure they're not all on the same page, and I'm sure they don't all agree with each other or trust each other. And that might be our ace in the hole, is that there isn't it would be so difficult for a one consensus world government. The Zionists themselves have their own aspirations. The Vatican itself has its own aspirations. The corporate elite have their own aspirations. So it is a complex web of actors that are involved in this new world order. But nonetheless,
almost sort of built like a corporation, right? Where you have, everyone's sort of striving towards the same goal, but everyone within the corporation is sort of fighting up that corporate ladder.
Yes.
Trying to, be the guy at the top, right? So I think you sort of see all these infighting type things because that's sort of how it's set up.
I agree, and I think that infighting could play to our advantage, and that's where, hopefully, the fact that they're not. It's such a difficult thing when we think about the New World Order forming a global government. It is the most ambitious task ever, period. And so, understanding how they're going to accomplish this is of the paramount importance. This is why I urge people to focus on Agenda 2030, Global Citizen, all these massive United Nations, projects that they're pushing forward. And you'll never hear about this on CNN, Fox News, BBC, or anything like that. But this is the reality. The reality is, look at the United Nations, look at Agenda 2030, look at what they're trying to do, and then you can see all the tentacles and how they're being used. You can see what the LGBT agenda is. You can see how the vaccine agenda comes in. You could see all these different things taking control of food production. Press, we've talked about it. We had podcasts on Plandopolis and stuff like that, which were just mind-blowing. They really see this by the year 2030, that they're going to be able to take control of the world food production and all that. And these are massive things. This is to watch, like, and one thing that pisses me off, and this is why I'm also suspect of some of the recent newcomers to the alt-right sort of spectrum here on places like YouTube, is the total denial that this, or the softening of the globalism, that the fact that, well, it's just a natural thing. Obviously, we have a global economy, so people are going to think globally. You have to understand that these people have thought long and hard about how they're going to bring this about. It's not going to be easy for them to do. In fact, it's going to be very difficult for them to do, and they anticipate this. This is why they think in decades and in half centuries and centuries, because they realize that there's going to be tremendous amounts of opposition to what they're doing. But if you don't realize what their real ultimate goal is, that they are really, really wanting to take control of the world, if you don't understand that, and if you're following, channels that are keeping you either on the left or the right paradigm, you're not getting at all the full picture of what's going on. You're not seeing what they're ultimately up to and why all these things are happening. How this is a coordinated, sophisticated sort of attempt to hijack world governments and hold them complacent. This is where the Rothschild banking scheme comes into play, the oil wars, all these things, the Wolfowitz doctrine, preemptive warfare, all these things. If you don't understand them, if you don't understand what they're trying to do, you're not going to understand what the geopolitics are all about.
Yep. And on that note, I got to get out of here, Jeff. I got to go to bed. But it's been
thanks so much. I think I'm going to close up then.
Yeah.
But thanks so much, Tom. always a blast to have you on board, brother. And of course, Titus Frost. I mean, it's been fantastic to have you here. Finally, it's great to have you on a podcast, man.
Yeah, I've been a fan of you guys. Well, Jeff, I actually came across you more recently, but I've been a fan of Press Resets for a long time. So it's really cool to be able to talk to you guys in like a Google Hangout. So thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, it's been yeah. We'll definitely keep in contact and do some more podcasts in the future. So yeah, thank you everyone that took part. Obviously, Brian, Grace, who were here earlier, Lee, Stewie, all the people in the chat. You guys are amazing, absolutely awesome. This has been a pretty big podcast. I think a lot of important things happened here. David Seaman, of course, deleting most of his YouTube or all his YouTube material except for one video. Very significant. It shows that we do have an impact, and I want to thank everyone that supports this channel and supports all these channels. Make sure you're subbed to Titus Frost. I'll post a link for his channel below. Press Reset Earth, Brian at iCitizen News, and Really Graceful. And so we'll see you all really soon. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful day.